using only your cell phone and you can pay practically anything, kahit online transactions pa yan.
With PayMaya, hindi mo na kailangan magdala ng cash for your day-to-day expenses. Pwede kang magbayad ng bills, bumili ng prepaid load, mag-online shopping, mag-send money, magbayad gamit ng QR code, at marami pang iba.
Pero ang the best part dito ay, may balik-bayad ka pa.
Each time you use PayMaya, may balik sa'yo na cashback at rewards, kaya sulit ang oras mo dahil hindi mo na kailangan pumila, and you can just pay using your app anytime, anywhere.
Kaya guys, huwag kakalimutan, pag may papayaran ka, don't pay cash, pay Maya.
Hey guys, I'm here with Kate and Bea.
Bad timing ang kate. Baka dandruff yan? Use Head and Shoulders every day. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kate. Para di pa balik-balik, kati gone for good na. Dahil 100% dandruff-free ka.
Hi guys, I'm here with Kate.
Para araw-araw, close na close. Max pinabango pa.
What do you do when what you desire is beyond reach?
You use power that breaks barriers. The Giga Life.
Now in 5G.
Do you believe this is possible?
I do.
How do you know?
Simply
Smart.
Smart Acro.
Express your online business. Express your online business.
Keeping it real. I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? We've been kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome to the Giga Life. Your passions, your stories, your life. Simplified with just one app. This is the future. The Giga Life in just one path. Experience more Giga moments when you make the smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data network. How do I know it's T1? Simple, Smart Ako.
Moment na sana, pero hassle ang kate. Yung kate na yan, dahil sa dandruff yan. You need Head and Shoulders. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kate. No more hassle sa moment. Goodbye na sa kate, dahil 100% dandruff.
When you look inside a JanSport backpack, you see a story that started in 1967. Since then, our mission has expanded to helping protect our environment for future generations to enjoy. It's a work in progress, but just this season we've used the equivalent of 13 million bottles worth of recycled polyester in our most popular backpacks. When you look inside a JanSport pack, you see our commitment to this brilliant blue planet we call home. just getting started.
Hi everyone, this is Catherine Bernardo.
At ako naman po si Daniel Padilla. Guys, may Paymaya na ba kayo?
Kung wala pa, dapat mag-download na kayo sa Google Play or App Store dahil ito na ang usong pangbayad ngayon.
Ang Paymaya is isang mobile payment app using only your cell phone and you can pay practically anything, kahit online transactions pa yan.
With Paymaya, hindi mo na kailangan magdala ng cash for your day-to-day expenses. Pwede kang magbayad ng bills, bumili ng prepaid load, mag-online shopping, mag-send money, magbayad gamit ng QR code at marami pang iba.
Pero ang the best part dito ay may balik-bayad ka pa.
Each time you use Paymaya, may balik sa'yo na cashback at rewards, kaya sulit ang oras mo dahil hindi mo na kailangan pumila and you can just pay using your app anytime, anywhere.
Kaya guys, huwag kakalimutan, pag may babayaran ka, don't pay cash, pay Maya.
Hey guys, I'm here with Kate and Bea.
Bad timing ang kate. Baka dandruff yan? Use Head and Shoulders every day. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kate. Para di pa balik-balik, katigan for good na. Dahil 100% dandruff-free ka.
Hi guys, I'm here with Kate.
Para araw-araw, close na close. Max pinabango pa.
What do you do when what you desire is beyond reach?
You use power that breaks barriers. The Giga Life.
Now in 5G.
Do you believe this is possible?
I do.
How do you know?
Simply Smart Acro.
Express your online business. Express your online business.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome to the Giga Life. Your passions, your stories, your life. Simplified with just one app. This is the future. The Giga Life in just one tap. Experience more Giga moments when you make the smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data network. How do I know it's T1? Simple, Smart Ako.
Moment na sana, pero hassle ang kate. Yung kati na yan, dahil sa dandruff yan. You need Head and Shoulders. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kate. No more hassle sa moment. Goodbye na sa kate dahil 100% dandruff.
When you look inside a JanSport backpack, you see a story that started in 1967. Since then, our mission has expanded to helping protect our environment for future generations to enjoy. It's a work in progress, but just this season we've used the equivalent of 13 million bottles worth of recycled polyester in our most popular backpacks. When you look inside a JanSport pack, you see our commitment to this brilliant blue planet we call home. And we're just getting started.
Hi everyone, this is Catherine Bernardo.
At ako naman po si Daniel Padilla. Guys, may PayMaya na ba kayo?
Kung wala pa, dapat mag-download na kayo sa Google Play or App Store dahil ito na ang pusong pangbayad ngayon.
Ang PayMaya is isang mobile payment app using only your cell phone and you can pay practically anything, kahit online transactions pa yan.
With PayMaya, hindi mo na kailangan magdala ng cash for your day-to-day expenses. Pwede kang magbayad ng bills, bumili ng prepaid load, mag-online shopping, mag-send money, magbayad gamit ng QR code at marami pang iba.
Pero ang the best part dito ay may balik-bayad ka pa.
Each time you use PayMaya, may balik sa'yo na cashback at rewards, kaya sulit ang oras mo dahil hindi mo na kailangan pumila and you can just pay using your app anytime, anywhere.
Kaya guys, huwag kakalimutan, pag may babayaran ka, don't pay cash, pay Maya.
Hey guys, I'm here with Kate and Bea.
Bad timing ang kate. Baka dandruff yan? Use Head and Shoulders every day. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kate. Para di pa balik-balik, kati gone for good na. Dahil 100% dandruff-free ka.
Hi guys, I'm here with Kate.
Para araw-araw, close na close. Max pinabango pa.
What do you do when what you desire is beyond reach?
You use power that breaks barriers. The Giga Life.
Now in 5G.
Do you believe this is possible?
I do.
How do you know?
Simple, smart, acro.
Express your online business. Express your online business.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome to the Giga Life. Your passions, your stories, your life. Simplified with just one app. This is the future. The Giga Life in just one pack. Experience more Giga moments when you make the smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data network. How do I know it's T1? Simple, smart, ako.
Moment na sana, pero hassle ang kate. Yung kati na yan, dahil sa dandruff yan. You need Head and Shoulders. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kate. No more hassle sa moment. Goodbye na sa kate dahil 100% dandruff.
When you look inside a JanSport backpack, you see a story that started in 1967. Since then, our mission has expanded to helping protect our environment for future generations to enjoy. It's a work in progress, but just this season we've used the equivalent of 13 million bottles worth of recycled polyester in our most popular backpacks. When you look inside a JanSport pack, you see our commitment to this brilliant blue planet we call home. And we're just getting started.
Hi everyone, this is Catherine Bernardo.
At ako naman po si Daniel Padilla. Guys, may PayMaya na ba kayo?
Kung wala pa, dapat mag-download na kayo sa Google Play or App Store dahil ito na ang kusong pangbayad ngayon.
Ang PayMaya is isang mobile payment app using only your cell phone and you can pay practically anything, kahit online transactions pa yan.
With PayMaya, hindi mo na kailangan magdala ng cash for your day-to-day expenses. Pwede kang magbayad ng bills, bumili ng prepaid load, mag-online shopping, mag-send money, magbayad gamit ng QR code at marami pang iba.
Pero ang the best part dito ay may balik-bayad ka pa.
Each time you use PayMaya, may balik sa'yo na cashback at rewards, kaya sulit ang oras mo dahil hindi mo na kailangan pumila and you can just pay using your app anytime, anywhere.
Kaya guys, huwag kakalimutan, pag may babayaran ka, don't pay cash, pay Maya.
Hey guys, I'm here with Kate and Bea.
Bad timing ang kate. Baka dandruff yan? Use Head and Shoulders every day. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kate. Para di pa balik-balik, kati gone for good na. Dahil 100% dandruff-free ka.
Hi guys, I'm here with Kate.
Para araw-araw, close na close. Max pinabango pa.
What do you do when what you desire is beyond reach?
You use power that breaks barriers. The Giga Life.
Now in 5G.
Do you believe this is possible?
I do.
How do you know?
Simple,
Smart.
Ako.
Express your online business. Express your online business.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the street? We've been kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome to the Giga Life. Your passions, your stories, your life. Simplified with just one app. This is the future. The Giga Life in just one pack. Experience more Giga moments when you make the smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data.
Nakinig kami sa inyong hiling at ramdam namin ang inyong pananabik sa pagbabalik na pinaka-inaabangang liga ng ating bansa. Welcome to MPL Philippines Season 7. MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Feel free to game great games with Smart, free games for all. Ako po si Mara Aquino, ang inyong host ngayong Season 7 at kasama ko ngayon ang dalawa sa pinakamahusay na casters sa Season 7. We have here Wolf and Reptar. Kamusta na kayo?
Masyado ka mabait sa amin. But thank you so much. We've been working hard so far in preparation para sa MPL Season 7, but I'm pretty sure lalong-lalo na yung mga teams. So that makes it so exciting.
Yeah, definitely, because we're just coming off of a new patch. Kakalabas lang yung newest patch natin. So, ang daming ingay behind the scenes na parang ang daming nilulutong bagong mga teams natin. So, this is gonna be a great first day.
Now, itong MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Break through your own limits, rise above, and be free to game great with free games for all. Get 1 gig a day for Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more. Plus, 1 gig a day for free, more for 7 days. Just dial *123# or download GigaLife app and choose free games. Ngayon naman, Wolf, Reptar, pag-usapan natin ang format ng ating torneo. So meron tayong 10 kuponan ngayong Season 7 at hinati sila sa dalawang grupo na tig-5 kuponan. Meron tayong Group A at meron din tayong Group B. Sa Group A natin, nandyan ang Brand Esports, MLBB, Aura-PH, Signal Ultra, Work-Auster Force. Sa Group B naman, kitang-kita, Smart Omega, Execration, Blacklist International, Nextplay Esports, and Laos Playbook Esports. Ngayon, ang bawat koponan ay sasabak sa dalawang best of 3 series kontra sa 4 na koponan sa parehong grupo. At sasabak din sila sa isang best of 3 match kontra sa 5 koponan sa kabilang grupo. At ito, MPL Philippines Season 7 is also brought to you by Oppo. Experience gaming at full speed with Oppo A94. With its Helio P95 chipset, 643-inch Full HD AMOLED screen display with 4 310 mAh and 30 WVOOC flash charge 4.0 victories and ranking up will be easy. Now, live life at full speed with the all-new Oppo A94 available starting March 26 in Oppo concept stores, retail partners, and e-com tele-platforms. Now, Head and Shoulders also. Our MPL Philippines Season 7 is also presented by Head and Shoulders. Put your game face on and finally say goodbye to those awkward #It's a GG moment thanks to the Head and Shoulders 100% dandruff-free and itch-free. Now, mas mabango pa. And we also have Master for MPL Philippines Season 7 is also brought to you by Master. Kahit buong araw na maglaro, iwas magmukhang na GG. Dapat fresh pa rin para fresh all day. And also bring your clay game on with Masters all-in-one clay face wash. It cleanses 99.9% of germs and controls oil up to 12 hours. And this helps prevent pimples all in one. Bring your clay game master. Sikreto ng mga gwapo tulad ng ating mga casters. And syempre, meron tayong mga ibang sponsors. Meron tayong Paymaya, Secret Lab, JNT Express, Havaianas, Nike, Jansport, TikTok, and the World Wildlife Fund. Now, MPL is also under the supervision and regulation of the Games and Amusement Board of the Philippines. So, pinag-usapan natin kanina ang ating torneo. At syempre, itong ranking will be based on points until the top 4 teams sa Group A and Group B magtatapat sila sa ating playoff. So, aabangan natin yan. Ngayon, kilalanin natin ang mga participants sa bawat koponan. Simulan natin muna sa ating Aura-PH. Ayan na. So, etong koponan na to, 3rd straight title sana nung last season, pero hindi nila nakuha ang titulo, Wolf.
Unfortunately para sa Aura PH, they were stopped twice ng kanilang long-time rivals back then. It was Onyx PH. Ang naging problema kasi ng Aura PH was kitang-kita na sila ng mga ibang teams. I would say that Onyx PH, di ba parang season 4, season 5, sila yung talagang karibal noon. And then eventually, na-figure out ng Onyx PH yung Aura PH come season number 6. That's why they were able to win against them. And I heard that Aura PH, hindi pala heard, talagang we have already confirmed it with their new player, which is Lord Hades ngayon. They will be making new waves to the Aura PH. Parang new era in a way, but same flavor, same flair and fire ng Aura.
Yeah, Aura is gonna look to build a utopia now that the architect Dale DeLuz has joined the coaching staff, now going to be paired up with Coach Arcadia. And it's going to be interesting to see if Aura PH, did they finally find the pieces that they need? Did they finally have the additions that they have in Lord Hades and in Benny Cutie as well? Are those the missing pieces na kailangan ng Aura para makabalik sila on top?
Pag-usapan naman natin ang Blacklist International. They had a really busy off-season.
That's right.
Bagong roster ito, and they traded their child prodigy si Kyrie. So, how is this gonna affect the team?
I think this is a new era. Ito talaga yung literal na new era sa Blacklist International because now they have a new queen, or at least the queen of the season of the league is now nasa part ng Blacklist International. Now, one thing's for sure, magbabago ang playstyle ng Blacklist International, but ang kailangan nating ma-excite about when it comes to talking about Blacklist International is that their coach, Bonchan, hindi siya takot maging crazy. Like, for example, Oh My Venus really is one of the best support players out there, if not the epitome of support playing dito sa liga. Now, being part of Blacklist International, mukhang malupit ang mangyayari because they also have a team na open sa mga bagong picks like Bonchan, the coach, and Eson, the other players.
Yeah, you have two mage mains as your newest addition and that really unlocks the creativity na meron si Bonchan, na alam natin the out-of-the-box drafts. Isipin mo, in one major off-season tournament dito sa Philippines, naglabas ng Rafaela and Chang core and support combo ang Blacklist International. We're expecting more things like that from Blacklist.
Pag-usapan natin ang Signal Ultra. Now, they haven't been in the top 3 since Season 3. Are they out for redemption this time around?
Signal Ultra, ang kanilang what they call this?
Yung motto nila.
The motto is Ultra Calmado. And I think that we can see that in the previous season. Thing is, baka nasobra naman sa pagiging kalmado. Now, they do have new players in town, but one thing's for sure, ang talagang identity ng Signal Ultra is that they want to remain calm. They want to approach the game na parang gusto nilang kumuha ng advantages paunti-unti. That's how they work Kalmado, it's so chill. But that might also be their downfall last season. Baka nasobrahan sa pagkakalmado ang side ng Signal Ultra.
Newest player for Signal Ultra dito, si Aquaboy. I like this addition. It's going to be interesting to see how they're going to be playing it. And it's going to be interesting to see how Signal Ultra is going to play their entire squad. Isa sila sa mga teams na wala talagang pinapakita sa off-season. So we're going into this not knowing or not expecting kung ano gagawin ng Signal Ultra. We saw Signal Ultra Season 6. After that, we just saw the off-season moves that they made. Now, in this season, they are the biggest mystery box to unlock here in Season 7.
Biggest mystery box. Speaking of that, mamaya, meron tayong mystery box na ibibigay sa ating mga manonood. Now, may mga new faces tayo dito. Do you think it's the right formula para sa kanila?
Well, it has to be if they want to be the Signal of Ultra of old na naging champions ng Season 2. It's been 5 seasons since then. These new pieces really have to step up.
If anything, it's a step in the right direction.
Yeah.
Now, Execration, they finished 3rd nung Season 6. They didn't get complacent. They made major moves during the off-season. Pag-usapan natin yan.
Wow. Execration, my oh my. If people are talking about Onyx PH and their good acquisition, I think yung better acquisition, arguably, is this. Execration getting the king. At mukhang, sabi nila, yung RPH, hindi nila nagawang ipashine itong king last season. Maybe he will shine here in Execration. I'm seeing a lot of their off-season tournaments. And boy, sobrang exciting. Kasi Execration, it kind of feels like now they have an alpha, a real alpha.
Yeah.
Nawala kasi na matagal I think that Hate and Chakno, kulang yung pagiging alpha nila sa team. But this guy, this king, Kia VJ, he's wonderful performance in the seasons before. I think ngayon, sa season 7, he might be shining once again.
Yeah, and we can confirm, sorry to interrupt you, but we can confirm, I just heard a few moments ago that despite the freak accident that happened, the unfortunate accident that KLVJ went through, the man says, I still want to play, it's day 1, I want to show up.
Kahit nga nakita natin yung mga pictures sa social media,
Yeah.
parang may iniindang siya sa kanyang left leg, bruised up yung kanyang face, but sabi nga niya, hindi niya palalagpasin ng first day ng ating MPL. Gusto niya, nandyan siya at napaka-exciting nga. Regardless what happened, makikita natin siya mamaya. So that's exciting stuff. Now, LPE, their road to Season 7 was not easy at all. They beat more than 3,000 teams. Pero do you think they can make some noise for this season?
I'm pretty sure they can. Understatement yun yung hindi madali. It's definitely difficult. It was a long and arduous task. It started with the idea ni Panda, which is also returning dito sa MPL, returning coach sa MPL. It started exactly last year, through thousands of applicants para mabuo itong team ng LPE. And I think ang amazing na ginawa ng LPE is that they proved that team from ground up, it can work, it can make it to the MPL. Dreams really can happen sa MPL.
Yeah, BMO, man, this addition and this key player for LPE, the man calling the shots, leading the way for Laos Playbook Esports. Nakita natin siya sa qualifiers. Ang ganda ng pag-setup niya, especially if you give him that jaw head tank. I mean, who's gonna be surprised? This man was the former coach of Archangel back when Archangel was going through their new generation phase when they were out of the MPL. But now BMO is back in the MPL, looking to lead the way in the front lines for LPE.
Now, speaking of this team, susunod natin yung mga teams to watch out for. Before that, NXP. So undoubtedly, they're one of the most popular teams.
Very.
And sabi nga ni Doggy, he vows to meet expectations.
Wow. So much expectations, definitely. Whereas NXP solid. And one thing's for sure, hindi nawawala yung flair nitong team na to. They're famous for many reasons, and one of those reasons being it's just like fights so talaga tenacious Lalaban sila laban and they're gonna have fun at it. They're the team that when you look at how they play and when you look at their social media, their posts, their content, they always want to have fun.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, but one thing's for sure, sa NXP Solid, you're always entertained.
Yeah, and H2O, an entertaining carry to watch ever since we knew that NXP was gonna play in Season 6. All eyes have been on H2O and he has not disappointed. Tanong ko lang kay H2O, how hard have you been working off-season? We know what you've been doing in the other aspects of your life. How hard have you been grinding to really improve and show everyone na H2O lang malakas?
So bakit nga ba sila ang talagang gustong talunin ng maraming koponan?
That's a difficult question. I think people just want to prove na players, more specifically, gusto nilang i-prove na they belong in the league.
Yeah.
And when they see a team na parang, alam mo yung medyo ang saya ng dating, parang napapaisip sila, why are they having fun like that? Parang, I will show you how it's done. Parang ganun yun. I think that's the baseline reason why people, while teams want to defeat the NXP Solid.
Now, another team that wants to show how to get things done, MLBB. Another team na nagbago yung roster. Pag-usapan natin yan.
Oh man, MLBB, they let go of their core fundamentals. You know how hard that could be. Imagine, MLBB, ever since Dream High pa sila, nung qualifiers ng MPL Season 4, talagang oh my Venus, yung cornerstone ng team na to. Although MLBB, they have developed stars in both Iakno and Dilar, now they want to develop more. They have Hate and Kyrie. At syempre, now, iba na yung leader, si Jay na rin, a new era as well for MLBB. Their off-season was bad, not gonna lie. But MLBB, what they can do is to prove na kaya pa nilang gumawa ng stars. And this guy, dubbed the future. Ang ganda naman no? Sa trailer ng MPL Season 7. I think Kyrie can really be one of the future stars here in the MPL.
Yeah, Kyrie, now that Onyx has lost their queen, maybe Kyrie holds the keys to the kingdom now. Onic-PH, the team that looks really good on paper but off-season, bago mag-MPL Season 7, medyo underwhelming ang performance niya. But you know what? I don't want to be too harsh on Onic-PH. They're just starting to find their strides.
Yeah.
Again, they are one of the youngest, if not the youngest roster dito sa MPL Season 7. My question now for Onic-PH is, your leaders, your senior members, Dilar, Jay, Iakno, it's time for you to step up and show Kyrie, Hate, and Marky how it's done.
Ito naman, Smart Omega. So they finished as runner-ups last season. Ayaw nila maging bridesmaids. So now coming into the 7th season, how do you think they can finish the job?
It's gonna be difficult for Omega, which is weird because for the longest time, alam ko ang Omega Esports, you always para relate them to being fundamentally sound, right?
Yeah.
But with the leadership of their coach, Dale, na nagpakitang gilas hindi lang sa MPL, pati na rin sa Southeast Asian Games. It's very smart, very witty, and I think kadalasan sa mga playstyle, sa mga strategies na Omega, there's a man behind that because it's always organized. Yun yung nakakatakot is Omega, they will lose a very crucial part of their whole organization, which is their coach. Now, Why Not is gonna take the helm. And I think mag-iba yung focus nila. They want to focus now on building the relationship with each other, and hopefully that can activate the stars in their team. Like at Gigi, for example.
Yeah, the KDA machine noong Season 6. Let's see if he can be the KDA monster yet again, this time for Season 7. Coach Why Not's approach is really interesting kasi yung kakasabi mo nga lang, gusto niya i-focus talaga yung relationship ng team off the game, outside of the map, which means that Omega might be a little bit more spontaneous ngayon. Kasi alam natin, yung Omega parang textbook. There's always a step-by-step process.
Right.
There's always a lead-up. Maybe the fact that yung iba na yung focus ngayon ni Why Not, Omega's gonna be a little bit more loose and carefree.
You know, ang interesting sinabi mo, parang KDA monster but we called him KDA machine. Maybe instead of being a machine na organized, baka kailangan monster ang lumabas ngayong MPL Season 7.
Speaking of monster, meron tayong mga koponan that definitely we should watch out for. Isa sa kanila, itong Work-Auster Force na grabe, undefeated nung MPL Season 7 Open Qualifiers. They make the MPL debut today. Sobrang lakas. Sa tingin mo ba they can meet expectations? Kasi grabe yung pinakita nila sa Open Qualifiers.
Oh, that's gonna be a tall ask as well. Kasi naman, qualifiers, when I ask the professional players, lagi nilang sinasabi na, okay, kapag undefeated ka sa qualifiers, it won't mean so much. Because almost lahat naman na pumapasok sa qualifiers ay undefeated, but when it comes to the MPL, ibang liga na. That's what they're talking about. Also, for Work-Auster Force, they have always stuck to what works. Medyo maliit yung hero pool nila because they choose to really just bring out the best in the team. So that's also one thing na kailangan nilang improve on. But to answer your question, kailangan ba silang watch out for? Can they meet expectations? I think they can. They have very good players, lalo na si Chu. This guy finally looks like he's comfortable with the team.
Oh yeah, Daniel Chu, he has been in the MPL now for the past 3 seasons, but now it seems like the glove finally fit the hand.
Yeah, exactly,
for Daniel
exactly.
Chu here. And I love what Work-Auster Force are showing in the off-season na we're starting to see na meron nga silang weaknesses. They're not the perfect team. No one is the perfect team. But then with the fact that they are starting to show the chinks in their armor, the kinks in their armor, yung mga kulang nila, the things that they need to improve on, they just need to really work on that to make Season 7 work for Auster Force.
Now, pag-usapan naman natin ang mga kampyon ng Season 6. Fresh na fresh sa kanilang kampyonato sa ating M2 World Championships. Sa tingin niyo ba, dahil nga fresh na fresh sila sa kampyonato nila, may complacency ba tayong nararamdaman? Nag-relax ba sila? Do you think they're gonna enter this season overconfident?
You know what, funny enough, kasi nakikita natin yung social media posts ng mga players and they kind of look like they're chilling like the villains. Pero I would say, okay lang yan, they're champions. They're bound to celebrate at one point. However, I know Bren Esports, isa sila sa mga pinakamaganda ang facilities and also their management. There's a big, I don't know, organization for Bren Esports. I'm pretty sure na hindi hahayaan na kung sino man nagpapatakbo ng Bren Esports na maging complacent ang mga champions. They want to defend their throne for sure.
Yeah, and Carl TZ wants to defend his title of best player in the world. Actually, you know what? Butter said it best when we were talking about this in preparation for MPL Season 7. Sabi niya na yung Bren Esports parang reverse anime arc eh. Nung just a few months ago sila yung yung main character na sinusundan, suportahan kasi they are trying to be world champions. Now that they're world champions, they're back here in home ground, in our home league, MPL Philippines. Everyone is going after Bren Esports. Kailangan nila talaga itaas ang level ng laro nila dahil ang lahat ng teams dito sa Season 7 are gonna be playing World Championship ML Gaming.
Eto na, MPL Philippines Season 7! Pinag-usapan na natin ang 10 koponan. And it's time to be legendary. Malalaman natin kung sino nga ba ang mangingibabaw. Kung sino nga ba will make a name for themselves. Meron tayong 2 koponan na bago. May mga changes tayo sa mga rosters. Ngayon natin malalaman kung effective nga ba yung mga changes and who will rise to the top. Tingnan mo natin ang schedule ngayong Season 7. So for today, Omega Esports versus Execration right at 4 p.m. At pagkatapos niyan, Work-Auster Force kontra Aura-PH. Ang dapat abangan. Sobrang exciting ng ating first game matchup. Na dapat tutukan nyo yan. Huwag kayong aalis. Be here the entire time. Siyempre, kailangan lang din nandito kayo dahil mamimigay din kami ng mga papremyo. And oras na para sa Mystery Box. So meron tayong Mystery Box winners na pinaraffle at ibibigay ng Omega Esports and Execration. Namili sila. Congratulations kay Ron Miel and Phil Borromeo, ang ating winners ng MPL Mystery Box. Sobrang ganda ng makukuha nyo. Katulad ng mga nakuha ng mga casters, ng ating mga players. Nandiyan yung Nike shoes. Ooh, sobrang comfy. Jan sports bag and other items. Meron din kayong Havaiana flip-flops. Sakto pang beach yan. Head and shoulder shampoo. 1-year supply. Ooh, fresh na fresh and dandruff-free. WWF merchandise, MLBB merchandise, at alam nyo ba, yan, worth 15,000 pesos! So congratulations sa 2 winners natin. Kada game, mamimigay tayo ng mystery box na binigay ito ng mga teams. And maghintay lang kayo sa mensahe, sa message nila. They're gonna contact you right away. Hindi lang yan. Meron din tayong mga winners na pipiliin para sa lucky number. Ano nga ba itong lucky number na to? Aba, well, ang lucky number natin is 0904 and 00. Iscan nyo lang yung QR code na yan. Kung yung ML ID number nyo, last 2 digits ay 09, 04, or 00, may chance kayong manalo ng mga papremyo. Actually, sobrang exciting yan. I believe meron tayong mga diamonds, may skin. And MPL Philippines Season 7 was brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Feel free to game great with Smart free games for all. Now, for more MPL Philippines Season 7 action, stay tuned. We'll be right back. Ang MPL Philippines Season 7. MPL Philippines Season 7 is brought to you by Smart. Presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Break through your own limits, rise above, and be free to game great with free games for all. Get 1 gig a day for Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more. Plus, free 1 gig a day and more for 7 days. Just dial *123# or download the GigaLife app and choose free games. Now let's welcome ang mga manlalaro ng Omega. Ayan, nakilala natin ang mga players ng Omega. Pag tinignan natin ang kanilang roster, walang nagbago. Sabi nga nila, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Now, is this a smart move para sa Smart Omega?
I love it. Omega Esports, they have stuck to their program, kumbaga. Now, napaka-interesting ng question kung maganda nga ba tong move ng Omega Esports or do they need to do something else. I think it is indeed a smart move from Omega Esports dahil maganda yung kanilang performance. But will it give them the championship? Will it finally give them yung talagang hinahabol nila? It might not be the case. They really need something else. Siguro pag nagbago sila ng kanilang mga roles that can bring something different for Omega Esports. But until then, baka walang mangyaring difference din sa resulta nila.
Yeah, Omega is the team that I'd like to call as the team that looks the most similar but might feel the most different.
Yeah.
Because it just might be the Omega like, wait, si Hayes, Hajizi, Heath, Curtizi, Toshi, andyan pa naman sila. It's still the exact same squad. It's still the same fundamentally sound and great technical players that we knew from Season 6. But with under a different coach right now. Si Coach, why not? Not to discredit his abilities. He has been a veteran of this genre for a really long time. He definitely knows what he's doing. The question is, what is that new thing that he brought to the table? Because he came from the system of Dale as well. So yung kasama ni Dale sa coaching staff. Now, what is the why not system and how will it work for these players?
Makikita natin yan maya-maya. And now it's time to welcome ng mga manlalaro ng Execration. Kung ang Smart Omega counting on the continuity, ito namang Execration, ibang-iba, they brought in some notable names. Ayan, may mga pinasok din silang dalawa that has 2 MPL championships under their belt. Is this gonna make a huge difference para sa Execration?
Absolutely. Be it for the good, be it for the bad. But Execration, I love the fact na kumuha sila ng dalawang players na may championship mentality. Not only with KLVJ, not only just because they were champions, but also yung mixture. Renzo is more of the tame guy na siguro magiging glue together, but KLVJ is that flair that they needed. Kasi si KLVJ, he is known to have that killer instinct. We might not have seen that nung MPL Season 6, but ngayong MPL Season 7, Execration might bring out the killer in KLVJ.
Yeah, hopefully to bring up those stats, especially with KDA, game win rate, the first blood rate. But definitely, Execration are gonna look to just stick to the fact that they have one of the widest hero pools in this season. Well, we're gonna see if that's still gonna be true kasi nung Season 6, 46, their total hero pool, Itomax, Chaknu, Renjo, Kellera, and Zapnu. Count on these players to really show a little bit of more flexibility and diversity in their picks. Last season nga si Chaknu, doon natin nakikita na, okay, 80% na adun pa rin yung playmaking, thank God, nakilala natin. But then from time to time, we saw him try out something different. Season 6, na-plant na yung seeds eh. Season 7, maybe this time, we'll see it grow and they'll reap the rewards.
Now, itong dalawang koponan, it's Redemption and Rising.
Wow.
Now, This head-to-head is brought to you by Oppo A94. Experience gaming at full speed with Oppo A94. Available starting March 26 in Oppo concept stores, retail partners, and e-com platforms. Pag-usapan natin itong dalawang koponan na ito, Execration versus Smart Omega. Yung isa, they were on the brink, napaka-close na nila na masungkit ang kampyonato. Ito naman, they want to rise to the top. Ano nga ba ang susi para sa dalawang koponan?
Oh man, Omega Esports, they kind of need to just stick to their code for sure. But, katulad ng pinag-usapan natin sa pre-show, they have to bring the monster din. Hindi lang puro machine. We have to see some monster in them. Because I know, Execration, they're gonna take the fight to them. Execration are monsters. Ganun sila maglaro eh. They're crazy. And Omega Esports, kung masyado lang silang like calculated and calm, maybe hindi nila makalculate yung pagiging explosive ng Execration.
Ang tanong, who will be head and shoulders above the competition? Put your game face on and finally say goodbye to those awkward hashtag it's a GG moment thanks to Head and Shoulders. 100% dandruff-free and itch-free and now, mas mabango pa. Now, pinag-usapan natin ang mga manlalaro.
In the MPL
casting for quite a long time for si Pacbet, so we can see a lot of analysis from this guy. Ang tanong ay, kaya ba niya makipagsabayan dun sa sanay naman mag-coach? Kasi it's one thing to know the game, it's also one thing to know how to coach a team.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of teams, meron tayong mga manlalaro na definitely to watch out for. These featured players will do all they can para hindi maging GG. Bring your clay game with Master. Sekreto ng mga gwapo, dalawang gwapo na key players. Umpisahan muna natin kay Hajizi. Etong si Hajizi, yan, kontra kay Renzo. Si Hajizi, gusto niyang itatak yung kanyang place as one of the best players in the league. Sa tingin niyo ba, kaya niyang i-continue yung kanyang strong performance dito sa Season 7?
Absolutely. I think Hajizi, tapos na yung face ng Rising Star. Now he has to defend his moniker as the KDA machine. And you can see, sobrang layo ng average KDA nila just because of how he plays. Hindi lang siya careful, calculated din siya maglaro. Kasi nakakuha pa rin siya ng kills and assists. That means na hindi lang siya hindi nagpapapatay, but also he gets to the fights in much better fashion para din naman makatulong sa Omega Esports squad.
Yeah, we saw the laning formation there. It was actually Zapnu's face showing up there. But again, we were able to confirm already na maglalaro nga si Kel VJ. But if ever Kel VJ maybe decided to sit out once again last minute, then Zapnu most likely will be the one taking up his spot dun sa jungle.
Napag-usapan naman natin yung laning formation. Sa tingin niyo ba may magbabago simula ngayon Season 7?
Yeah, we might see a lot of differences sa Omega Esports. Na-mention ko kanina all about shifting roles. And I've seen kasi yung Omega Esports before MPL season started, nung off-season, some of their tournaments na actually ay nag-second place din sila. They also swapped roles. Minsan nandiyan si Heath, nandiyan si Kurt as a support. Sometimes nasa side lane. So we won't know. If you're asking me about it, will there be changes? I'm sure there will be changes sa Omega Esports.
Yeah, Omega has to change a little bit. And then for Execration, maybe if they're monsters, if they're spontaneous, they need to be a little bit more textbook and fundamental, katulad lang ng Omega.
Yeah.
Napag-usapan na natin ang bawat koponan. Oras na para masaksihan ang kanilang galing. Ito na ang unang matchup natin, Omega versus Execration. Kilalanin na natin ang ating mga casters, mga sikretong casters na sobrang gwapo. Pasok!
The stage is set. All eyes are on the 7,107 islands of the Philippines, the home of the world champions. Mabuhay and welcome. What an honor it is to be opening up the show. My name is Rockhart. Oh no, that's you. You're Rockhart.
Hey, that's me.
I'm Leo. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to MPL Philippines Season 7.
And it's going to be a blast. What a great opening here. We have Execration versus Omega. Again, a lot of new faces, but the essence is still the same.
But before we move on, ladies and gentlemen, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. That's Smart. Free to game, great with Smart, free games for all. As well, MPL Philippines Season 7 is under the supervision and regulation of the Games and Amusement Board. Before we get right into the game, gotta acknowledge the in-depth and well-thought-out discussion by our panel once more, welcoming Mara Aquino to the MPL Broadcasters family, as well joined by Wolf and Reptar. Rockhart, any specific points that you'd like to bring up and talk about before we get into this matchup, Omega versus Execration?
So first, I think we have to look at what Omega's gonna look like under a new leadership under Why Not. Again, Dale DeLuz had his own way of running the team, and it landed them a second place finish last season. Also, they had a great run on M2, cut short, again, brought home by Brand Esports. So I'm really wondering, is Why Not the secret to Omega finally getting the top spot this season?
To be fair, Coach, Why Not was with Omega over there in Singapore at M2, and yeah, to be called the 6th best team in the world for Mobile Legends in 2020, that's not at all a bad deal. But let's talk about the other side here. Those who are out on the rise, led now by the king, Kiel VJ, who, as per reports, suffered a mild but significantly bothersome accident just last night, but we have gotten reports that he is indeed going to play.
That's right, pushing through. What a champ this guy is. Some people might say he might not be 100% right now, but if the guy wants to play, you gotta give it. You gotta give it to him.
The king, as we all know, has been one of the best core players in the league for the past, 2 years? And it's been ridiculous, and it's only a matter of time before we find out what's going to go down. I have a question, though. Rockhart, who do you think will make smart choices in the draft? Catch it next, coming up real soon, brought to you by Smart. Free to game, great with Smart. Free games for all. Here we go. Game number 1 is afoot. The draft is upon us. Omega Esports on the play. Execration going to be answering back. That's the Benedetta taken out by Omega and the Selena by Execration.
To be honest, I was not surprised by these. I think a bit more surprised by the Vendetta. I'm surprised that they are still giving a lot of emphasis despite a very major nerf to this guy.
Honestly, I think as a Benedetta player, especially at this level, those nerfs on her cooldowns, if you play it right, you won't even notice, and I think that's what Omega is doing. Now, eyes into the Execration boot camp. I can feel the energy. It's like nothing happened at all to Kiel, who is over to the right corner. There you go, right next to Renzio, who, by the way, was with him when they were in Sunsparks just a couple of seasons ago. Back-to-back champions.
Yeah, both of these guys have championships under their belts. If you guys didn't catch Renzio playing, you really missed out a lot. Because he is not that 6-man who just really waits for someone to kind of, not want to play before he gets in. This is the guy who's the biggest tool. When with Sunsparks and with Aura.
The best tool.
The best tool.
Yeah, not.
Thank you for that.
The best tool for the job.
The best tool for the job.
There you go.
It's like a Swiss knife guy.
Yeah.
Right? He's there when you need him, and he makes a big impact.
For sure, you need a fighter, you need a marksman. Renzio got ya from the side lanes. Back to the bands here. Omega Esports taking out Sylvana and Jawhead, two very, very prominent tanks in the recent metagame going into this new world after that patch just earlier this week. I'm wondering if Sylvana, despite having her relative sustainability lessened, now having a more magical focus. Rockhart, how do you think that's going to be playing out in the next few weeks here in the MPL?
Well, we're going to have to really go down and drill down on Sylvana's magic abilities, and despite contrary to how she was played in the past, where she can go early. Right now, the Sylvana of today will have to play in a later game.
Yep, and I guess when it comes to the tanks, what they're really there for are activating your junglers, activating your core players. And here, eyes on Execration, that's no doubt gonna have to be Kiel VJ. Again, a champion, a true soldier, a trooper, fighting through thick and thin, whatever happens. Execration, I would not want anyone else by my side. So the king here, having his hero banned out, it's their choice. It's the Yu Sun Shin. He actually has a history of playing Claude, Harith, and Ling in recent times during the offseason. What kind of cores do you think are going to be coming into play here, especially after the Matilda pick by Omega Esports?
First of all, Matilda has a great synergy with a lot of tanks, so that's probably going to be the main priority. We still haven't seen any Jawhead bans, any Cho bans.
Jawhead's out?
Oh, Jawhead's out. All right.
Cho's out there too. Cho's ready. Choke can be played.
Yeah, exactly. I really want to see that.
Choknu. Chaknu.
Choknu. Okay, alright, I see what you got there. Paquito, though, I was expecting this maybe on the later parts of the draft, but not on first rotation.
It's a priority. It's a priority. That's going to be the Paquito and Claude by Execration. Now, this Claude, Rockart, what I like about this Claude is he could go both ways. Could go onto Kelra's hands, coming from the safe lane, but as well could be played by the king, Kiel VJ. 2 picks for Omega Esports. You know what's crazy? We talked about the Matilda just a minute ago. She could be played as a tank as well.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, more so this time
more
around.
Of the, not really like a solid tank, more of an off tank where you can absorb some hits because of your shielding.
She gets shields.
And then you can just try to back off right away.
Yeah, and this time around, she has better wave clear.
Yes.
Because of the
changes.
Quote unquote, you guys can't see me, nerf on her wisps.
Right. I mean, it's going to be less focused onto heroes, a little bit more onto making some clear available to this hero, which is great. Now, the power of Execration is they do have 2 guys who can switch up right off a whim.
Very flexible picks. Super flexible.
Picks. Like, who knows if KLVJ wants the Claude. If Kelra wants the Claude, he's going to take it. He's been known to be really aggressive with these.
And Renzio could play the Paquito as well if it comes down to it.
Oh boy.
But right here, right now, it's Omega Esports locking in all the magic damage that they could muster. Like, if they pick one more magic hero, Athena's shield everywhere. Execration, right?
They're so smart. Their intelligence is going to be... They're all mages, man.
That's what's going to happen.
They're all mages.
Harley and Alice picked up by Omega Esports. Execration going to be closing up this first phase in the draft with a Lunox. Lunox on the up and up. I like the stock that people are putting into this hero.
I mean, not only is it a great hero to control the lanes around the middle, it can also be thrown around on the sides, which can accumulate a great deal of damage if he can ramp up strong.
And I'm loving what Execration has done. I mean, bar the bans, sans the bans. See what I'm doing here?
Yeah. I see what
Their first 3 picks are all flex. That could be an off-lane Paquito, could be a gold lane Claude, could even be a gold lane Lunox.
That's amazing.
Right?
That's amazing, man. And that is one of the powers of Execration. Say what you will about maybe they don't have as many analysts. They don't have a big, shiny building to their name.
They kind of do.
Okay.
In the South, they kind of do.
A little bit. That's a different one, though. I don't think they stay there. But but what they have is grit. Is street smarts, which is what they're doing here. They're fully utilizing the flexibility of their players and throwing a big wrench into the works of Omega Esports' machine.
Yeah, I think they're aware that Coach Why Not, his focus is less on the in-game, so the players are left to draft a little bit more. There's a little bit
go
more
ahead,
freedom.
guys, you got this.
Yeah,
you got this.
So I think that's what Pakbet is playing on, like, let's play the mind games. Psych them out, right? Going into the bans here, Execration taking out Lapu Lapu, while Omega Esports takes out the Esmeralda, which just boggles my mind. Rockart, how did we get into the second phase of banning with Esmeralda out in the wild like that?
I actually am a little confused by that. I mean, what came into the minds of these drafters? Why not, man? Must be pretty happy that it didn't get picked up though.
Yeah.
On the first rotation, that was a big risk. If it got picked up, it's gonna give the Alice a hard time on the lane. And actually, it's going to counter some of the picks that will be possibly picked up as well. Some of the strongest laners, some Yu Zhong picks. A lot of the big tanky offlaners gonna get counted out.
You're right. All of these other big ticket heroes, again, Yu Zhong still out there, Baksha still out there. There's so many choices. Cho had to wait for the second phase.
Oh my god.
What is this world we live in? Again, there was a recent patch earlier this week, and despite it mostly being little number tweaks, and of course a huge change on to the Litho Wanderer, it looks like just these teams, especially the coaches, the minds behind the players, they're on something else.
It's pretty big, right? It's these map changes are going to be... We're going to see these play out later on. And I'm actually most excited about the Litho Wanderer, how the teams are going to play around that, because we haven't seen anyone else play around it yet. At least locally. So I want to see what's going to be the decision-making process behind the teams prioritizing those heroes.
Execration here after the Hilda ban will now pick up one more before hiding
Oh.
that last pick. Again, the power of being red side here. That's a Tigreal. So again, they're revealing their cards now. Tigreal, obviously a tank. Pakito gonna go into the off lane.
Yep. And that's something that kind of makes it kind of lessen the stress on the Why Not.
Of
man.
course.
You don't want Why Not to lose more hair than he already has
can't.
because he literally can't
Yes.
out of stress. But he could if he was like if this wasn't clear cut yet.
No.
Fifth pick is gonna be big, right? So right now Execration they're doing pretty well on the draft considering where they are. And again, KLVJ seems to be still on the up and up.
Oh,
we
yeah.
still don't know what he's gonna pick
yeah.
here.
Oh yeah, the healing factor on this young man. Somebody check if he's a mutant.
Someone, yeah.
Jokes
back.
aside. Omega Esports, there you go, Rockhart. We talked about this. It's going to be the Yuzhong. And speak of the devil, it's a Valier. Now, in the offseason, we have seen Valiers and Matildas played as tanks. So it's very possible.
Yeah.
It's very possible. Now, I love how Omega, our pre-game discussion talked about this, spontaneity. The ability to pick up these out of left field strategies.
Which is something that I think they didn't really have last season as
Not much.
Dale, when he had a plan, he goes for the plan, yo.
Stick to
And
it.
He sticks to it. It nets some pretty good results, but again, it's not as good a win rate to get you the World Championship, not a good a win rate to get you the Season 6 Championship, but maybe this time around, this unique kind of way approaching strategy might work differently.
Yeah, Omega Esports, consider them unleashed. The blueprint of the architect no longer keeping them bound. Execration, their last pickup here, gonna be the Baksha. Now, before we saw the Baksha, I was gonna say, Rockhart, Execration's draft, despite locking the Tigreal in at slot 4, was still pretty open. You could have picked up another jungler, you could have picked up a different side laner, but yeah, locking it in, that's going to be the Baksha, which is going into the side, and this looks like what the final lineup for each side is like. 5-on-5, Omega Esports, Execration. Rockhart, gotta ask you, man, which lineup are you favoring? Because Omega Esports, I'm a fan of these, like, extra lineups, you know? Like, I love the possibility of a tank Matilda or tank Valier.
I really like what Execration is doing here, because 4 mages, you gotta give me something good here before I can believe it.
With a Harley too.
With a Harley on the jungle. So let's load up into the game, and this is the first of Season 7.
Here we go. Execration versus Omega Esports. Despite the nail biter question, will the king play? We find him now, his first game in the MPL with a new kingdom, a new army.
A new army to command. There you go. That was a great one, man. So going into this one, as we said earlier, this Lunox can flex all the way through, but again, will be controlling the mid lane area. Priority over that Leaf of Wander going to be going over to Omega for now.
Again, a lot of people speculated that in the early game, the first clash might happen at first, but Execration showing great discipline.
Yeah.
Execration showing it's not our fight, so we won't force it. Hayes here on the Valier. That's going to be a support Valier, position 4. A lot of local players would call. While Heath, there you go, Speak of the Devil, plays the tank Matilda. Now, Kelra going 1v1 against Toshi. How do you feel about this matchup? The Alice versus the Baksha.
I mean, Kelra is gonna have a great time here. Not only does he clear waves very quickly, he can rotate really quickly as well. Compared to an early game, Alice, he's going to be able to do a lot more.
Yeah, and right now, here we go. Kelra rolling in, pushing Heath right out as Execration tries to secure their own purple buff. KLVJ struggling to keep it. He does have the orange, a little low. Health, less than half E2 and KLVJ is. Finally secures it, gets the health. Rockhart, up top, it's going to be the Pakito versus the Yuzhong. Again, I love how it looks like a 1-3-1 all over again.
Yeah, 1-3-1 is a great way, great place to be at. It results in a lot of fights, right? Because if you got a lot of people grouped up, the tendency is you want to go.
Yeah.
You want to go. You see someone alone, you see 2 people alone, you want to go.
Yeah.
But for the meantime, though, again, they're still playing it a little bit more, I would say a little bit more controlled than I want them to. Especially Execration, because I was expecting them to really pop off.
Yeah, here we go. Chaknu going to be using here the Cyclone Eye, catches a deadly Magix right from Hajizi. Then go for the first turtle here. 2 minutes, 20 seconds in. Heath pops the Wisps. Chaknu looking low. Here we go. That's going to be the Black Dragon form by Curtizi. Hajizi secures the turtle. KLVJ looking low. Heath on his tail. There's a few Wisps coming out. KLVJ suffers first blood. The machine gets his prey. And Chaknu recalls out of there.
And there you go, Omega, the controlled way of playing it actually is winning them the game. Execration, they're trying to be chaotic, but they are doing it at the wrong moments. That should not have been an execution for Execration.
Crazy. The juxtaposition, the oxymoron and poetic way that this game is playing out. Execration, their draft was super controlled. Omega was a little crazier.
Yeah.
This time it's Omega, super disciplined. They didn't lose that character. Of course, they lost Dale along the way, but they're still the Omega we know.
Yeah, I mean, Why Not he's doing his own twist on the team, but this is definitely the same players we've known and loved last season.
Why Not himself having some pro experience? He knows what it's like to be on the land of Dawn.
Absolutely.
Yeah. He knows what it's like to be on the land of Dawn, so I don't doubt that he may have been one of the few who cooked this up. Hajizi picks up his jungle item right here. That's going to stack up some creeps, get him some magic damage along the way. Again, 3 minutes, 45 seconds in, just one kill, putting Omega up by about 1,500 gold ahead.
Yeah.
Where might the next fight happen? Here we go. Heath finds some wisps onto KLVJ. That is some just perfect targeting. He's able to put all the wisps on a single hero.
Right on the docket and nasty damage. I just want to highlight how Heath is now the guy who is on this mage. When normally you would see him just on some solid tanks, you expect him on the Hilda, you expect him on the Jawhead, you don't expect him on the Mathilda.
But here we go. Chaknu gonna be another target here. Deadly Magic placed in, circling Eagle. Chaknu survives! Not enough damage placed onto him. Keldra pops the Puissance here, just pushing back all 4 members of Omega as they go for the second turtle of the game. Etomax laying a few Chaos Bolts down. This is justice. Toshi not ready just yet. This is a late game hero if I've ever seen one. That's the second turtle, 100% take rate for Omega.
Yeah, contrary to what I said though, I mean, he still kind of plays it like a tank.
Yeah?
He's the guy who's diving right now.
Yeah.
And speaking of dives, we're about to see a big one.
Here we go, Kelra. Too much to protect yourself against 4. There's a mirror move by Execration, but it might be 2 or 3 steps behind because Toshi knows. Toshi is aware that there's 2 up there. How funny is that? It's Renzio and KLVJ. These 2 know each other so well, but there's just not enough on them to chase an Alice that deep. KLVJ cutting the waves, cutting right into the box. Circling Eagle by Heath, catches KLVJ. Oh, and they disengage.
Seriously, loving the aggression from Heath here, but also at the same time, Jeezy and Haze, they're oriented. They know that when Heath makes the call, they have to do it.
Yep. Oh, but wait, this is the call by Curtizi. He says Black Dragon form right now. Chaknu, implosion right in, gets knocked out by Hajizi. There's a Puissance by Kelra, but they know to keep underneath the turret, which now, by the way, deals more damage, and they disengage. Rock hard, 75% every tick. More and more and more. Renzio's running.
That was huge, actually. That was really funny. Curtizi went in there with full HP, and after 3 tower hits, he had to go and get back home.
Yep.
That was that's just what happens right now when you tower dive and when you do it incorrectly.
Kelra gets hit by the Deadly Magics. Etomax. Oh, KLVJ off-cam kill onto Curtizi. Again, you were just talking about how
Nasty.
the turret had his way with Curtizi, and now Kiel just finishes the job. Down bottom, they left the wave in mid. Chaknu just playing the way Chaknu does. Just Chak Mamba just waiting in the bushes here.
Yeah, just go ahead and make some chaos on the map. Make him wonder, where am I going to be coming from?
Yeah, where's Joshua? Where's
Joshua? Where's this guy who just so awkward on interviews? I don't want to interview him. So, so right now the turtle is going to be the big one here. 2,000 gold still ahead for Omega is exactly where they should be. I would say they should be even more ahead. That's what it feels like.
Yeah, but I think Execration has just been playing the map well. Look at this, Rockhart. They're able to push up top, relatively so, by just having Renzio help KLVJ. But hold up, big fight breaking out here in the Turtle Pit. Hayes at half health. There's a circling eagle by Heath. But there's no damage in the backlines. Here comes Curtizi with a Black Jacket farm. Blazing duet placed in by KLVJ. Heath puts up a shield, survives just a little bit more. Renzio gonna get knocked out here. Hajizi gets it. Killing spree. The machine is yet to go down. 3-0-1. It's a messy fight, but nonetheless, Omega still gets away, I think, scot-free.
That was absolutely worth it for Execration. Itomax got the turtle buff.
That's one.
With only just one guy to pay for it.
They're still in it, I guess.
They're still in this, man. They got some damage for the mid game, unless Itomax goes down here.
Ooh! Saving himself
So
from
close.
the deadly magics. Pops the brilliance. Man, this guy, I love Etomax. I love how much he's grown through the years, and now playing more of a captain role for Execration. He is on point. He hasn't died yet, so I guess using that in pure rage, he's just waiting to be able to pop out. Again, as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, he does have the turtle buff. Right now, I feel like Curtizi is struggling. He's calling for Heath, man. Renzio, he just won't die.
Yeah.
Renzio just won't go down once for sure, but
Doing his job, man.
It's just so hard for me to take this turret. Help me out, Heath.
That's right. Again, you got some more toughness when you're near a turret, but looks like he's going to have to concede that. Curtizi and Heath just making some good pressure against a Paquito. That's something that's a little bit difficult to pull off.
We are about 40 seconds away from Lord Etomax. Taken quite a few hits. He doesn't have the ult here to save him. Kelra gonna be the recipient of a deadly magic, but will survive nonetheless. Popping the Paisans on the way out. That's Toshi throwing out the flow. This turret in mid is standing strong still despite the amount of pressure Omega is placing. Rockar, I'd say maybe what? 3 out of 4 fights that happened in this game 9 minutes in, a lot of them happened like towards this area in mid.
You know what? Hear me out. I feel like if you're ahead only by 3,000 against a lineup that has a Claude, you're actually behind.
You're in trouble.
You're gonna be in trouble after like 5 more minutes. 'Cause
Yep.
He's gonna get those items and it's gonna hurt.
Ooh, Hayes survives, but just for a few more seconds because KLVJ put down enough damage as a trade.
1 for 1.
Hayes for Etomax. 4 for 4. That's a support for a support. Now KLVJ back to farming up. I think the next thing for Omega here is to pressure this turret. A little bit more of a choke for KLVJ. Make sure he doesn't have as much room to move around. Oh, we're looking for a move. I think Exa makes the call. Not worth it, guys. Back out.
Not worth it. Omega as well. We don't need that big lure. We don't need the level 2 Luminous. Let's go ahead. Execration will not expect this. And that lure is actually going down real quick.
Right here, right now, Chakno gonna be surviving a Deadly Magics. Again, very low success rate of kills by Hajizi. From that ult alone, now Hajizi gonna go down, KLVJ going into the back. That's a blazing duet. And there's a circling eel by Heath getting knocked up. Hayes gets Renzio, but Etomax takes down Heath in response. 3 for 1 currently. Execration is winning this exchange. Toshi the only one left, and Kelra pushes him back. Execration steals the Lord from right underneath Omega's noses.
What I tell you, Leo, what I tell you. You're ahead by 3,000. That doesn't matter as much at this state of the game. You've got KLVJ. You got the King with the items that he needs. Look at that. Demon Hunter Sword, Golden Staff already on the way to the defensive that you need for that third slot.
Bow down. He's about to get his Athena's shield.
You gotta bow down, man.
He's about to get his Athena's shield. And was that a choke? Yeah, successful choke here by Execration.
Beautiful.
Taking the purple away from Hajizi. Now amuse me with this thought, Rockhart, Omega Esports. If they defend this Lord Shore successfully, that's one. But another, I'm guessing, is the Harley's fallen off. The Harley's deadline, the Harley's expiration date is nearing.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see this Harley viable for maybe 3 more minutes.
3 more minutes.
3 more minutes.
Worst case scenario.
Because after that, Athena's shield is up.
That's it.
Man.
Kill can tank even Deadly Magic.
Exactly.
Ooh.
There you go.
Trouble in paradise here for Omega. They had a very strong early game, but now in the late, now prepare to bow down to the King, the 2-time MPL champions. They're going to be going for the siege. He says all men at arms. They're pushing mid, they're pushing top. There's a nice fat wave down bottom prepping up as well. Here we go. That's going to be, Black Dragon form here by Curtizi pushing them back. This is still our base. A lot of damage being placed on the kill. He gets hit by the Deadly Magics. In mid, that's Chaknu trying to survive going into the bush here. Takes less than a few hits to survive from the Shah by Curtizi, and that's a successful defense by Omega.
Beautiful pickup here by Omega to go for the engagement. That's game sense by Curtizi. He knows that Execration, they're missing a few of those massive cooldowns. There's no big Blazing Duet to tank up, so he can make some disruptive plays. Hayes was actually the one taking aggro in the beginning of that match, or that fight. And it worked out very well. But they're only buying time here, Leo.
Yeah, it's crazy. To be honest, I have to add on another point to how Hayes and Heath are actually sharing the tank role between the Valier and the Valier and the Matilda. This is interesting again. It's all magic damage, but it's a gambit right now. Etumak's gonna survive once more, doing the same exact trick. Hajizi, he's frustrated. I can see it right now. He's gonna go right into his bush here, going right into his buff. Renzio smells blood, gonna use Cyclone Eye, chase the little boy. He has a space escape. Don't do it. Now they push up top. They push mid as well. Execration, they get denied the penetration, but just for a minute or so. And right now they're going for a chase. Oh, finally Renzio gets it. But here we go. Curtisi gonna finish the job. Gonna shut down the king. That's gonna be 1-for-1 off camera almost. Omega needs to clean house.
I mean, that's not bad at all for Omega. They got the job done with KelVJ's the assassination, but the Royal Guard, they're still alive, man. And they are kicking hard. Right now, Execration 3,000 gold ahead. This is a dangerous spot for Omega to be in.
Yeah. Again, Omega, what's their last resort here? What can they rely on? I guess Curtisi and Toshi diving in?
Exactly.
On to Kiel. They have to catch Kiel.
The problem with that is you also got to worry about Itomax, who nullifies deadly magic all by himself anyway. And if you don't take notice of this guy, he's gonna deal some massive damage with Chaos Bolts, with the Darkening. So, I don't know. You got to split your eyes here a little bit when you're fighting against Execration.
Yep, not a good spot to be. Again, Omega, they lost their window at this point. They owned, what, the first 8-9 minutes? And then as soon as Kiel figured out his groove, he understood that it's my time, I'm ready. Yeah. Now he has all items, all 6 in, man. All 6 in. Athena's Shield, Queen's Wings. He can take even hits from Curtisi at this point.
And which is saying something. Again, that's the reason why you pick up the Yu Zhong. You want him to be able to be disruptive to the main carry of the enemy. But at this point, Curtisi's going to have to think twice when he hits that ultimate.
Yep. It has to matter right then and there. If not, it's going to be another minute or so before you can take on Execration. And right now, you don't have that time. As Omega, time is not on your side.
Absolutely. Especially right now that KelVJ can probably whittle down this Lord really quickly. And Omega is in no position to counter this at all.
Oh, Heath is in trouble. He does have an immortality. They're going to be popping it. Execration has to let go of the Lord. But for just this time around, Heath uses the Circling Eagle, but only once more as a last resort, trying to CC his way out of there. Maybe a dash out. But right now, Execration, again, back to the task at hand. Lord, this is a Luminous Lord they're going for this time, 15 minutes in.
It was really funny what Heath was trying to do there. He's playing like a tank, and you can do that in the early game. But at this point, you can't.
Oh, here we go. They sense it. Black Dragon form. Gerdizi's looking low. He is going to survive, but only for just a second more. And there's the Blazing Duet. Chaknu goes down. They're going to be trading out. Toshi taken down by Kelra. Hajizi's still in this. The machine gets shut down himself. The switch has been flicked. Hayes is the only one left, but only with, that's it, the wipeout. KelVJ, the king, finishes the game here. Execration takes game 1.
Is this the guy that looks like he's less than 100%? I do not think so.
Congratulations, Execration. Very last minute headlines just to stir the pot a little. Despite that, they go ahead and take the win, not more than, what, 16, 17 minutes.
That is, that's a big contrast to what we usually say about Execration. Magic number, 18 minutes. We didn't even get near that.
Wow. I actually thought that at 9 to 10 minutes, Omega just needed to push through. Omega just needed to find Kiel just that much sooner. But I guess Kiel just knows. Kiel, again, is a world championship player as well. He has played in M1.
Yeah, exactly. He's got championships locally, and of course, he also fight internationally. And this guy, apparently, a rampaging bed cannot stop this guy at all.
Nuh-uh. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to throw it over to our analysts. But for now, The winning moment, that one-on-one with the base by KLVJ is brought to you by Oppo A9 IV. Experience gaming at full speed with Oppo A9 IV. Available starting March 26th in Oppo concept stores, retail partners, and e-com platforms. Rockhart, what a way to start Season 7.
What a way to start it, and the story is only getting spicier coming into this one. Supposedly less than 100% KLVJ, ripping through the opposition against a team like Omega is something that you don't see every day.
Again, a lot of people say this is the strongest Execration just yet, and what a way to start that statement and make it more true. We're going to be throwing over to our analyst. It's midnight breaking down this game number 1 in a best of 3, Execration versus Omega. Leo and Rockhart at your service. We'll be seeing you guys in just a bit. You are watching MPL Philippines Season 7.
Thank you so much, casters. Hindi kinaya ng Kama ang hari natin and hindi rin kinaya ng Omega ang Execration. Welcome to the Analyst Desk. My name is Midnight and pag-usapan natin ano ba yung mga naging key factors dito para sa victory ng Execration. 1, full mages lineup ang Omega. They're easily countered by Athena Shield, even the Queen Swings on the Paquito. Kasi napakadali lang talaga i-reduce ng damage output ng Omega. All you need to do is just sustain the early game and go for the late game. You just need to have enough HPs to survive the fights and not let Omega take objectives. Tama yung mga sinabi ng ating mga casters. Late game, alam mo na Execration ng lamang na lamang dahil nasa kanila lahat ng damage output. Omega, meanwhile, had the early game control. They had the early game advantage. They have enough damage naman to take objectives. Problem is, they weren't able to do so. After the first 4 minutes, isang tore lang yung napabagsak nila, and that is why it came to that point where Execration won the late game. Now, the following post-game statistics are brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. Papakita natin sa inyo yung items tsaka stats ng mga players natin dito. Again, key things to take note, no, yung itemization dito ng Execration. Kelra and Chaknu first built the Athena Shield. Kasi countered talaga yung lineup ng Omega. You wouldn't have enough damage on the mid to late game because 4 heroes on your side are reduced heavily. Curtezy, siya na lang nagkaroon ng enough effectivity on the latter parts of the game, pero hindi naman siya kasi main damage dealer. The objective of Yuzong is to have team fight presence with your ultimate. Dagdag pa natin dyan yung mga hero nuances, no, ng Execration. You have Lunox that can easily dodge away the ultimate of the Harley. Paquito, very mobile, can catch easily off guard the heroes on the side of Omega, and yan yung mga dahilan bakit naging napakahirap talaga ng late game ng Omega dito against Execration. Now, we're about to witness the highlights here, brought to you again by Smart, official telco partner of MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. And just a bit makikita natin yung mga key moments dito, no, ng early game, mid game, and the late game. Kasi kailangan natin i-dissect kung bakit parang naging easy game ito for Execration. Kasi mararamdaman nyo na parang early game mas malakas talaga ang Omega. Pero pagkakuha ni KLVJ na kanyang DHS by 725, hindi na talaga nakalaban ang Omega. Ngayon papakita natin sa inyo yung highlights ng ating game from the early stages of the game, guys. Makikita nyo rito, no, na kaya naman talaga. The first turtle was taken by Omega. Napakaganda ng box establishment ni Curtezy rito with the Yuzong. Zoning out Kelra and the Claude. Hindi talaga basta-basta nakakapasok yung heroes ng Execration, no? Even though they have a Basha and a Tigreal, 2 heroes that can easily destroy the box, the presence of the Matilda in these fights makes it very, very hard for Execration to try and take out the heroes of Omega. Yung sustain and yung control na pinoprovide ng Matilda tsaka ni Valir is enough to dissuade Execration from fighting. Now, come the mid-game, makikita nyo yung kill score, 4-1, but both teams have 1 tower objectives. This means that Execration, hindi sila masyado natatakot kasi even though we're losing these fights, alam natin na mas late game yung lineup natin. We have better scaling damage, and in turn, we just have to delay the game. 9 minutes in, makikita natin Omega tried to take their final objective kasi feeling nila, okay, kailangan na natin yung kunin yung Lord kasi hindi tayo nakakakuha ng objective. By that time, 2K na lang yung kanilang gold lead, and si KLVJ, alam niya rito na, okay, kulang na damage output nyo, meron na kaming mga pang-counter sa magic damage, let's go for the team fight. And makikita niyo rito, no, yung
Lunox. He was bursted down by the Harley. Problem is, you can dodge the deadly magic with the Order of Brilliance. That's one factor na hindi naisip ni Hajizi. Might have thought of it, pero again, the Lunox is an easy pick against Harley kasi napakahirap talaga patayin ng Lunox if you are using the Harley. He can just easily dodge the ultimate away, and that is the reason why all heroes on the side of Execration felt very, very confident. And si KLBJ, sabi niya rito, okay, tapos na ang aking mga pananakit sa early game, tatapusin ko na yung game, and easily finishing out the turret of Omega Esports. Bakit mo nga naman paabutin ng 16 or 18 minutes kung kaya mo tapusin under 15? That is the first win of Execration. Now, the MVP of that game, this MVP is brought to you again by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL. Break through your own limits, rise above, and be free to game great with free games for all. Makikita natin dito sino ba yung naging standout for this game, and I highly think that it's the man that you are thinking as well, no? Yung performance ng mga players dito, key indicator that they are really, really doing fantastically well. And makikita natin yung MVP of that game. Of course, it is the King, KLBJ on the Claude with KDA of 525, 13,000 net worth, damage dealt of 59,063, and objective damage of 10,250. Very, very easy Claude game for the King. Farm lang tayo, kunin natin yung mga items natin, gather the net worth, and just make it easy for the team. Paabutin lang natin ng late game and hindi na makakalaban ng Omega, and those were the keys as to why Execration was able to take out Omega on that first game. Now, titignan natin yung mga adjustments, no? Marami kailangan ayusin actually ang Omega, from draft to itemization to rotation. Makikita ba natin yan on game 2, or will Execration close out the series? Casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Midnight. Leo and Rockhart at your service once more. We're just waiting for game number 2 between Execration and Omega Esports. Rockhart, the King, didn't seem like nothing was off at all.
At all. Man, I feel like that's just the biggest story here is this guy is playing at like optimal level still, despite a very, very strange and ill-timed bed-ish.
Yeah, never skipped
issue
the beat.
with furniture.
Never skipped the beat. That's what it seemed like. Never skipped the beat.
No beat skipped at all, and I'm excited to see what's going to happen here in Game 2.
Yep, I got a question to ask you though. Who do you think will make smart choices in the draft? Game 2 about to begin. Catch it next. Brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart free games for all. Again, it was an interesting draft for Execration early on. They were on the draw. They were answering back. Now they're on the play. They take out the Natalia. Omega Esports, should they take out the Claude?
I mean, that's just a great point. I think I would want to remove the Claude, but at the same time, what do you leave open? I think I want to see, obviously you want to see Lancelot somewhere at some point.
Oh yeah, he was untouched in the patch.
Yeah, exactly. So
still
the
strong.
power's still there.
Yeah.
It's just a question of whether or not KLVJ is going to be willing to go for it, or whether or not Pakbates is going to allow it for this guy. But we also have to remember, Hajizi plays a mean Lancelot. Right now, his Ling is forgotten because everyone basically in this patch forgot Ling.
Yeah, I think it's more of a mass just exodus from Ling.
A consensus for everyone that, guys, nobody touches Ling, all right?
Yes.
No bans, no picks.
Not a good time.
Not a good time for him at all. But other than that, Hajizi's great on Roger. He's great on Lancelot. So I'm wondering, when will Omega start picking these heroes up?
Yeah, he does have a solid Lancelot, a Claude himself. Yusun Shin, if he doesn't get banned out. We have seen him play Benedetta from the jungle, but that's also taken out by them. Specifically, Execration takes out the Paquito. Rockhart, Execration, they're now on the play, right? I'm thinking their first pick here is going to be another flex, just like they did even on the answer. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like that was what they're gonna be doing. I think that's gonna be the game plan for Execration.
Yeah.
Unlimited flex on first rotation, and it does kind of throw off a lot of teams, right? From history, when you flex once, it's okay. Flex twice, it's starting to become a mess. And a triple flex, like what we saw earlier, is something that's difficult to understand,
yeah,
or to counter.
Yeah, but I get what Execration was going for. Omega Esports as well, but on paper, Omega Esports, once you get past a certain time frame, again, wasn't even 12 minutes. That's where I usually draw the line for Harley lineups. It happened around 9. So there was trouble in paradise, obviously, when that happened for them. Omega Esports, they ban out the Selena. Execration here, thinking of their last ban before we go into picks. I'm guessing they should lock out another side laner.
Yeah, I think so. And a little bit to add on to what you just said. The lineup of Omega was 4 mage, which ideally, on the description of mages, they have a lot of skills that explode early on.
Yeah.
So they should have gotten so many kills.
Which they did. I think at some point we were sitting at 6-1.
Yeah.
Right?
But it just was not enough. It was like, it's just what's supposed to happen.
Yeah.
But nothing special happened for Omega. Like, they supposed, maybe in that lineup, it was supposed to be 12-1, but we only got 6-1. So what happened there?
It started to crumble, I think, at the point where Etomax stole the turtle. And then it went sideways from there.
Right, because Omega was still in control, basically, around the turtle area of the first turtle. But then again, after it got stolen, it's like, oh guys, oh my gosh, our spike just disappeared. That's what happened to Omega, or at least what it looked like. So I wonder if they're gonna try that again.
Yeah.
Because right now we're on the first pick.
Omega Esports does as we predicted, takes out the Claude. Execration, how will they answer back? Still out there, the Esmeralda. Dangerous. Jawhead as well, still out there.
Your team is picking.
Okay.
Ooh!
Okay, this looks familiar.
Still a good flex.
Did I hear Yi Sun-shin?
I'm guessing, yeah, because Yi Sun-shin is
There you go.
is not in the bans.
There you go.
You should pick up the Yi Sun-shin.
Absolutely, Hajizi.
There's the Jawhead.
I'm pretty sure he was so happy Yi Sun-shin did get banned out.
Yeah.
Now, is that a good start for Execration? That might have been a big mistake for me. You don't give this guy Yi Sun-shin. In
The
M2,
machine,
he
do not.
destroyed with Yi Sun-shin. In Season 6, almost purely Yi Sun-shin picks. So, what happened here with Exe? What's the decision making behind that?
Why did they allow the Yi Sun-shin? It's just a matter of time.
It's a mystery.
Just a matter of time before we find out. Execration now picks up the Baksha. A little more easy to read the draft this time around.
Yeah, for sure.
There is now a precedent, a whopping 1 game. Sarcasm, you can smell it. But again, despite that, what works, works. All right?
Yes.
This is Kelra's Baksha, if I'm not mistaken. Could be Renzio's.
Yeah.
As they swap out, because Kelra could play the Alice here.
That's the thing. It's already a bait. I mean, if you were Omega, that's what you have to assume. Knowing that Execration played it so well in Game 1, you kind of think, yeah, Kelra's probably going to pick it up again. But is that another mind game by Execration?
Yeah, the only real sure pick here, or sure placement, is the gold lane Alice.
Oh, for sure.
That's about it. So you can still switch up the support Matilda, tank Matilda, or even the tank Baksha. Omega Esports goes to a classic here.
Speaking
They're
of
going to be
tanks.
picking up the Uranus, obviously a side laner, but it's not on Kenji. Kenji's sitting out this time.
He's not here. Yeah, I mean, he's...
The triple cut Kenji.
What I was wondering as well, if you're going to draft a Uranus, Kenji's the guy who usually picks it up. Uranus and Angela, polar opposites. So I wonder if some of that knowledge got passed down here, and maybe Cortese's got some plans. Maybe Hayes wants to go back to tank. We heard rumors of that.
Yeah.
Preseason.
He did play tank for Brenny Sports for the longest time, but this time around, I have my reservations. I have doubts. This is definitely going to be a side lane Uranus.
Yeah,
going
absolutely
into the second phase of banning. Omega Esports goes first, takes out the Sylvana. I think Execration, they weren't even thinking about Sylvana.
Yeah, it was not on the radar at all, because they don't mind. They got some heroes that can kind of, dance out. And they do need probably one more tank, right? But it's not 100% yet.
Yeah.
Because, a Baksha can do that. An Alice at the late game is also one of the tankiest heroes you'll ever face. So they don't necessarily need a tank right away, especially like a Sylvana.
Yeah.
But I kind of get where you're coming from here. Magic damage seems to be king here, being prioritized by both of our teams here.
Yep. But that just makes Athena's Shield all the more a must-buy.
Yeah.
All the more a must-buy. Execration bans out the Lunox. They themselves know that Hayes or even Curtizi are no slouches when it comes to playing mages in the support role. So now the ball is back in Omega Esports' camp. That's going to be the Brody 8. This man right here also got nerfed.
Yeah, massive nerf actually. So it's still going to be a thing. I think Brody, for some players, the mindset that they've been playing for like a few months now is that if you don't ban Brody, it's gonna hurt. But that's not necessarily gonna be the case after that massive patch that we've seen against Brody.
Yeah. Something tells me Omega Esports should have banned out 2 junglers. That's the only thing missing from Execration for sure.
I know what you mean.
Right? It should be as so. I'm not sure how good KLVJ's Lancelot is these days, but it should be popping out. Again, if you're Lancelot here, you have the lockdown, you have the circling eagle. It's just a matter of layering. And again, Lancelot pops off at what, level 4?
Yeah.
And then you have the backup plan of the Alice.
It's also great against heroes like a Eudora.
And Yusen Shin.
And Yusen Shin. You can dive in on these heroes and you can dodge the big ticket skills. Especially against a Eudora. So there's no way to really lock him down aside from the Jawhead, which I think is 100% a Heath pick already.
Yep.
So Execration's got a lot to play with. If they don't pick Lancelot, they're going to pick someone else who can burst hard. Roger is a possibility, but Lance, come on, just do it. Oh!
The king don't play by nobody's rules.
No, yeah, I make my own rules. You guys not gonna pick the Ling? More for me.
Wow.
More for me.
All right.
And the Eve.
This shows,
I love it.
Shows a lot of cards on the side of Execration. Omega Esports, their goal, attack the purple buff. Choke KLVJ out. If that happens, 99% I'm sure Kel's gonna have a hard time. This is not gonna be a good time for the Ling.
Yeah, this is the perfect lineup to go for those buffs, right? You got the Mathilda, you got the Eve, and the Baksha to help you out.
But they also have the Joy on the other side.
It's a great counter. It's like a little bit of safety.
It's a push and pull.
Yeah, they can do their invades of their own. A little bit. But again, that's going to have to happen later because they are going full scaling here. Omega Esports, 2 of the most late game heroes you can think of, Hayabusa and the Yusen Shin.
Yeah.
Against Execration, who's going to fight a lot of scrappy fights in the early game.
Yeah. Omega Esports, they are lacking a bit on wave clear, though. They're great at isolating plays, but when it comes down to wave clearing, Curtizi has to do it the old-fashioned way. He has to hit the Ionic Edge on minions.
Yeah.
It's going to be miserable, but again, he can do what El Capitan Kenji does. He could go in and do a triple cut.
Yeah, the thing is that takes time.
Yeah.
It
At earliest, like, you can do that like 7-8 minutes.
Yes.
And that's pushing it.
That's a little difficult to do. We'll have to see if Omega can weather the early game storm of Execration coming into game number 2. Don't forget, we're 1-0 already. Should be big.
It's match point for Execration. Omega, they must be feeling the pressure in this best of 3. Welcome to the Land of Dawn once more. Execration, 1 game in. They just need another. Is it worth it to gamble this way? To pick up a Ling?
A Ling,
man. On day 1 of Season 7.
Exactly. If you guys have been following the patch notes, you'll know why Ling is just not favored by a lot of pro players recently.
Here we go.
So, here we go with the invades coming in from Heath. As I said, they can do it, and they are opting to go for it. Even Hajizi's joining them. How funny is that?
All right, interesting. I feel like Hajizi was pumping up and saving his retribution, and then he just threw it out. Do you think there was a miscommunication
That
there?
was a disconnect.
Right?
That's exactly what I was going to say.
It looked like a steal. It should have been a steal.
Should have been a steal. Easy steal, actually.
Yeah, clean.
Should have been thrown in the opposite direction, probably. Nearer to Hajizi. But they are going to lose out on that one. And KLVJ, the braiding room is real for the Ling. You got some moves. You got some room to move here because of that play.
And again, he keeps his purple. So he'll be going into the first turtle with a purple buff. At level 4. It's not a good look for Omega right now.
Omega,
even at minute 1.
That was a mistake that you don't usually see at all. That could be signaling something going on with comms for Omega. Again, Omega is currently running under the leadership of Heath right now. So they're definitely just following the shots of this guy.
Yeah, and I don't know what the shot was. I'm throwing it out. Don't engage and they just back out, I guess. That's going to be the Mountain Shocker checking in where folks are. Hajizi knows exactly where, and that's 4 from Omega positioning themselves near the turtle. The other 4 are going to be answering back by Execration. They're a little slow. They have to slowly approach. Etomax still not at level 4. That is Curtiz at level 4 already, so he could answer out. He could bait out a few and survive.
Yeah, the funny thing is Omega's playing like an early game team right now. They go for the fight.
Ooh, Etomax survives, but with just, what, 2 hits, basic hits, worth of health, and he has to go out to that at least technically a -1.
Exactly.
For this first turtle.
And that's Omega basically pushing where it hurts as well on the lineup of Execration. You pick an Eve, it does not have mobility.
Super duper
it is
stationary.
Such a stationary hero, and Omega knows this, and they are pushing where it hurts.
Glass Cannon, Chaknu here, trying to get out of dodge, surviving with about 3/4 of his health. Here we go. They can engage using the Cyclone Eye for an initiation. There's the real world manipulation placed in by Etomax, but he is a little bit exposed. That's the Yusen Shin. Hajizi taking his buff. There's a Tempest of Blades placed in by the King, but it's not enough. He loses 2 on the way. Chaknu and Etomax. There's the ejector, throwing him right into the back. Helra blinks right out of there. Flow out. Renzio, will he survive? He does. He's rolling out, pops the Puissance, and that's going to be 2 casualties for Omega. KLVJ going to be the recipient of a shadow kill. Circling Eagle. Toshi goes down. It's a trade. 1 for 2. Omega does not go with impunity.
What the heck happened there, man? Obviously, that Toshi was just doing with the play that he saw, with the information that he had, and the information was KLVJ was way off position. Prime for a hit, he went for the shadow kill, but was met with massive opposition. Big mistake there.
A little too deep. Yeah, a little too deep. There's the Mountain Shocker. Haji says, don't touch my jawhead. But that's going to be 1. Thunder's Wrath placed in. KLVJ trades out for Heath. 1 for 1. Slowly but surely, they're staying within the 1,000 gold range. Omega sending out 1 to defend in mid. Ooh, there's a Circling Eagle one more time. Hayes going to be the recipient of a Tempest of Blades. KLVJ calls Auri as they push in Etomax. Heath gets revenge on 2 Chaknu, but Etomax going to go down here. 2 for 1 so far. This is a very messy matchup. A little more action-packed compared to Game 1, if I may say.
Exactly. He calls the Audi, and they received a lot of ouchies. I thought that was exactly what you were going to say, but
you did.
You missed it.
You can have it.
So for the meantime, Omega definitely coming off strong here in the mid-game with a lot more pressure coming into the jungle. Take 2, they finally come up strong.
Yep, the mission is still the same. Take the purple away from the King, and right now, real world manipulation placed onto 1. It's focused onto Hayes. They get it. Kelra gets the kill. That's going to be the shadow kill, though, by Toshi, taking out Renzio. Here comes Kiel. Orange buff abound. Tempest of Blades right into the bush. There's Chaknu on for the backup, and he gets out scot-free. Didn't even need to use Finch Poise, and they're going to go for the second turtle. What is that? 1 for 1.
That was great. Not only was it a 1 for 1, but it was also a trade of map control. And Execration, they will get that turtle buff, but can they keep it?
Here we go, KLVJ. Oh, he survives. Misses a few smart missiles, and he survives. He survives. That's 1. It's actually Heath who goes down. Curtiz and Hayes here. They're waiting for Hajizi. Here we go. That's the stun. There's a Thunder's Wrath. Renzio pops the Puissance. He's gonna survive here. He's gonna back out, and just like that, they can't find the revenge kill. Omega, Rockhard, I feel the frustration.
Yeah, because this is clutch. Execration is playing so clutch right now, putting a wrench again in the plans of Omega. What's supposed to be a kill turns out to be a big disappointment. And despite only losing a little bit in that trade, Omega must be like so emotionally drained right now.
Yep, they're saying, hey, you picked a Ling, you picked an Eve. Why is it so hard to fight back?
Exactly.
Why is it so hard to pin you down?
This should be easy, says Omega.
Yeah, Renzio here is in trouble. They send a 3-man kill squad. There's a Thunder's Wrath. KLVJ here to the rescue. Tempest of Blades onto Heath. Oh, he flickers out. He survives. That's 4 on to the King. The turret stands tall. Chakno again coming in. Back for some backup. Don't touch my core. Don't touch that King. He says the Jester is on his way. He's pull in doubles here. He's also like the muscle.
Yeah, Chak Newman playing as the good support that he is, bailing everyone out whenever he can. He wasn't even needing that last one, but in the previous engagement, he was big. Now, in the mid lane, here comes Omega.
Oh, ejector onto Kelra, gets stunned. Finished up by Hajizi. Renzio trying to pull some diversion underneath, saving this mid lane turret. KLVJ pops in. Real world manipulation. Perfect placement by Etumax. The artillery is here. Damage rain down onto Heath. They have to disengage here. It's not a good look. Hold up. That's what? At least 2 members of Execration at less than half health. Would be a great shadow kill by Toshi. It's on cooldown though. They changed their priorities. Let's go for the turtle. KLVJ takes his purple.
Finally though, Hajizi gets that turtle buff.
That's 2 for 1 now.
Which is, yeah, exactly. Which is exactly what you need. You should be able to get 100%. But right now he's at 66 and he's definitely not as dominant as he usually is on the Yi Sun-shin, like what we saw way before. He usually gets already rolling at around 6 or 7, but right now, they're at even.
5k on the Yi Sun-shin, building up to his Blade of Despair. Heath ejects out Chaknu. Chaknu plays a few wisps, clearing out the wave, and Toshi's in trouble. Toshi, gonna be hard for you to survive this, my friend. Taken down 2v1. Interesting. He was in no man's land. He was deep in enemy territory. Heat the only one down here. What's he think he can achieve here? This is not a good look for the Jawhead.
Yeah.
I think he's playing diversion. There's 2 more members of Omega coming down here, and it's a false engage. We're waiting here for a real decision to be made. But so far, Omega, it looks like they gave Kelra time to respond. Look at this. They're coming in. There's the flow. There's KLVJ coming in. Jumping in from the bottom. Renzio, Curtizi, gonna be backing out of here. I think he did pop the consecration. Oh, there's the ejector. The unstoppable force. They back out. Renzio, he's low. KLVJ going in.
They can go.
Where is? Oh, there's the real world manipulation, but it's too late. Kelra bites it. That's a shadow kill by Toshi. And that's 1 down from Execration. That was what? 30 seconds of just push and pull.
Exactly.
And eventually, Omega got it.
That's exactly the term I was going to say. Literally pushing and pulling here for both of our teams. But obviously, Execration, the lack of mobility for their mage is really putting a really bad show for their mid game. So I want to see Execration maybe go on the offensive instead of trying to answer what Omega's trying to do on the map.
Yeah, and again, looking at these 2 lineups, as long as Toshi finds his mark, which is, by the way, Etumax or Kelra, they're fine. KLVJ, the reason his record looks so good is because he picks his fights. That's what you're good at as a Ling.
Exactly.
I think it's come to the point where he has to start cutting lanes. They have yet to push a tower.
And that is definitely, the tower gold is actually the biggest difference in the gold that we have right now.
4K, yeah.
Otherwise, it should be quite even. But because of the defensive options that we have, and again, shot calling the V definitely improved.
Oh, ejector onto Kelra here, able to back out of there. Okay, so I like what Kelra is doing so far. Despite Etumax having really, really low mobility, I've seen him do what, 1 or 2 good real-world manipulations.
Yeah. Otherwise, everyone just is able to get out. Even though there's a slow at the end of real-world manipulation, like, everyone can just dodge. Unless it's a really hard engage by Chaknu, which we haven't even seen yet. Even Renzio. They're all soft engages.
Yeah.
No, they don't have actual hold.
Yeah, all kind of. You want to fight here? Maybe? That's
Sort
another
of.
throw on to Chakno ejector. That's the circling eagle
Here
on
we
the
go.
haze. Oh my god! KLVJ gets 1. Almost gets another. That's another ejector onto Toshi.
That might have been a bad ejector though.
Yeah, not a good look. Don't throw your friend out there, but here comes Kelra.
See?
Here comes Kelra,
See?
gets 1. That's going to be 2 for none so far as they attempted to go for the Lord. I guess they want 1 more. Kelra, is there enough life steal on you? That's the Vamp. That's a double kill for this young gun. There's the revenge kill by Curtizi. 3 for 1 in the end. Rocka, was that worth it?
That did not look like a 5k goal differential, right? Against
Closer.
Execration.
Looked closer.
It looked so close. And again, a lot of it stemmed from the bad decision that was Heath throwing Toshi into enemy territory.
Threw him into the back, too.
That was so odd. Again, small mistakes normally doesn't happen, but somehow it's just popping off here.
Yeah.
What's happening with Omega?
Not to point fingers, but right here, right now.
It was obvious, though. Sorry.
Yeah. Omega has done a couple of things that might be questionable that may lead to another hard game for them. I'm not even going to say they might lose or win. On paper, they should have won because, again, KLVJ, this is just pure mechanical and game sense that's pushing this less than favorable hero in. But hold up, Chaknu picks a fight. Oh, I think they got the perfect target. That's Hajizi taken down. Circling Eagle by Chaknu. Now they're going to force this fight. Real world manipulation might be enough. That's Chaknu taken down by Curtizi though, but he goes down. Renzio gets it. Now from the back lines, Hayes destroyed by the Execration captain. And there's another 3 for 4 so far. Toshi the only one left. Shadow kill popping in, and he's going to come right back out. And that's going to be a wipeout. KLVJ is unstoppable. The King has yet to fall. They're going to be pushing down mid. They might even penetrate. It's at least 13?
Inhibitors!
12 seconds
This
before
inhibitor.
Omega gets back on the map.
Wait. 12 seconds? That's way too long. Haji's out in 6.
5.
And they can at least do a lot of damage. They can clear the wave. Can he do it alone, though? Oh, they want to finish!
Can they threaten
want to finish!
They threaten to finish? I doubt it. I
doubt it, though.
Yep. Close one. Close call. Kelra might even bite it. There you go.
There
Hajizi
you go.
gets him. Woo!
Oh, way
Woo!
too close for comfort. Way too close for comfort here for Omega.
Hold on to your horses, ladies and gentlemen. Omega here, not going to call it quits just yet. Throw in the towel. Coach, why not? Anthony Senedrin says no. Here
Not
we go.
yet.
This might be the final Lord. Shaknu looking low. Real world manipulation by Etomax in the perfect newly placed bush here. Circling Eagle. That's going to be Hayes looking low. Taken out by Renzio. Still able to pop out. The Thunder's Wrath. Down goes Heat from the back line. The King gets it. He's also a Slayer. And now Curtizi's in trouble. He's going to be hiding in this bush. Renzio finds him into the back line though. Nice jump. Still waiting for another Puissance just to stop the healing shenanigans. And right now, they're all about the task at hand. We need to take Lord.
I love how Renzio plays this. It's like he has like those X-ray vision things. And they are now going to play around the Lord area. This is going to be so critical for Omega.
Here we go, 4 on 3. It's going to be a hard steal from Omega, but let's never count out the machine. Now they change their target. It's going to be Toshi taken down. The King is godlike. KLVJ, is he single-handedly reviving Ling? That's going to be Curtizi. Going to play some diversion. Take, what, the attention of 2 or 3 members of Execration. We're waiting for the perfect Lord take. This is Luminous, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be fatal. That's Execration securing it now. Kelra going in from the back. Etomax taken down by Curtizi. That's another. Hajizi taken out. Renzio, the boat is sinking for Omega. It's not looking good. Oh, KLVJ takes out one more. It's going to be Curtizi. 8-0-6 on the sling.
That is nuts. I gotta say, this is just not supposed to happen here. 8-0-6? How have I not noticed he didn't die all game? That was just... And we are about to see the end here, folks. I think that's it.
We're just counting down. I mean, 2 defenders, Luminous Lord marching down, Toshi and Heat, not the best wave clear. That's going to be one though. Nice takeout by Toshi. Shadow kill, not enough to save you. Ladies and gentlemen, Execration sweeps Omega 2-0. The King is back with the Ling. Rockhart, what a start to MPL Season 7.
Yeah, that's a statement as well for everyone else. Like, what are you guys talking about? Ling just... This is just good old Ling.
I'm at a loss for words. Right now, it's all about how strong Execration is in that winning moment, brought to you by Head and Shoulders. Put your game face on and finally say goodbye to those awkward It's a GG moments thanks to Head and Shoulders, 100% dandruff-free and itch-free. Now, mas mabango pa. Congratulations once more to Execration, starting off strong in Group B, 2-0. M2 World Championship contenders, Omega Esports, they gotta go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, that drawing board must be filled with squiggly lines right now because KLVJ, they were fighting off against a guy who's supposedly less than 100%. Like I said, that was an immaculate performance, playing from a big deficit for basically 7 minutes of the game.
Yeah, the King is hungry, and so are the rest of Execration. Ladies and gentlemen, Rockhart and Leo signing off for this series. We're going to throw it over to our analyst, Midnight. Break it down.
Thank you so much, casters, and napakaganda ng performance na pinakita ni KLVJ and the gang as they secure their first 2-0. Napakagandang impression na talaga to against all the teams. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. My name is Midnight and we breakdown natin kung paano ba nakuha ng Execration itong napakagandang game ito against Omega. Now, the first thing that we have to take note of is the link of KLVJ. Having no deaths on his performance really shows a lot as he knows what the conditions are for Execration this game. No? Alam niya na ang kailangan niya lang naman gawin dito is survive the early game onslaught of the Jawhead and Eudora of Omega. It's a combo that we've known for quite a while now. It's one of the most destructive early game combos of the tank support, and Omega didn't really have the chance or didn't get the opportunity to abuse that against Execration kasi iniiwasan lang sila, hindi sila nilalabanan, and they played the resource game like what they did on game number 1. And the following post-game statistics are brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL. Feel free to game great with Smart free games for all. Ito, yung mga stats and yung mga items ng ating mga players for that specific game. I really want to highlight one important aspect of the itemization here of the players. Now, you're gonna see that on KLBJ, actually, the king. Si Ling dito, after building up the Demon Hunter Sword and the Endless Battle, went straight for the Malefic Roar and threatened the base of Omega. This allows multiple options. Number 1, it provides a huge amount of damage, and it provides 40% physical penetration as well, plus 20% to tower. So Omega, even though they are very, very tanky with the Jawhead and the Uranus, all he needs to do is take out the Yisunshin and the Hayabusa. Yan lang naman yung mga priority targets ng Execration. Now, Hajizi bought a Wind of Nature after the Endless Battle and the Blade of Despair, pero it was all for naught as the Alice went on to dominate the late game as well alongside the Ling, and that is what made the game easier for Execration. Itemizations are very, very key for these heroes. Now, following post-game, the highlights are brought to you by Smart, official tournament telco partner of MPL. Feel free to game great with Smart. Free games for all. Makikita natin yung mga key points or yung mga turning moments dito for Execration. Again, we have to keep in mind that Omega, they have secured themselves the Jawhead and Eudora, pero Execration, with their moves, with their fantastic decisions and map movements, naiwasan nila yung early game threat ng Omega dito. And again, these following highlights are brought to you by Head & Shoulder. Put your game face on and finally say goodbye to those awkward #itchagigi moments thanks to Head & Shoulder. 100% dander-free and itch-free. Now, mas mabango pa. And ito yung mga mababangong moments for Execration on that specific game. Again, Omega, they really had the advantage on the early game heroes as they had the Jawhead and Eudora. They can threaten objectives earlier on. Makikita natin dito sa first turtle fight natin, Omega was really looking really great as the box was established by the Jawhead and Eudora. But the counterpart is the Eve was able to establish his own territory. If you haven't used Eve yet, it's a very strong hero that can contest objectives from your enemies. Kasi with his ultimate, you can threaten out-positioned heroes. And such as on that turtle fight, they found themselves in a very, very, very good position. Even though Omega sila pa rin nakakuha ng turtle. But that is to be expected. They have the early game lineup. But they don't have enough damage yet to dominate Execration. Kaya pagdating ng mid-game, kinakaya silang labanan ng Mathilda and ng Alice kasi hindi pa rin talaga sapat yung damage output nila against the sustain of the Matilda and Kelra. Now, fantastic initiations by Jackno actually on the Matilda, waiting for the dash of the Yisunshin first before committing with Kelra alongside him. Napakagandang mga pasok dito from the Matilda and the gang. And of course, establish once again the ultimate of Eve. It allows Execration to dominate a certain area or dominate a place wherein Omega cannot really fight. And that allows KLBJ to look for other targets on the back line. Being the Ling, being one of the best assassins in the game, you can look for any outposition enemy heroes outside the box that has been already established by the Eve. Makikita nyo rito multiple times, they have been consistently getting pickoffs against Omega. That is why Hajizi, even though he was very, very defensive with his playstyle, he gathered 2 deaths around 14-minute mark, something that the KDA machine doesn't really do in terms of his gameplay with the Yisunshin. Kasi sobrang playsafe ni Haji But with this kind of lineup, napakahirap talaga maglaro ng Yisunshin kasi na-establish yung box ng kalaban mo and may Ling pa na pwedeng lumabas ng box. So kumbaga isipin nyo, dalawang cellphone yung teritoryo ng Execration pagdating sa teamfights. And after all that, it was just the late game prowess of the Alice and the Ling. The amount of damage and the amount of sustain are there for Execration, and Omega have to bow out against Execration. 2-0 clean score for the gang. That's gonna gather them 3 points. Pero kailangan natin koronahan ang ating MVP. This MVP is brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL. break through your own limits, rise above, and be free to game great with free games for all. I'm pretty sure kilala pa rin natin yung magiging MVP natin dito. No? Although napakaraming options sa side ng Execration as they did fantastically well, napakaraming highlight plays nitong mga players ito. But we have to crown one specific MVP. We're gonna show you in just a bit. There you go, the King, Kel VJ on the link, KDA of 807, net worth of 11,127, damage dealt 65,231, and objective damage of 10,978. If you look at the stats, no, sobrang balanced out. The KDA is good, the net worth is overall good, damage dealt is really, really high, specifically when your main job is just to farm and you're alongside an Alice that primarily deals the damage for your team, but KLVJ didn't really let go of the pedal as he knew that he had the advantage moving on to the late game. And that is Execration taking 2-0 against Omega. Now, we are going to be waiting for the next match, but I'm really excited for future games here in MPL. Casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Midnight. Once more, that 2-0 sweep by Execration against Omega broken down. My name is Leo. This right here is Rockhart. And man, I got one more thing to say. This is the last thing I'm going to say about this matchup, all right? And it's going to just enclose all of my ideas, all of my sentiments, all right? Bow down to the king.
Bow down to the king, indeed. He doesn't even need to do it himself. He's got the Royal Guard. He's got everything you could ask for. Despite having an injury, still coming out 2-0. That's a statement. Using a hero or an assassin that is snubbed by a majority of pro players.
Yeah, Lancelot? Nah. I got Ling. I got Ling. That's it, all right? MPL Philippines Season 7 is represented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game. Great with Smart free games for all. MPL Philippines Season 7 is under the supervision and regulation of the Games and Amusement Board. Please stay with us because we have one more series up ahead. It's going to be Work-Auster Force versus Aura-PH. Will this hot and hype team make it up to the two-time champions? We're about to find out. My name is Leo. This right here is Rockhart. What an honor it is to have opened up the show for you. Stay with us. You're watching MPL Season 7.
Welcome to the Giga Life. Your passions, your stories, your life. Simplified with just one app. This is the future. The Giga Life in just one tap. Experience more Giga moments when you make the smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data network. How do I know it's T1? Simple, smart ako.
Moment na sana, pero hassle ang kati. Yung kati na yan, dahil sa dandruff yan. You need Head and Shoulders. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kate. No more hassle sa moment. Goodbye na sa kate dahil 100% dandruff.
When you look inside a JanSport backpack, you see a story that started in 1967. Since then, our mission has expanded to helping protect our environment for future generations to enjoy. It's a work in progress. But just this season, we've used the equivalent of 13 million bottles worth of recycled polyester in our most popular backpacks. When you look inside a JanSport pack, you see our commitment to this brilliant blue planet we call home. And we're just getting started.
Hi everyone, this is Catherine Bernardo.
At ako naman po si Daniel Padilla. Guys, may PayMaya na ba kayo?
Kung wala pa, dapat mag-download na kayo sa Google Play or App Store dahil ito na ang pusong pangbayad nyo.
Ang PayMaya is a mobile payment app using only your cell phone and you can pay practically anything, kahit online transactions pa yan.
With PayMaya, hindi mo na kailangan magdala ng cash for your day-to-day expenses. Pwede kang magbayad ng bills, bumili ng prepaid load, mag-online shopping, mag-send money, magbayad gamit ng QR code at marami pang iba.
Pero ang the best part dito ay may balikbayan ka pa.
Each time you use PayMaya, may balik sa'yo na cashback at rewards. Kaya sulit ang oras mo dahil hindi mo na kailangan humila. And you can just pay using your app anytime, anywhere.
Kaya guys, huwag kakalimutan. Pag may babayaran ka, don't pay cash, pay Maya.
Hey guys, I'm here with Kate and Bea.
Bad timing ang kate. Baka dandruff yan? Use Head and Shoulders every day. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kate. Para di babalik-balik, katigan for good na. Dahil 100% dandruff-free ka.
Hi guys, I'm here with Kate.
Para araw-araw, close na close. Max pinabango pa.
What do you do when what you desire is beyond reach?
You use power that breaks barriers. The Giga Life.
Now in 5G.
Do you believe this is possible?
I do.
How do you know?
Simple, smart, Acro.
Express your online business. Express your online business.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome to the Giga Life. Your passions, your stories, your life. Simplified with just one app. This is the future. The Giga Life in just one tap. Experience more Giga moments when you make the smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data network. How do I know it's T1? Simple, smart, ako.
Moment na sana, pero hassle ang kate. Yung kati na yan, dahil sa dandruff yan. You need Head and Shoulders. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kate. No more hassle sa moment. Goodbye na sa kate dahil 100% dandruff-free
When you look
ka.
inside a JanSport backpack, you see a story that started in 1967. Since then, our mission has expanded to helping protect our environment for future generations to enjoy. It's a work in progress, but just this season we've used the equivalent of 13 million bottles worth of recycled polyester in our most popular backpacks. When you look inside a JanSport pack, you see our commitment to this brilliant blue planet we call home. And we're just getting started.
Hi everyone, this is Catherine Bernardo.
At ako naman po si Daniel Padilla. Guys, may PayMaya na ba kayo?
Kung wala pa, dapat mag-download na kayo sa Google Play or App Store dahil ito na ang pusong pangbayad ngayon.
Ang PayMaya is isang mobile payment app using only your cell phone and you can pay practically anything, kahit online transactions pa yan.
With PayMaya, hindi mo na kailangan magdala ng cash for your day-to-day expenses. Pwede kang magbayad ng bills, bumili ng prepaid load, mag-online shopping, mag-send money, magbayad gamit ng QR code, at marami pang iba.
Pero ang the best part dito ay may balik-bayad ka pa.
Each time you use PayMaya, may balik sa'yo na cashback at rewards, kaya sulit ang oras mo dahil hindi mo na kailangan pumila, and you can just pay using your app anytime, anywhere.
Kaya guys, huwag kakalimutan, pag may babayaran ka, don't pay cash, pay Maya.
Hey guys, I'm here with Kate and Bea.
Bad timing ang kate. Baka dandruff yan? Use Head and Shoulders every day. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kate. Para di pa balik-balik, kati gone for good na. Dahil 100% dandruff-free ka.
Hi guys, I'm here with Kate.
Para araw-araw, close na close. Max pinabango pa.
What do you do when what you desire is beyond reach?
You use power that breaks barriers. The Giga Life.
Now in 5G.
Do you believe this is possible?
I do.
How do you know?
Simple, smart, acro.
Express your online business. Express your online business.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. What's the word on the sea? We're kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome to the Giga Life. Your passions, your stories, your life. Simplified with just one app. This is the future. The Giga Life in just one pack. Experience more Giga moments when you make the smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data network. How do I know it's T1? Simple, smart, ako.
Patuloy ang aksyon sa MPL Philippines Season 7. Ako po si Mara Aquino. MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Feel free to game great with Smart Free Games. Ngayon naman mga kapatid, pwede niyong itong Smart Free Games for All. Meron din tayong mythical raffle draw. Ito yung inaabangan ko na ma-reward ng ating mga manonood syempre sa inyong participation. So napaka-exciting ng ating mythical raffle draw. All you have to do is scan yung QR code na nakikita nyo sa TV. Pag in-scan yan, mapupunta kayo sa isang site na merong mga tanong. 4 na tanong yan for this week, and the 10 winners for that contest will get to have epic skin, diamonds. So kung sa tingin nyo, alam nyo lahat ng mga nagaganap Legends Bang Bang, yung mga heroes, yung mga teams and players, subukan ang inyong galing doon at baka kayo ang manalo ng mga papremyo, skins, diamonds, pwede niyong gamitin yan. At eto, hindi lang yan ang gusto namin ibigay para sa ating mga manonood, meron din tayong lucky number draw. So yung mga ID nyo sa Mobile Legends, kapag tugma yun sa mga numero, yung last 2 digits, kapag tugma yan, pwede kayong manalo ng mga papremyo. Ang last 2 digits, if your number ends with 09, 04, or 00, pwede kayong manalo ng mga in-game prizes natin. All you have to do is scan yung QR code na yan, fill up the form, apat kayo ang mga first 3,000. Congratulations sa inyo. Marami kayong makukuha para dyan. Eto na, mga manonood dito. Meron tayong isa pang laban na talagang inaabangan ng mga tao. Work-Auster Force versus Aura-PH. Pag-usapan natin yung kasama ang ating mahusay na casters, Manjin Valdez and Leo. Manjin, Leo, first day, how is it so far?
Intense kaagad para sa akin yung first day, bagong set, bago lahat. And well, total lagi tayong hype kapag laging day 1 pag MPL eh. Oo. Actually, natuwa ako na ganun yung kinalabasan ng Game 1. Nakakita tayo kagad ng glimpse ng mga pagbabago.
Ako, man, sasabihin ko lang disappointed ako. Kasi gusto ko 3 games. Gusto ko may bawi. Bitin. Okay? Pero agree ako, naninibago ako dito. Ang daming bago. Again, Mara, nice to have you on board.
Oh, thank you.
But, again, it's all for the fans and what an honor it is to be back in the MPL.
Yeah. Intense lahat. Ako, knowing MPL since Season 1, ang dami ng pinagbago, man. Para sa akin, proud na proud ako na nakita natin to ngayon. And napakalupit. Next game, excited din ako.
At ang hindi nagbabago, syempre, MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Break through your own limits, rise above, and be free to game great with free games for all. Get 1 gig a day for Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more. Plus, free 1 gig a day for 7 days. Just dial *123# or download the Giga Life app and choose free games. Ngayon, ang susunod na laban natin, grabe. Ito, Aura-PH kontra Work-Auster Force. Pero, i-welcome muna natin ang mga manlalaro ng Aura-PH.
Your team is banning.
Manjin, Leo, yung mga ibang koponan, maraming veterano, okay? Pero dito sa Aura, meron tayong mga roster changes. May mga pagbabago tayo dito. They traded their mainstay. Sa tingin niyo ba tamang formula ito?
Para sa akin, ang formula ngayon ng Aura ay talagang nakakatakot with having Benny Cutie and Lord Hades in. Hindi ko na ngayon malaman kung sino ba magiging main carry dito sa team ng Aura PH. I can therefore say, nung pagpunta ko sa mga kanya-kanyang bootcamp, na fortunate ako na nakilala ko sila, ang masasabi ko lang dito sa Aura PH, tinatapos nila yung sentences ng isa't isa. Ganoon yung bonding ng Aura PH dito. And the fact na hindi lang nakikita ngayon, pero nasa kanila yung tinatawag naming si Mr. Worldwide. Si Dale, nako, para bang mas lalo akong natakot sa Aura, kung iisipin eh.
Actually, if it comes down to Aura, we're gonna go into the numbers and the skill cap of these players. Feeling ko, they really missed out on Kiel, VJ, and Renzio. We just saw them in action previously. Diba? Ang lakas ng Execration. So I feel like there's some gains and some losses for the side of Aura PH, especially looking at their stats from Season 6. Na tingnan natin dito, they finished 5th. After coming from a back-to-back championship, parang kulang ang Aura PH.
Yeah, actually gusto ko lang idagdag sa sinabi natin kanina. Parang sa sobrang ganda na naging formula dito ng Aura, para bang ngayon may part na pwede na silang malito kung anong formula yung susundin nila. Kaya nga siguro may jitter sila sa mga local tournaments.
Tingnan natin itong lineup ng Aura PH. Malakas ba? Sa tingin nyo ba? Ito talaga yung key players na talagang magpapabago ng kanilang kapalaran.
Mara, teka lang, napapa-shock kami ngayon ni Leo
Kasi hindi maglalaro si Lord Hades. Hindi maglalaro si
Benny Cutie.
Si Benny Cutie na yung arguably rookie of the season ng Aura-PH.
Wow!
Ang daming players na nagsabi sa liga na Benny Cutie is the future. Benny Cutie ang magiging parang pinaka-consistent newcomer para sa Aura-PH.
Yeah, pag nagtatanong ka ngayon ng mga players na sinong ilalagay mo sa gold lane pag bubuo ka ng World Championship, ang sasabihin nila Benny Cutie. And the fact na ito nga, nabanggit nga natin, Leo, na yung Aura, ang dami na nilang formula. Siguro kung gusto nila na medyo agresibo, kung gusto nila na mga medyo safe play, pwede silang magbago-bago dahil meron silang 3 core eh.
Yeah.
May JP, may Hades, may Benny Cutie pa sila. Tapos, ngayon, I think, step up ngayon sa call the shots, si Grid, na nakita naman natin na mukhang exciting sa mga posing niya.
Excited ako para kay Raflesia. I like that Chan is playing again.
Na naman.
Sobrang importante nun.
And now, i-welcome natin at kilalanin ang bagong koponan, Work-Auster Force. Work-Auster Force, maraming mga bagong salang dito. Actually, si Chu lang ang familiar. Advantage ba ito para sa kanila?
I think so. Kasi at least nagkaroon sila dito ng isang player na may experience na sa MPL. And I think nabanggit natin sa mga meetings natin, I think maraming tao din na ito na yung pinaka-comfortable team ni Chu. Sa Season 5 na nandun siya, para bang ito yung pinaka na-activate talaga siya. At dahil doon, never silang natalo sa qualifiers.
This is everybody's measuring stick. Ito yung parang pruweba ng tao na bakit malakas tong team na to. Why is Work-Auster Force a team to be reckoned with? Why do they belong in the MPL? I need to check back on history, but never in the history of open qualifiers has there been a team na parang, men, panoorin mo to. Promise, on mo yung stream, panoorin mo.
Panoorin mo yung qualifiers nila.
Parang MPL na to.
Yeah, and ito pa, dagdag lang kay Chu, never siyang namatay nung qualifiers.
As
Never
Claude.
siyang nagkaroon ng deaths as Claude. Pero nagtatalo pa nga kami nung nakausap ko siya. Sabi ko, hindi ba nagkaroon ka ng death nung nag-asim ka lang? Pero sinabi niya, hindi talaga ako nagkaroon. And doon pa lang mapapatunayan ko na naging confident si Chu ngayon with his team na para sa akin, magkakapatid ang turing. Leo.
Yep, the main lineup here, Mara, these young men.
Mga bagong muka. Talagang making a name for themselves this season. Sino sa kanila talaga nakita nyo nung open qualifiers na na-impress kayo?
Honestly, sa akin lahat eh. Kasi may teamwork. Talaga sila dito. Honestly, bilang isang core na din, may elib ka sa pagiging core talaga ni Chu dito. And kung paano siya na-activate dito ni na RTZ at ni na Unravel. Which is, I think, sila nagpalit-palit pa sa ng pangalan eh.
Yeah.
Parang tinatawag nga nating Michael Jordan.
Si RTZ. Tapos ang gusto ko dito, si FY, si Unravel.
Si Unravel.
Yeah.
Actually, Leo, ang gusto ko dito sa side ng teamwork is sila yung naging main scream partners ng World Champions natin.
World
So,
Challenger.
I think nakatulong yon yung World Challenger para lumakas sila ng ganito.
Etong Work versus Aura. This head-to-head is brought to you by Oppo A9 for experience gaming at full speed with Oppo A9 IV. Available starting March 26 in Oppo concept stores, retail partners, and e-com platforms. Etong dalawang koponan na to, ang Work, gusto nilang patunayan na hindi tsamba ang pinakita nila nung open qualifiers. Sa panig naman ng Aura, gusto nilang i-reclaim yung past glory. Eto, may tanong ako sa inyong dalawa ha. Sabi ng marami, etong Work, para daw silang Onyx nung Season 4. How true is that?
Siguro masasabi yun ng mga tao na parang Onyx kasi nung pumasok din yung Onyx nung pumasok sila Season 4 ay tinitignan sila na wow, ang lakas. Baka talunin sila lahat. I think isa pa sa mga nagiging bulong sa labas is that qualifiers lang yan. Ngayon dito matites ang Work-Auster Force kung tatamaan ba sila ng jitters, tatamaan ba sila ng kaba na ang kalaban nila ngayon naging 2-time champion na.
Medyo poetic, no? Kung maalala natin, Aura-PH, once Sunsparks, yun ang karibal ng Onyx-PH. Nung pareho silang bago sa MPL Season 4, I think. Season 3 galing ang Sunsparks noon. But right now, mukhang rite of passage para sa Work-Auster Force.
Pwede. Actually, magandang start para sa Work-Auster Force. Kasi nga, again, Aura is a team na in line with the top 5s, top 4s. And if ever makaisa yung Aura dito, ang taas ng confidence boost nito para sa team na yan.
Makikilala natin ang coaches ng dalawang panig. Who will be the head and shoulders above the competition? Put your game face on and finally say goodbye to those awkward #It's a GG moment. Thanks to Head and Shoulders 100% dandruff-free and itch-free. Now, mas mabango pa. Eto, ang coach natin sa Aura, meron tayong coach Lift na may 2 MPL titles. Hindi lang yan, kasama niya si Coach Dale. Sa panig naman ng work, meron tayong Coach Arcadia. Pinatunayan nila na, well, they're showing that they belong. Do you think it's an advantage ngayon sa Aura na meron silang 2 coaches na experience dito?
I think so. And Mara, si Coach Arcadia ay meron ng 2 championships na nagawa. Kilalang-kilala niya na si Rafflesia, kilalang-kilala niya na yung sina JP, si Kiluwash, and I think with the help ng isang outside factor na nandun din si Coach Dale, which is also your SEA Games coach alongside with Panda, and also an M2 representative, doon pa lang sa numbers na yon, I think on paper, matatakot ka talaga, Leo.
Yeah, no, Arcadia is a very smart man. But on the other side, right, facing him off from the other corner, si Lift. Si Lift. He's making his MPL debut in Season 7 as a coach. But a few people should know as well, galing siya sa kampo ng Archangel, our Season 3 champions. He spent a good amount of time there as a player, training as a coach.
Yeah, and to add, nung nakausap natin si Liv, ang sabi niya dito, napaka-importante nitong pagpasok ko dahil matagal na siya sa esports. Matagal niya nang pinapangarap to, kaya kitang-kita mo sa kanya yung hunger para makuha itong title.
Super mature. I spent the offseason talking to a lot of these coaches, and Arcadia, matagal na siya. Matagal na siya sa esports. He has 2 championships, as we've mentioned. Pero si Lift, first time niya magiging coach sa MPL. Wow. And the things that are coming out of his mouth and kung paano niya i-address yung mga problema ng team or kung paano niya i-build up yung team, it's like he really belongs here.
It's gonna be interesting how the coaches will lead their team. At meron din tayong mga manlalaro na talagang nasa spotlight. And these featured players will do all they can para hindi ma-GG. Bring your clay game with Master Sekreto ng mga gwapo. Eto, sa 2 panig ng kupunan, meron tayong Chu and Lord Hades. Si Chu, 3rd straight appearance sa MPL. Si Lord Hades naman, bago lang sa Aura. Head-to-head, anong masasabi niyo sa kanilang 2?
I can therefore say na itong 2 players na to ay halos sabay din pumasok sa scene. I think Hades is also close with the NXP squad na sinabi nga sa akin ni H2O na kasabayan niya si Hades dito. And nandito rin si Chu. Para sa akin dito, pareha silang play safe. Ngayon, para sa akin, kailangan lang ma-activate ng 2 yung killer instinct na tinatawag. I think yun ang pressure ngayon sa jungle role. But then again, basing sa mga local tournaments na nakita natin and basing sa performance, mas may killer instinct para sa akin this time si Chu.
Ayan, Leo, meron tayong lane prediction.
This is how it is. Like, Benny Cutie's not playing, so medyo ibahin natin yan ng konti. But at least for the side of Work-Auster Force, this is what you can expect. RTZ in mid, Chu in the jungle, Unravel bilang tank, Trim RTZ and Kusei taking the side lanes. Marami nagsabi na ang Work-Auster Force parang one-trick pony. Parang basic, di ba? Tapos ang liit pa ng hero pool. But I think, given a team like Aura-PH, they're gonna have to be forced to step up. Baka may bago silang ilabas. That's what we're looking for.
Eto na! Work-Auster Force kontra Aura-PH. They're armed! They are ready! Simulan natin ang bakbakan at samahan na natin ang ating anchor and analyst.
Auster Force needs to put in the work lest they be swallowed by the flames of Aura Fire
Philippines. Welcome back to MPL Philippines Season 7. My name is Reptar. I'm joined here by Uomi here on the English stream. And once again, this is brought to you by Smart. Free to game, great with Smart. Free games for all. Uomi, our panel, Manjin, Leo, Mara, they were able to discuss, lay down some of the foundation for this matchup. Aura-PH versus Work-Auster Force. What about you? Are there any specific matchups in terms of the players, in terms of the lanes that you're looking forward to?
Well, Leo already told us. I'm quite excited to see Chu versus Lord Hades. This is something that we have to look at early game because both of them are really slow paced. They tend to work their way towards their first or second item before actually going out there and joining fights. But we're looking at a possible, let's say, longer early game in this patch. So I think that would help them a little bit. But in terms of getting that killer instinct, as Manjin said in our panel, I feel like whoever pulls the trigger first at the right time will actually pull ahead. But you know, that's very dependent on how their draft will go.
Yeah, speaking of drafting, again, it was mentioned by Leo and Manjin that Aura-PH picked up Coach Dale, the former head coach of Omega and one of the most well-known and decorated draft-minded coaches here in the MPL. Now, would you say that the fact that Aura-PH now have Arcadia and Dale running the show behind the scenes in the coaching staff, immediately they're gonna have the better draft game after game?
Well, talking about the better draft will always be 50-50, even if you have the greatest minds, because even the greatest minds could bleed sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
And when you have two heads thinking about one strategy, it's sometimes not gonna go well, but let's look at their synergy first. This is gonna be their first game here in MPL Season 7. I'm quite sure that they practiced a lot in scrimmages, drafting, and basically playing the game. But at the end of the day, you need to look at what goes out in the first game because all of your scrims won't matter if your main product in the first game will be a fluke.
And let's see if that will be the case. But these are two really hungry teams. Again, the MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game, great with Smart. Free games for all. In just a few moments, we're going to be jumping into our draft. Work-Auster Force has their work cut out for them. But again, this is the team that went up against Brand Esports multiple times leading up to the M2 World Championship because they were the scrim partners of the team that eventually became the World Champions. We casted their games in the open qualifiers and in the main qualifiers, sorry. So, based on what you've seen from Work, do you think that they already have the tools to already come out of the gate really strongly here against Aura? Or are there some certain things that Work has to maybe work on to have a better debut here in Season 7?
But looking at their performance in the open qualifiers or the main qualifiers, it's quite insane. I mean, going undefeated and Chu even going deathless is quite the feat to have. And their named World Challengers were actually an allusion to their, as you said, scrim partners with the World Champions. So looking at their whole experience in the qualifiers, I think they're quite ready for MPL Season 7. But, you know, you're looking at Aura. They're gonna fight the old gods of MPL. So even if you are the scrim partners of the new World Champions, you're still gonna have to fight. Ito nga, in this scenario rather, you're fighting the old gods of the Philippine Mobile Legends scene.
Yeah.
And this is quite the first game for Work-Auster Force.
And Work-Auster Force versus Aura-PH. A great match once again to witness here in our first day of the MPL Philippines for its 7th season. Now, we've discussed a lot about these two teams. The panel were able to lay down the foundations really well. So I think we have a really good idea of these two teams going into this matchup. One thing we want to know a little bit more about now is the meta that we find ourselves in. The latest patch just came out a few days ago, bringing about changes to heroes such as Aurora, Terizla. Heroes we haven't seen yet, but some teams have been saying might potentially make a comeback here in MPL Philippines Season 7. When you saw the patch notes, we were talking about it when it came out. What are your thoughts on the current patch that we find ourselves in?
Well, aside from talking about my own thoughts, I want to go with the insider knowledge that we actually had when we talked
juicy.
with Coach Panda. And I think that's quite nice to look at, considering that he did discuss one certain hero that we have to look out for, and it's Alpha.
Mhm.
And I'm gonna reveal just one, but he said a lot of heroes. But let's talk about Alpha a little bit. This patch, he told us that he was constantly buff and no one was looking at him, and now that he's finally, people are finally realizing, oh wow, this dude has been buffed for almost every patch, and now he's strong enough to compete against the best offlaners out there. And personally, I know Reptar rather, we actually played a lot of games using Alpha as well.
Yeah.
And we could definitely say that he has amped up in damage, and not only in damage, but also in dueling skills in his lane.
Yeah, because of his sustainability that was upgraded, I believe it was 2 patches ago. Now with this patch, they increased the damage a little bit more of his second skill. But one of the problems with Alpha is that his ultimate is still not so difficult to avoid. You know what? Let's be blunt. It's quite easy to avoid the ultimate skill of Alpha. These are for the pro players that we're talking about, so that is going to be a big question mark if someone's going to be brave to bring that out. But again, it's Aura-PH. It's Dale. He might actually decide to bring that out.
And speaking of easy to dodge, it's quite funny that you actually mentioned that. There's no skill shots for Alpha. He is the skill shot.
Yeah, he is the skill shot.
He is the skill shot for his ultimate. But apart from Alpha, let's talk about the game in general here. I feel like we have to discuss the new turret changes as well a little bit. It does affect a lot of aggressive teams.
Yeah.
Turret juggling will be harder now, considering that when one person tanks all of the damage coming in from the turret, it's going to be, let's just say, more painful for that one person. So teams right now, they have to juggle their turret constantly and better. Because if you were to fail your, let's say, first 3-man dive, it's probably going to go wrong for you.
Yeah, we actually saw glimpses of that in Execration versus Omega in the series earlier, where the main tanks of those two teams, Chaknu and Heath, really timed their entries with the dive, as you mentioned, that they needed to, because the turret deals way more damage to whoever it's targeting with each consecutive hit. So tower juggles are much faster now, and they have to be executed to near perfection, because usually for the tower juggles, you're looking for a quick 1-0, get control of the lane. Most of the time, if it becomes a 1-1 trade for that tower dive, question is, will you have enough in the tank to actually get control of the lane that you decided to dive? So it's going to be a big question as to if the teams that we're about to see, Aura-PH and Work-Auster Force, are going to be able to juggle the towers really, really well. Again, that is the second matchup of the day. It's Reptar and Womi here. We've discussed the teams, we've discussed the meta. We're going to take a really quick breather. But when we come back, hot action here in the MPL as it's Work-Auster Force versus Aura-PH.
Welcome to the Giga Life. Your passions, your stories, your life. Simplified with just one app. This is the future. The Giga Life in just one pack. Experience more Giga moments when you make a smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data network. How do I know it's T1? Simple, smart ako.
Moment na sana, pero hassle ang kati. Yung kati na yan, dahil sa dandruff yan. You need Head and Shoulders. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kati. No more hassle sa moment. Goodbye na sa kati, dahil 100% dandruff.
When you look inside a JanSport backpack, you see a story that started in 1967. Since then, our mission has expanded to helping protect our environment for future generations to enjoy. It's a work in progress, but just this season we've used the equivalent of 13 million bottles worth of recycled polyester in our most popular backpacks. When you look inside a JanSport pack, you see our commitment to this brilliant blue planet we call home. And we're just getting started.
Hi everyone, this is Catherine Bernardo.
At ako naman po si Daniel Padilla. Guys, may PayMaya na ba kayo?
Kung wala pa, dapat mag-download na kayo sa Google Play or App Store dahil ito na ang usong pangbayad ngayon.
Ang Paymaya is a mobile payment app using only your cell phone and you can pay practically anything, kahit online transactions pa yan.
With Paymaya, hindi mo na kailangan magdala ng cash for your day-to-day expenses. Pwede kang magbayad ng bills, bumili ng prepaid load, mag-online shopping, mag-send money, magbayad gamit ng QR code, at marami pang iba.
Pero ang the best part dito ay may balik-bayad ka pa.
Each time you use Paymaya, may balik sa'yo na cashback at rewards, kaya sulit ang oras mo dahil hindi mo na kailangan pumila, and you can just pay using your app anytime, anywhere.
Kaya guys, huwag kakalimutan, pag may babayaran ka, don't pay cash, pay Maya.
Hey guys, I'm here with Kate and Bea.
Bad timing ang kate. Baka dandruff yan? Use Head and Shoulders every day. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kate. Para di babalik-balik, katigan for good na. Dahil 100% dandruff-free ka.
Hi guys, I'm here with Kate.
Para araw-araw, close na close. Max pinabango pa.
What do you do when what you desire is beyond reach?
You use power that breaks barriers. The Giga Life.
Now in 5G.
Do you believe this is possible?
I do.
How do you know?
Simple, smart, Acro.
Express your online business. Express your online business.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? We've been kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome to the Giga Life. Your passions, your stories, your life. Simplified with just one app. This is the future. The Giga Life in just one pack. Experience more Giga moments when you make a smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data network. How do I know it's T1? Simple, smart, ako.
Moment na sana, pero hassle ang kate. Yung kati na yan, dahil sa dandruff yan. You need Head and Shoulders. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kate. No more hassle sa moment. Goodbye na sa kate, dahil 100% dandruff.
When you look inside a JanSport backpack, you see a story that started in 1967. Since then, our mission has expanded to helping protect our environment for future generations to enjoy. It's a work in progress, but just this season we've used the equivalent of 13 million bottles worth of recycled polyester in our most popular backpacks. When you look inside a JanSport pack, you see our commitment to this brilliant blue planet we call home. And we're just getting started.
Welcome back to MPL Philippines Season 7 here on the English broadcast. Once again, the MPL Philippines Season 7 is brought to you by Smart. Free to game great with Smart free games for all. In just a moment, we're going to be seeing the draft between these two teams. But let's talk a little bit more about their story. Specifically, Work-Auster Force. Now, they're a team that came relatively out of nowhere.
Yeah.
And then they just completely blew up in the scene, go in the qualifiers for Season 7. Now they're going to be going up against an organization that has 2 championships under their belt and the right to call themselves the first ever back-to-back champion. So that's a lot of pressure. Who will make smart choices in the draft? Catch it next, brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart free games for all. I set it up a little bit, but for you, story of Work versus Aura. What do you want to say about that?
Well, the story of Work versus Aura will be written tonight, and I'm quite excited to see if the new kids on the block can actually fight the old gods of MPL Philippines. Again, the only team to go back-to-back, only getting foiled by Bren Esports last season. And when you're going up against this as kids, again, for those who don't know, Work-Auster Force is actually the youngest team, like physically youngest team in the Philippine scene of MLBB right now. And knowing that these are actual kids or actual youngsters, I don't know what kind of term to put, but
youngsters, you make yourself sound so old by calling them youngsters.
Yeah, you know what? That's pretty true. But going back to the point, I have to say that these young people would actually need to stay mature, it's at least inside the game. Because when you're looking at a 2-time champion veteran squad, that's the main thing that they have against you. These are trained minds playing inside the game. But looks like we already see our first ban coming in from Aura-PH, which will be the Paquito.
Now the Paquito pick has been making a lot of noise, specifically in MPL Indonesia. That's becoming a favorite pick for the teams there. Even in the offseason here in MPL Philippines, Filipinos love the Paquito, love the fact that you can dish out so much damage in the early game. Just hit level 3, you're already good. The combinations are going to be coming. String after string, punch after punch. That is the first ban of the game for Aura-PH. Jawhead getting taken out here by Work-Auster Force. We know that Uomi to still be one of the best tank support picks in the game.
Yeah, definitely one of the best tank picks inside the game right now. The ability to just single out high priority targets is something that only Jawhead could offer. There's literally no other hero that could give you the opportunity to just enter a fight, find a priority target, and safely go out afterwards. So Jawhead being banned is no surprise already coming in from Work-Auster Force, but we are seeing quite the standard ban coming in from Work afterwards, that Natalia. But this Alice, I'm quite sure. Alice is a ban that you would want to have right now, considering her strength with the newly upgraded Clock of Destiny.
Clock of Destiny, you get the stacks much faster now. So if you can build that item as fast as you can, you're going to be able to feel the effects as fast as possible. Now, Alice has been a terrifying pick since teams started to realize the absolute power that an Alice brought out. And initially, before I would say that, you know what, Uomi, you're just slightly biased towards the Alice, but we've seen enough of it to say it's a scary pick, and it's a good ban. Another good ban here coming in from Aura-PH is that Selena.
Yeah, Selena, one of those, let's just say, assassin support, whatever role you put her. She's kind of too strong to be in the game right now, especially if the player is very talented in landing those Abyssal Arrows. The Abyssal Arrow could immediately just give you the opportunity to get those kills early on, and having map control as well. That's an automatic. The moment you get that Selena, your map control is immediately superior because of the Abyssal Traps as well. And if you pair that with a Yi Sun Shin, I'm quite sure that a Selena Yi Sun Shin combo just gives you like free map control for the entire game. But looks like we are looking at the third ban of Work-Auster Force already, a Mathilda ban. This is, I think you've talked about that Mathilda ban for a lot of times already. Can you talk about it a little bit before we go to first pick?
Yep, that Mathilda ban, it is a favorite pick for the Filipinos here in MPL because of the fact that it's just so good. The wisps were slightly adjusted, meaning that it focuses not too much on the hero. If you decide to use the wisps closer to minions, then it's going to be spread out a bit more. That's one of the reasons why people love the Matilda pick. But people still pick it up, and it's still a really good pick. But these good picks are the first three here. MLBB picks up the Sylvana, given already a great tank support, and of course Cho and Esmeralda going to Work-Auster Force. That Esmeralda most likely going the gold lane. That Cho can still be flexed.
Yeah. And for MLBB, getting that Sylvana is quite good early on. But I see you reacting over here. It's not yet visible in the camera, but man, Coach Band already told us it's the Bane. It looks like MLBB will be locking in that Bane with the Eve as well. But going back to my point with Sylvana, I really love this first pick coming in from them. This priority pick Sylvana limits the options of Work-Auster Force actually. They need to make sure that they don't draft, let's say, carries or maybe mages that are easily picked off. So I really love this Sylvana pick. But for the Cho and the Esmeralda, I feel like they need someone to at least have artillery damage rather that could match off Eves.
Now they decide to pick up the Diggy. So the first three picks are set. This Diggy pick is interesting. It could actually potentially be the quote-unquote tank for Work-Auster Force. We've seen teams try that lineup where the Diggy is like the tank. The job of this Diggy is just to get information and zone out for the team. Gonna be a big question though, who they're gonna be putting in the mid lane as the mid support here. If they're gonna go for that traditional major, if they want to go crazy and pull off something that Onyx tried off in the off season, go for a healing support and just surprise us with their picks, because MLBB picked up a Bane who was buffed up in the most recent patch. If you don't know why, basically magic damage, Clock of Destiny, second skill, Rum, charge that up full, you get good heal, you get great magic damage. I love this Bane pickup by MLBB.
Yeah, it looks like they've been reading up in her patch notes, and that's a friendly reminder for everyone watching here that it's always fun to read the patch notes, considering that it gives you the know-how of who might be the next meta hero. But let's go back to the bans here. Looks like Benedetta will be the fourth ban for MLBB, which is quite the standard ban. We do not want to see a Benedetta, even after the nerfs, considering that Benedetta is still the best, let's say, the queen of offlaners, or perhaps someone that could enter or even clear waves super fast. So I'm not surprised about that Benedetta ban. And for the side of Work-Auster Force though, it looks like they will be going for the Lunox ban, which is quite a safe offlaner as well. So I'm not surprised to see that Lunox ban. But cap it off, looks like they will be targeting the side lanes here by banning out Lapu Lapu.
Lapu Lapu fell off a little bit of favor from the teams here because he got nerfed again. If in the last time he was nerfed, they nerfed his survivability. Now it was his damage nerf, but he's still a really good mobile fighter to have in your squad and could have been a good pickup for MLBB, who have, you mentioned wave clearing earlier, Ruomi.
Yeah.
MLBB have tremendous wave clear with that Bane. Of course, when you use your basic, when you use your abilities, your next basic attack after some time can recharge and become upgraded to really help clear minion waves. And of course, the Sharks damage the tower. Eve as well can hold down the mid lane really well. That's really good wave clear here for Aura. Work-Auster Force, they need a little bit more of that now. And let's see what they're gonna pick out here, because Brody was just banned by Aura.
Yeah, and looking at Work-Auster Force right now, they definitely need some damage inside their composition. Not quite sure if this Cho will be built tank, and Cho has been flexed on many roles, but looks like they will lock in this Kagura instead, which means they already have access to good damage and possibly good setups, but that takes a lot to set up. It's very challenging to actually go with a Yin-Yang Overturn as your main engage tool. Yes, you have that Esmeralda, but I'm quite sure that this Esmeralda will not dive in with her ultimate just simply as a 5v1. It takes guts to enter that way, so I'm quite sure that they would want to have a main tank, or perhaps even the Cho is their main tank already. That we have to find out later on. But for MLBB, 4 more seconds before they lock in their next 2 picks, and looks like we are seeing a Thams and a Yi Sun Shin. I mentioned Yi Sun Shin earlier, again map control, but for the Thams, what can you say about this pick?
Now the Tams pick adds a little bit more sustainability in the front line of Aura PH because the Bane isn't that sustainable until he gets his Oracle. If Aura PH decides to build up the Bane with that Oracle. So it's nice to have that another frontliner with Tams. I really like this draft here by Work-Auster Force. This is a little bit different from what we see. Earlier, we were saying that Work-Auster Force needed to show a little bit more flexibility, a little bit more diversity and new things in their drafts. And with Unravel holding on to Diggy, it seems like Unravel is going to be playing that Diggy tank. Bruno is going to be the main carry here for Work-Auster Force. You're going to have really good scaling there. What do you feel about the draft, Uomi?
What I feel about is they're actually trying to prove a point here. I'm quite sure that Work-Auster Force wants to prove a point in this game and showing that Chu is not a Claude one trick. Claude was open, by the way. It wasn't banned at all, but they didn't take that Claude. In fact, they took the Bruno instead. So we are entering the land of Dawn here. Reptar, this is it. Work versus Aura.
Something we have to mention, Benny Cutie. Earlier, we thought he wouldn't be playing in this lineup. Now he is there. So it's Felicia, Benny Cutie, Kilowatt, Greed, and JP. For Aura, Lord Hades sitting out. They decide to pick up JP, put him in his typical jungle role. Now, for Work, Unravel, 3 Martizi, Kosei, Arteezy, and Chu. The lineup that we saw in the qualifiers still rocking the same lineup now here in their debut match in MPL regular season as Greed needs to be careful here. He might get picked up by Kosei and Arteezy, but he'll be able to get away.
Yeah, and that was almost too risky for Greed there. Quite greedy, if I say. And he had to at least try and attempt to get or steal away some objectives. But then again, I think Greed has this killer instinct already to know when it's the last possible second that you can come out. So I feel like that was still calculated, even if it was almost a kill for the enemy team.
Arteezy and Kosei, great positioning here as for Felicia. Just getting that Litho Wanderer. Slight changes to the Litho Wanderer, though. You want to share what the changes on the Litho Wanderer are, Yomi?
Well, for the changes, I'm quite sure that a lot of the teams here, they would want to at least secure. It's a more important objective now, that's for sure. But there's 3v1 here in the top side, and looks like Greed finds another one. Unravel
is going really low here, but he'll be able to get away. But Felicia not letting him go home, knowing that Diggy, the longer he is on the map, the more information he can provide for Work-Auster Force. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Kosei versus Benny Cutie, and they're just cutting the wave. Kosei's just cutting the wave here of Benny Cutie because he knows he needs to really pressure Bane and keep him in lane as much as possible by cutting that wave, because Bane, man, if you just let him freely take control of the wave, you're not going to have a good time.
Yeah, and speaking of having a good time here, Work-Auster Force seems to have a better position here, and Rafflesia low in HP, but Kosei might be handing that first blood rather to Work, and that's going to Chu plus the turtle, and wow, that's a 1-for-1 for now. Reptar.
And the Sharks chasing after the little bird, but Unravel able to get away. And Arteezy to get away as well, low on mana. Work-Auster Force, they do have the Bruno, so they do have that really quick early game scaling damage. Now for Aura PH here, they lost the first turtle. Is this a bad start for Work? Is it instantly lost? Do the Aura fans have to worry? Or do they have the right lineup to make a comeback out of this situation?
Well, looking at the score right now, it's still dead even. Just a 200 gold lead for Aura PH. It was a 1-for-1, but the turtle did go to Work, if I'm correctly seeing it. And 1 kill went to Cho, and I love this ultimate coming in from the Yisun Shin. Immediately saying, Kilowatt, you need to stay careful there. There's 3 people in the top side, and you would not want to get killed. But looking at the rotation right now in the bottom lane, this is great for Aura. They immediately cleared out the plating in bottom side.
That threat onto Tams, onto Kilowatt there in the top lane. Right before that happened, we saw Benny Cutie pick up that Clock of Destiny, the item that we mentioned earlier was upgraded, but there could be some action here in the middle lane. But Work is avoiding the action at all costs, knowing that they can pick up something there, but there's going to be an action here, a fight close to the turtle pit as Unravel takes a lot of damage. 3 Martizi able to get away, and Unravel taking time bombs and the rewind, able to give a little bit more space for Work to get away if they get caught out in a hairy situation like that.
Yeah, for Work, I feel like they're playing it to their strengths right now. They're 1 kill ahead, 1k ahead in gold, but I feel like Aura has better rotations in terms of trying to take down turrets. If you look at that bottom lane turret for Work-Auster Force, it's almost gone. That's a little bit, let's say, like 3 hits coming in from Aura-PH, and that turret will be gone. But looks like bottom side will not be the place to fight, as the turtle is started by Aura-PH.
And Unravel is there to give the information to Work. Jose spots out Kilowatt. Real world manipulation used. Good zone out here by Aura. It seems like Work will not be able to get there in time. The use of the Mountain Shocker by Aura gives the information that they're near, but they're not going to get close enough to contest this.
Yeah, and looking at how Aura is playing this, they're using their range and map advantage with a Yisun Shin and the real-world manipulation coming in from Greed. You would want to see this, the ultimate coming in, a Mountain Shocker coming in from JP plus Greed, but wait a minute, in the top side, that might be a 3v1, but they do respect that turret. Plus the additional member coming in from Aura-PH. But going back to my point, the map control coming in from YSS and Greed's ultimate is quite insane.
Yeah, and see there, we mentioned it earlier, the turret changes. Work, if this was the previous patch, they probably would have still tried to dive on that Toms, even with the quadrant Inferno up, but they, as you mentioned, have to respect that. Now, Work-Auster Force going for their rotation. Chu, Unravel, and Arteezy have been 3Ps in a pod, going for that 1-3-1 rotation as they aim to break down this bottom turret here, but Aura are going to try to contest this. Raflesia misses that poke to get that stun, but Chu, look at the damage coming out onto that tower. They're not going to fight it. They just want the objective. They just want the tower. Unravel getting rained down upon by the real world manipulation. Time's Journey, not enough to save him, but it's just the Diggy that they get, but a kill in return here. Kilowatt gets taken out there in the middle lane by that Kagura of Work Arteezy, and that, I feel like it's a win for Work.
Yeah, it was a win for Work, but it's quite amazing to see. Like, Unravel, he was already dead. He just didn't know about it yet. The range coming in from this Eve and the damage is just too unreal without real-world manipulation. And for Work, things are working out for them for now. They have a 1k gold lead 6 minutes in. And this looks to be working out until, I guess, mid-game. I feel like Aura-PH does have the chance to turn the tides to them. But the moment late game starts, this Bruno will be massive.
And now Work have the control over the Turtle Pit as Kosei aggressively goes after Raflesia, so the frontliners of Aura cannot get close to get the information. JP charging it up, but Aura, I don't think they'll be able to get this turtle, man, because Work just positioned themselves really, really well. The pressure in the mid there. Oh, great pickoff by 3. Marteezy gets the way of the dragon and gives the double kill there for Chu. What a combo! The Jikundo flicker forward, but Kosei now eats up the flames of Toms, but has a sustained server to survive. What a pickoff by Marteezy.
They did not expect that. Aura-PH did not expect that play coming in from Marteezy, but the fight isn't over yet, Reptar. This might be another fight, but looks like Aura-PH will be respecting Work for now. Here's a replay of what happened here. Look at this. The combo, the flicker, and it was just already said and done at that moment. And the double kill going to Chu just means that this is even more lethal for Aura-PH. Their earlier macro game is now covered by a 3-0 Chu that got fed by 3 Marteezy really well in that mid lane play.
This is gonna hurt a bunch here for Aura, especially Raflesia, who has not had a good start here. He has to eat up the damage of a Bruno, who is now level 12. 3-0. Raflesia's only level 8. The front line of Aura-PH might not be able to handle the damage. They're gonna be going after Unravel, who pops the Time's Journey, so that's an ultimate gone. But Aura, even forcing out the ultimate of the Diggy, don't have an opportunity to counter up against Work because Work aren't giving them the chance to.
Yeah, and looking at how things are going in this game, Work-Auster Force feels like the team that pulled the trigger first. We talked about this earlier, Reptar. The team to pull the trigger first in the right time will win, but look at the damage. It's coming right in.
And there goes the Sharks. Arteezy goes down. That's going to be 1 kill here for Work. Now Work decide to chase more. That's going to be a shutdown onto the Bruno. But actually 2 members of Work are down. Aura-PH are turning this fight around. Raflesia gets caught out by Kosei. Kosei might go after Greed. Marteezy again, but no! Greed with the timely flicker just right past the tower, saving his BF behind right there, almost getting caught out. Could have been bad for Aura, but that's a small win for Aura, able to take down 2 members of Work.
Yeah, and for Work-Auster Force, they do have the opportunity to clear out the waves here in the mid lane and in the bottom lane, but looks like they will be contesting the purple first. They will not be stealing it away because of the retribution, but there's a lot of things that Work could do right now. They have the minion waves pushing in the bottom side and in the top side as well, and this might be good for them, at least a little bit of zone control to actually try to take down the Lord. And things are looking quite spicy here in the bottom side of the map. We have 3 members invested. No, make that 4 members invested for the side of Aura-PH. They know that Work is planning something in that Lord area, and across that plan, they're already doing it.
Felicia and the rest of Aura know that Work are going after the Lord. It seems like Work wants to reset it. Look at the damage onto Felicia. That's supposed to be your main tank. And just like, what, 3 footballs to the face and you cannot do anything about it. Work will be able to get this Lord. Eve able to get picked out there by Work, and Work are just running away with this, Womi.
Yes, RTZ with another good pickoff against Greed, and this is the weakness of an Eve here. It's quite immobile, but that's the flicker and the Shunpo, and that's an easy escape coming in from that Cho.
Work, let's see if they have the confidence to go after this inhibitor turret in the mid lane. Time gets rewinded, Felicia.
Yeah.
Just trying to find the opening here, and Aura desperately trying what the? Ultimate with the combo coming in from Benny-Cutie out of nowhere, sending out the Sharks, but it's JP who gets taken out in Aura, but they're able to take down 2. See there, the burst damage that Bane can bring out now. RTZ and Chu just deleted off of the face of the earth.
When 6-9 is our score, 11 minutes in. And I have to say that combo was insane coming in from Benny-Cutie. And this is the problem when you have the Lord sometimes. You have this false sense of confidence that you could just group up and get that turret, get that free objective, but that wasn't the story for that fight, as Aura-PH found an opportunity in the blind confidence that Work had with the Lord marching on with them. And now that Aura secured that fight quite easily, I feel like they've gained enough confidence to move around the map once again. There is a 4K gold lead coming in from Work-Auster Force, but we don't, well, I'm quite sure that Aura-PH knows that they could fight Work-Auster Force in this mid game.
This is the new Bane. If Work has the crazy basic attack damage burst that Choose Bruno can bring out, well, Benny-Cutie just showed us that he could get a really deadly catch with the ultimate, and of course a combination with a fully charged Rum second skill. He even bravely used the flicker forward. He was just like, I'm gonna throw out my Sharks, use my flicker forward because I know I'll be able to burst them down. Yeah. That was absolutely insane. But now Work, Kosei gets caught out here. Immediately using the Mountain Shocker as well did JP to get more information, but Aura are not gonna be able to get the pick off that they wanted. 110 seconds until the Lord spawns. I think Work is just gonna play this relaxed. They're gonna find their opening, push out the lanes, and I think they just wanna focus on the Lord when it comes up.
Yeah, and apart from focusing on the Lord, maybe learning from their mistakes as well. They don't want to repeat that type of push, especially now that Benny-Cutie has this confidence to just burst them out. Greed here, tanking that flame shot in the face. Not really quite lethal just yet, but we're looking at Benny-Cutie right now. He could carry this game for Aura-PH, but let's not discount Greed's efforts. And actually 2 deaths, that's not like a lot, considering that he's playing a hero that's quite immobile against a Cho, Esmeralda, and a Kagura that has been constantly targeting him in every fight.
Kilowatt and the gang spots out the Martizi, but he'll be able to get away there. One thing that we have to watch out for here for Work is the fact that Kosei's Esmeralda has not gotten a death just yet. This is an Esmeralda who was able to relatively farm without a problem here, so that could be a big problem for Aura come the late game, but they're really banking on the fact that Benny-Cutie's Bane has insane damage right now. He's not even level 15 yet, but we saw the combo earlier. JP will have the room later, provided by Greed's real-world manipulation to just freely hit. So Aura has the right pieces that even in the really latest of games, they'll be able to take the fight to work. The question is, how much of a problem will Kose's Esmeralda be in the next few minutes?
Yeah, and going towards the late game, the gold lead is stabilized already. It's been a constant 6K for the side of Work. So Aura PH has been finding the opportunity to actually farm a little bit. But again, that 6K is quite huge already. That's 1 or 2 full items for one of the 2 members of Work-Auster Force. And if it's going to the Bruno, it's not going to be a fun time for Aura PH. And for Benny Cutie here, he needs to find the same opportunity that he provided for Aura PH. As the Lord will spawn, this will call a fight here, and looks like Lord will be taken down by Work here.
They cannot get close. Kosei did a really good job zoning them out. Reflecia, jumping too far to the back line there of Work. The tank is gone, and Work now have the confidence to push on forward. 30 seconds until Reflecia comes back. Work have their eyes on the inhibitor turrets. Of course, just a few recall spams for flavor. Look at that, RTZ going in there with the Umbrella Flea, but Work will be able to get that turret down here. Kosei managing the minion waves down bottom. The Lord marching in 13 seconds until Reflecia comes back. Will Aura be able to hold on here? That 11k gold lead. The damage is on the side of Work, but will Aura have enough sustain to hold on here? Real world manipulation already used here. Kilowatt, look at the damage onto the Toms. That's a frontliner down, but a frontliner's back as Reflecia comes in with the Imperial Justice. Goes after Kosei, but look at the shield that Kosei is building up here. They cannot find a way to crack down on this Esmeralda. Blade of Despair picked up by Chu, and I think Work, I truly believe that they have the right pieces to end the game within the next 5 minutes.
I'm quite sure that they would want to end this game in the next 5 minutes. The veterans are already on their last stand with 3 turrets down, all lanes open, only their base existing. This is quite the feat for Work in their debut game in the regular season. They are 12,000 gold ahead from a 2-time championship squad, and this just goes to show that they're ready for MPL and looks like they're ready for a fight.
Reflecia gets picked off and gets bursted down. Killing spree there for RTZ. The Sharks, the deadly catch come out there, but look at that. Aura immediately hightail it back to their base. RTZ looking for a jewel. Oh, he gets it! The Jeet Kundo flicking forward pickoff. RTZ opening that up for Work, and the members of Aura are going down one by one. Benny Cutie with a Winter Trojan. How long is that going to keep you alive? Kilowatt barely able to make it back, but he gets to pick off Chu. The Bruno is gone for Work. Kilowatt is the last man standing. Can he defend this? Can he sustain? No, he cannot. Double kill for RTZ, and that is it. Game number 1 is going to Work.
Oh my god, 3 Martizzi showing everyone that it's not just Chu inside Work-Auster Force, and that was insane coming in from that Cho. He was indeed the X factor that Work-Auster Force needed in that game.
And in just a few moments, we are going to see the happiness on the faces of Work, of course, able to open up the season for themselves with a 1-0 win over Aura PH. This winning moment is brought to you by Master. Hindi sila na GG. Instead, they brought their clay game with Master, the secret of the handsome.
Oh my god, is that your secret too, Reptar?
No.
Oh, well, I think you're quite handsome. I'm quite sure you might be sponsored by Master
please,
too.
maybe?
Master, who knows? But yeah, speaking of masterful plays, I would say that Cho really had a masterful, 3 Martizzi rather, had a masterful Cho there. And if there's someone handsome in that game, should be him.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see to hear what Midnight says. Will be able to say about this match, because it seemed like it was relatively close in the beginning until Work-Auster Force just ran away with it.
Yeah.
They really had no answer. They couldn't stop the farm up of Chu's Bruno. We saw a little bit of glimpses of possibility that maybe they could come back with this. We, of course, Ben Cutie's one great play there with the Bane. But then the problem was they were just handling the fights really well, spacing out really well. Work-Auster Force didn't give Aura PH breathing room to make a comeback. Reptar Naomi here. We will be back, but don't go anywhere, because we're going to throw it over to Midnight to give us the analysis for that game number 1 in this series.
Thank you so much, casters, and wow, what a showing from Work-Auster Force, showing that their force is to be reckoned with. My name is Midnight, this is the Analyst Desk, and pag-uusapan natin kung ano ba yung mga naging keys to victory dito ng Work-Auster Force. Number one, it's the old school answer against crowd control, the Diggy. Sabi nila, hindi natin kailangan ng mga malulupitang hero. Kailangan lang natin intindihin yung mechanics as to how skills work, and against an Eve and against a Bane, that is no-brainer, easy Diggy pick talaga for Work-Auster Force. Mamaya makikita nyo no, sa mga highlights natin kung paano ba iniiwasan ng Work-Auster Force yung team fight aspect ng kanilang kalaban. Of course, we have to look at the stats, which is brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL. Feel free to game great with Smart, free games for all. Makikita natin dito yung itemization ng ating mga players and of course their stats or records dito sa ating game. Now, one thing to note is the damage score of Chu dito. No? He is standing at 7.2. Hindi nga ganun kataas yung damage output ng Bruno. It's primarily on the objectives here for Work-Auster Force. Who did the heavy lifting here for work here? It was actually RTZ on the Kagura. He really did a lot during the fight, zoning out the tank supports of Aura PH. Raflesia was not able to find a good game on this Sylvana, and he was really zoning out Greed as well on his ultimates. That's the reason why Aura was not able to find a very confident, a comfortable team fight against Work-Auster Force. And dagdag pa natin dyan, si Trimar TZ on the show. The Windtalker really helped him on the late game to chase for the last team fight that they needed. Nakita naman natin on the last moments no, nung napakagandang knock-up niya sa 4 na heroes or 3 ng Aura PH. And it really did solidify the performance here of Work-Auster Force. And those are the itemizations and the records or the stats of the players on game number 1. Now, we are gonna look at the highlights moving on after the stats, no? And this most stats is brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL. Feel free to game great. Feel free to game great with Smart, free games for all. And makikita na natin in just a few yung mga moments dito, yung mga shining moments ng Work-Auster Force as they dominated completely over Aura PH. This game highlights are brought to you by Head and Shoulders. Put your game face on and finally say goodbye to those awkwards and hashtag it's a GG moments thanks to Head and Shoulders. 100% dandruff free and itch free. Now, mas mabango pa, pero pili ko mas mabango yung mga gameplays or yung mga highlights dito ng ating teams. Work-Auster Force early game, sila yung nagde-dictate dito ng tempo that is to be expected, having a Bruno and a Diggy on your lineup, and add to that the insane teamfight presence of the Esmeralda as well. Kinaya naman ng Aura PH na mag-hold sa mga pushes ng Work-Auster Force. They were able to delay the game enough to such a point na nag-activate naman si Kilowash, pati na rin si JP. But then again, look at the positioning always of Trimar TZ and RTZ. These two players were key for the Work-Auster Force team. Makikita nyo talagang pang zone out. Si RTZ, pinapakita niya rito yung sarili niya. Not even hiding under the bushes. Sabi niya, okay, ang kailangan ko lang naman gawin is ipang zone out yung aking payong at hulihin si Eve on the backline. Greed was not able to find a decent positioning on these team fights. Now, meron din pogging moments, no? Si Benny Cutie rito with his Bane. The flicker into deadly catch. Really catch Bruno dead, no? On his rights. And Chu was taken down. But, dito nyo makikita kung gaano ka-excellent yung Diggy pick ng Work-Auster Force. After the deadly catch, just simply use the Time's Journey para hindi tayo mahuli ng Eve pati na rin ng Bane. And after that, it was sealed off by Trimar TZ with a very beautiful knock-up onto the heroes of Aura PH. And makikita natin Work-Auster Force really did put in the work in terms of draft, itemization, and map rotations. But of course, RTZ on that Kagura was very, very fantastic as well. Napakaganda ng performance ng Work-Auster Force dito on the back of all the players on this roster. Hindi lang isa yung nag-stand out dito, kundi lahat. Chu with the objective gaming on the Bruno, Unravel with the protection of the Diggy. A lot of factors have been put in to the success of Work-Auster Force. And now, the MVP of the game, brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL. Break through your own limits, rise above, and be free to game great with free games for all. MVP of that game is Trimar TZ. That show with 2 key moments on that game. Number 1, nakita natin yung napaka-poging kick in the mid lane with the flicker and to seal the game off with a victory on their back. Really did show a lot on this hero. With KD of 214, medyo mababa, pero nandun pa rin naman yung mga moments as they just contributed to each other to get the victory here for Work-Auster Force. Now, the question is, Aura-PH, can they find a solution against this playstyle of Work-Auster Force, or will they force it to, will they force Game 3, or will Work just clean the series 2-0? That is the question to our casters. Now, casters, let's see game number 2.
Well, of course, Midnight, we always want to see a game number 3 here, but with how things are going, it seems like Work are making Aura-PH work even harder than they are supposed to. Who will make the smart choices in the upcoming draft for Game 2? Catch it next, brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Feel free to game great with Smart free games for all. Now, we mentioned it earlier that Aura-PH have 2 draft-minded coaches. This was not a bad draft by any means, but it seems like, based on what Midnight said and based on what we saw, that game was just all about Work playing the better game. It was as simple as that.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, and Midnight as well. It was the execution at the end of the day. It doesn't matter if you have the best minds in the entire Philippines making your draft, but if you can't play it, it's not gonna matter much. And looking at how they played it, I think they deserve the recognition that they have. They actually played it well.
Yeah,
the problem is Aura played just insanely better. I rather Work played insanely better. It's quite obvious that Work knew what to do and when to do it. That's a big difference. Going towards the objectives first, making sure to take the right objectives at the right time, and managing your waves. It was quite the perfect game coming in from Work, except for the fact that they had a little bit of blunders, especially in judgment of, let's say, how to push, especially with Benny Cutie just showing up in that one big highlight for Aura-PH. But other than that, Aura-PH, it felt like they were dancing to the tempo of Work-Auster Force.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. And one thing that actually wasn't mentioned that much is how well Work were able to manage the waves in that game number 1, and how they were able to position themselves ahead of where Aura-PH wanted to position. Midnight pointed it out earlier, Raflesia could not get to the spots that he wanted to. A lot of that was thanks to how 3 Martezi was positioning himself, and how the rest of Aura, the moment they see Raflesia, they were like, we're gonna throw everything to this tank because we know he's just there to scout, to give information, and if we get to whittle him down long enough, then Aura-PH won't be able to fight. That's what kept happening before those big turtle fights here. Big question now for Aura-PH. How are they going to react to Work-Auster Force here? We're already hearing bans, I think, coming in. Welcome to the draft. It's game number 2.
Yeah, so we're just gonna wait for the bans to show up on the screen, but I'm quite sure that these players, they've already been mentally shaken by Work-Auster Force. Again, these are veteran players, back-to-back champions as well, especially organizations like this one. They're not easily shattered by a Game 1 loss. But looking at how they were beaten by, let's say, some call it as the overhyped or the overrated team Work-Auster Force, I'm quite sure that they're not overrated. This first game, their debut game, is proof enough that they're not overrated. They're actually good. They're undefeated in the main qualifiers, and that win was a statement win for Work-Auster Force. But for Greed and Aura-PH, it's already time to bring back a game in Game 2. They need to make sure that they show the new kids that the old gods still have it in him.
Yeah, Aura-PH, when they were visited by Manjin and the gang, I forgot who he was with, but they were asking Aura-PH and just getting a feel of what they're like personally. These are stand-up professionals, wherein they've been doing this long enough that if they lose a game, they are very self-aware of their own mistakes. So this isn't a team that is just gonna get really emotional. They're already like thinking about it in their heads. What do we need to do to fix? I think I may have heard a 1-1 pick there just now. I'm not gonna guess. We're still waiting for the drafts to show up here, so we're going into this a little bit of a mystery. It'll be a surprise for us, I guess. It'll become a surprise for what the draft will be for Game 2.
Yeah, and speaking of surprise, make sure to join our other promos as well in the broadcast, because I'm quite sure that we're giving away a little bit of things. I'm not quite sure if it was already announced, but we do have giveaways going on, especially with our pre-game or post-game shows with our host Mara Aquino. And if you could see the stuff in Work-Auster Force, they have the official MPL stuff flexing that merchandise. You could have it too in the future if you just participate in our activities outside of the game. But for now, we're still waiting for the draft to be visible to everyone here. And so far, I'm quite excited to see on how they adjust. This is quite unfair for us. I really want to see on how Aura will adjust from that game, because 3 Martisi played so well in that game with that Cho. Will the Cho ban be there, or maybe steal away the Cho, considering that they will be, I think they're blue side right now. Oh wait, Aura, Aura had Sylvana, so they're not blue side right now. They actually don't have the priority pick in game 2.
I think I was able to pick up a few of the picks that were chosen. I think I heard a Grok, a Tams, and a Lunox. The Grok and Tams were picked together, so I assume that's going onto the side of Aura. It seems like something they tried out. And then the Lunox there was one of the picks picked up there, I believe, by Work-Auster Force. Again, man, I'm really just working off here on guesses because we cannot see the draft right now, but I'm pretty sure the great people behind the scenes are getting to the bottom of that to fix that up right quick. One thing, though, that we know in terms of the pickings is what happened earlier in game number 1. Based on the picks and the bans that they had earlier and how Work-Auster Force played the game earlier, is there anything that Aura wants to do specifically in this draft? Maybe a specific hero to ban or a specific hero to pick to ensure that they get this game to win?
Well, if we're going to the minds of Coach Dale and Arcadia, it's really hard to pinpoint on how they're going to approach Game 2. But I feel like a good suggestion coming in from us would be to not actually react to the plays of Work-Auster Force. Rather, ban out heroes that will stop your current plan. I feel like that's always the good way, good decision rather, to just stick with the game plan. Make sure to play what you've already practiced and literally just ban out the heroes that will stop you from making that plan successful. And quite sure that Work-PH, they already know what to do. They just have to do it and make sure that they will grab that win for now. Because let's talk about the point system a little bit while we're waiting for the draft here. If they get swept here by Work-Auster Force, Work-Auster Force will be like earning 3 points, and that's a lot already for the first day, and they will be earning 0. Getting at least 1 win will secure that they get at least 1 point from this series.
Yeah, that means if Work-Auster Force wins this game 2, we're gonna be seeing... Oh, we went back in time. I believe that was a draft in the last game. That was the last game's draft, like exactly like last game's draft. Unless they're running it back? No, I don't think so. I think that was just the draft from last game. But yeah, it is the point system here. The points really matters. Even if you're gonna lose a series, just try to get at least 1 win.
True.
At least force it to be a 2-1 so that you will be able to at least get on the board. Omega weren't able to do that, so Execration went away with the 3 points. Now again, if Work-Auster Force wins this, they're walking away with the 3 points. This is still the picks and bans from the last game.
Yeah, so let's just wait for the true bans or the true pick and ban that happened for Game 2. But I feel like it's already done. I feel like drafting is already done. We're already seeing players here hype themselves up for the next game, and I'm glad to see that Work-PH are quite happy that you can see them, that their morale is still up. And you're right, these are veterans with minds of steel, and they will be entering this game with a refreshed mind state and just try to get a win out of this series, or maybe extend the game, make a mini reverse sweep in this best of 3 series. Meanwhile, for Work-Auster Force, I feel like final words coming in from Coach Lift before they start this game.
Work-Auster Force, based on what I could see on the phone right there, they were red side in this game, and Aura went with the blue side because they were the first one to celebrate. I'm really getting to the point now. I'm basing the draft here on like the minutia of the details, like looking into the phone. But we can just guess. We're about to see. But based on what I heard, it was a Lunox, Grak, Tams, Lapu Lapu. Those were picked up. Again, maybe one of those were bans. You know what, Womi? we're just going to be seeing once we head into the game. Reptar and Uomi here still calling the action for this second series of the day. It's game number 2, Aura-PH versus Work-Auster Force. I really wish I could say more here about what to expect, but we're just waiting right now to hop into the game and to see what they picked up. But based on the last one, it seems like maybe Aura would have wanted to go after, you know what, let's not assume.
Oh,
let's
no.
wait for it, okay?
Wait,
Three more TZ,
why
there's
do
a
we-
face. All right. You see Greed's name just flying across. Oh, I think I heard it right. Yeah.
Yeah, you did heard it right. And you did mention the Lunox, you mentioned the Grok. Oh, wait. No, yeah, you mentioned the Grok. So I think you scored 3 out of 5 bingos here. But going towards the game already, we're seeing a lot of aggression coming in from Aura. And Kilowash going in behind the turret too.
Yeah, he's already level 2. And now the action picks up really quickly. When it slows down, we're going to run down the heroes right quick. But Aura-PH playing aggressively. They get the first Little Wanderer of the game. Again, that Little Wanderer now, once you kill it, drops that little thing walking across there and will provide vision. Kosei is going to be seen on the map for the next 5 seconds. RTZ takes a lot of damage from Benecutie and Rafflesia. Benecutie is going to be rocking that Bane again. Rafflesia is on the Grok. Kilowatt is on the Toms. JP on the carry. And Greed on that Kagura. Meanwhile, for Work, Unravels rocking the Diggy again. 3 more RTZs on the Lapu Lapu. RTZ on the Lunox. Kosei on the Esmeralda. And Chu on the Claw. A hero rundown, something that I haven't done in a while. But now that we see the drafts, Uomi,
finally.
how do you feel? Let's first start with Aura-PH and the heroes that they picked out.
I like the draft coming in from Aura this time around. They retained what worked in game 1 and adjusted what didn't work out. They do have Benecutie still on that Bane, but looks like a 3v1 will happen here. Rafflesia might be in trouble, but he will be just walking away safely. Going back to the point though, I really like that combo with the Grok. Benecutie will have an easier time to try and pick off targets, but looks like we will be heading to a slight pause for now. But how about you, Reptar? How do you see the overall draft coming in from Work?
Well, I mean, if the Diggy tank worked for them earlier, then you can't say that it's not going to work this time around. I mean, might as well just try it out. And again, I really appreciate that Work is starting to show some more flexibility and diversity here. Something that we mentioned throughout the day is one of our problems with Work. We haven't seen them yet. You said it earlier that they focus on the comfort picks.
Yeah.
They focus on the picks that they know will turn out really well for them. But seeing them stretch out their legs like this is really great. And their draft isn't the more surprising one here, actually. The Aura-PH draft is the one that's a little bit more surprising, bringing back the carry, bringing back the Grok as a tank, because usually we saw the past few times we've seen Grok, he was actually played as like a side laner with the high-end drive, but now Rafflesia is rocking him. Oh, he still has the high-end drive.
Yeah, but
weirdly enough.
he's roaming quite a lot in this game. 3 Martizi trying to look for an opportunity here. JB will get found, but looks like he misses the stun out there, and this might be just a 2v1, but looks like 3 Martizi will be backing off instead. Turtle, though, will be started by Work-Auster Force and Aura-PH. I don't think they have enough members here to try and contest, but cross that's an immediate response coming in from the squad of Aura.
Look at how they're holding onto that Turtle, not resetting it just yet. This could be really bad for Aura. They're kind of in a bad position. That sandwich is there. RTZ already has the ultimate. Here comes the Falling Star Moon. Kosei able to get away. Now RTZ eats a lot of damage from Benecutie with a Cyclone Eye going through the wall. Power of Order Brilliance still staying alive. Misses the Rum, but the first blood goes to Aura-PH. Able to land the kill there on to RTZ's Lunox.
Work-Auster Force really went too aggressive in that fight, and that was a little bit of a bad position as well for RTZ, and immediately gets taken out. It looks like Turtle will be secured by Rafflesia instead. And wow, what a surprise. Aura-PH not only got first blood, but also stole the Turtle too. So that's a combo that you would really want.
Look at this aggressive Grok play by Rafflesia. He's roaming. Okay, I'm still gonna rock the high-end dry. I'm still gonna bully the jungler if I spot them out by myself. I do get that 6% increased physical attack damage as 3 Martizi smacks Rafflesia right in the face with the bravest fighter. Gets that stun in, but not gonna be able to secure the kill there. I'm really loving how Rafflesia is playing this Grok.
Yeah, he's playing this Grok with confidence. Going in, stealing it away from 4 people. Aura PH, they weren't shaken from game 1. They entered this game knowing that they could take on Work-Auster Force, and looks like they're going great. It's going great so far. 3 or 4 minutes in. And looking at how the things are going are in the mid lane though. Rafflesia rotating here in the mid lane. And I feel like they already have a game plan to at least take out one in the side lane. And Ravel
is unraveling right in front of Aura PH's eyes. The basic attack. One quick bonk into the back of the little baby owl there. So here's another kill here for Aura PH, who are just camping that turtle right now. But Benny-Cutie, Rafflesia, and JP cutting the wave there in the top side. Gonna give them a little bit more control for the next few seconds. By the time that turtle spawns, Aura should have really great control in that turtle pit.
Yeah, and looking at how the Lapu Lapu is playing right now, he is making his lane an island, but he's finally going out and trying to find other people as well. But cross that, while I was saying it, Lapu Lapu will now absorb the lanes instead. Going to the top side where the action is, there's 3 people for both teams. Rafflesia trying to get that orange buff away, but looks like they will be securing it with a Retribution. Chu, he's sticking to the game plan here. Again, we're talking about a Claude, which means he would want to play safe until late game.
And RTZ spots out a member of Aura PH. That's Kilowatt. Look at the sustain, trying to keep himself alive for as long as he can. But Aura PH were not able to get them in time. The flame shot to unravel from Kagura, from Greed. Aura PH got to secure themselves a little bit of a revenge kill. At the same time, they got the turtle for themselves.
Another win for Aura PH here. A slight trade coming in from Work. They did get that early pick off. It was quite good for them, but they forgot the range coming in from Flame Shot. And that kill, that play that they took near or away the turtle rather, was also already enough for Aura PH to take down that turtle. And the moment that they got that turtle plus the kill was already a trade win for Aura PH. But looks like in the bottom lane, that's a slow 3. Martizi might be in trouble.
And he is, as he gets caught by the deadly sharks of that Bane. Great 2 versus 1 play there by JP and Benny-Cutie. JP just pick up the Wind Talker there, actually rocking the Beast Killer as the first item to give himself a little bit more sustain. So, the fact that JP's carry hasn't gotten caught out yet, how much of a problem is this going to be for Work by the time the 10-minute mark comes in, Omi?
Well, Work-Auster Force, they haven't been looking at JP for too much. They've always been looking at Benny-Cutie, but looks like Grok will be finding the Claude instead, and it's not done yet. RTZ might be falling down, and Ravel looks to be next, but man, Aura PH, they seem like a different team this game.
Yeah, a different team indeed. Martizi lands the stun there onto JP, but JP has the turtle buff and the sustain to keep himself alive. Great pickup there with the Beast Killer, keeping him alive there. Look at Rafflesia. This is what he's been doing. He has been fearless going into the jungle in the early game, which has given Chu a lot of difficulty with farming up because he has to worry about getting his face smacked in there by Rafflesia's Grok. Purple buff gets stolen away by Benny-Cutie and the gang. Aura PH go back.
Yeah, and we are 7 minutes inside this game. Slight gold lead. No, actually, this is quite the good gold lead coming in from Aura PH already. We're looking at a 4,000 gold lead coming in from Aura PH, and this is mainly because of their 3 turrets pushed compared to Work-Auster Force with 0 turrets pushed yet. They also got the first 2 turtles of the game, but in the top side, Work-Auster Force.
Kilowatt is trying to survive. Already popped the Conrad Inferno to get away. Look at him just going after that one cannon minion because that will stop Work from pushing. Good grit and determination shown there by Kilowatt, but now Rafflesia chasing after RTZ, forcing the flicker, Guardian's Barrier, wild charge, sidestepping Rafflesia's attempt, and look at that in the back line. This time it's Benny-Cutie using the deadly catch, not able to catch anyone out, but in the bottom lane it's 3 Martizi getting caught out.
Man, I love how Greed is playing this Kagura in this game. He knows that he didn't have a good time in game 1. He was playing Eve quite immobile, and now that he's playing one of the more mobile mages in the game right now, plus the damage coming in from the entire combo of this hero, you would know that the Yin Yang overturn could be casted twice in different forms, and he's just capitalizing that fact, comboing people left and right. But looks like Work, they might be in trouble here in the mid lane.
That is true. Already popping the Blazing Duet way too early. RTZ, 3 Martizi in a really bad spot. The burst on the 3 Martizi. Mega kill there for Greed, who's already 5-1-0. This Kagura, you just mentioned it, has been having an amazing game. Getting to zone out Unravel there in RTZ as well. Chu and the rest of Work are trying to defend that inhibitor in the bottom lane. This is going to open up the map greatly for Aura. If Work are not able to hold on to it, but they are able to hold on to it. This is still a big threat for them though, because they have 2 lanes pushed all the way back to the inhibitors.
Man, looking at this game, Aura feels like they didn't even lose in game 1. I feel like this is the anime moment where the child protagonist just fights one of the masters and it gets like one punch through.
Yeah.
And then the master finally has that different face and just shows, oh no, don't reach, young blood.
Yeah, don't reach, young blood. It's like how in one episode you thought, oh wow, the student won, but then the master's like, okay, that was just like 20% of my power. I'm gonna whoop you now. And Unravel just got whooped by the umbrella and the flame shot again. And what Work were doing to Aura and Rafflesia earlier, where every time they saw the Rafflesia, they just bursted him down. That's what they're doing to Unravel and even RTZ when they're roaming around and rotating and helping in other parts of the map. Now this time, the tables have been flipped. Work can't position.
Yeah, and this is immediate control on the Lord area. I don't feel like Work even knows that they're going up, that they're already taking Lord here. And Lord will be going to the side of Aura-PH, and this also might be a fight in the bottom side if Rafflesia gets one. This is the wall on Kosei here, but looks like it will be just the Lord for now. And no, fighting will ensue. But that will change in like 2 to 3 minutes from now.
Yeah, JP still getting his orange here. This could be a fight. Just waiting. About to burst out to happen. But look at the damage!
Oh
From Greed to 3 Martizi, Lapu Lapu has to get back. This is exactly, I just said it, what happened in game number 1 to Aura. Now Aura is doing what Work did to them. 3 Martizi can't hold the front line because, man, he's just getting bursted down by Greed. Unravel can't hold down the front line. He's not playing a traditional tank. Did the Diggy pick actually hurt them in the end, Womi?
I feel like it kind of did. The delayed Yin Yang overturn CC isn't, it's a little bit hard to time for Unravel here, but Kosei will just simply walk in the top side. And looking how things are going around the map, 3 lanes getting pushed, and this looks to be a fight about to start.
Top lane turret destroyed, bottom lane turret destroyed as well. Now let's see who's gonna win this out. The wild charge connects. That's gonna be another kill there for Rafflesia's Grok. A shutdown there though by Chu, going straight to the back line. Greed is down, Rafflesia's down. It seems to be a turnaround. Double kill there for Benny Cutie with the deadliest of catches, and right in the base, right in their face. Aura will force out a game number 3. The veterans telling the young bloods, don't reach.
And Benny Cutie will be the bane of the existence of Work-Auster Force in this game 2. I feel like they gotta respect that Bane pick now, because in game 2, Work-Auster Force did not see Benny Cutie coming.
Yeah, man, we barely saw Benny Cutie coming out of nowhere the entire game, because suddenly, again, just one highlight is all you need from that Bane. Benny Cutie, great timing there, using the deadly catch, aggression out of nowhere. Work, if they dialed it down a little bit, could have defended it. Chu, the aggression was a right call because they were able to get the kills, but man, oh man, the winning moment is brought to you by Oppo A94. Experience gaming at full speed with Oppo A94. Available starting March 26 in Oppo concept stores, retail partners, and e-com platforms. Omi, what else have you got to say about that matchup? It's game 3 now, baby.
We're going to game 3, and Aura-PH, they definitely proved to the young bloods of Work-Auster Force that they definitely have to respect their elders in this league. The debut game of Work-Auster Force was a treat for them, but looks like game 2 they finally activated the man mode in them, and this is something like maybe the boss music playing already, but I'm quite sure that Midnight has a lot of things to say about that game. Uomi Reptar and Midnight will be taking the mic for now.
You know what? The difference is game number 2, Aura-PH didn't really care about team fight, didn't really care about skills. They just took damage, and that was what sealed the game here for Aura-PH and forcing out game 3 against Work-Auster Force. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. My name is Midnight, and dito pag-usapan natin kung ano ba yung naging adjustments dito ng Aura-PH, kung bakit nailabas nila yung game 3 out of this series. Now, I have to talk about the Grok pick of Raflesia. No? Hindi natin nakita yung draft, pero most likely it was a telegraph pick by Aura-PH. They saw the Lunox, they saw the Diggy, and ang solution lang dito is, okay, wag tayong gumamit ng mga heroes na dependent sa skills and lockdowns. Let's just use, sabi nga ng cases natin, no, yung mga face check heroes. Now we're gonna look at the stats here, brought to us by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL. Feel free to game grade with Smart free games for all. And makikita nyo rito yung mga scores ng ating players. 11 kills for Aura and 5 for Work-Auster Force. It was a really fast game, no? And it was because of the presence of the Grok on the early game. Pag tinignan nyo yung lineup ng Aura-PH, no? Actually, there's no real, there's no real condition for these guys. Hindi sila naghihintay ng ultimate, hindi sila naghihintay ng exact timing for these spells. They don't even need to catch people off guard on the side of teamwork. They just output damage. Yun lang yung ginagawa ng lineup to. And you saw that with Benny Cutie even chasing RTZ in the middle lane earlier and just using the flicker into deadly catch combination to take out the Claude. And that was, the overall look of the game. And once again, guys, these stats are brought to us by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL. Free to game great with Smart free games for all. And nakita nyo naman kanina, no? Actually, makikita nyo ulit sa highlights kung paano ba kwinasak ng Aura-PH yung early game ng Work-Auster Force. It was basically just Raflesia moving around. Now, we're gonna move on to the highlights of the series, game, brought to us by Master. Bring your clay game with Master, sikreto ng mga gwapo. Ito makikita natin yung sikreto ni Raflesia, no? Yung poging-poging, gwapong-gwapong Grok natin. But first, si Benny Cutie on the early game, makita natin yung presence ni Bane on these skirmishes. Again, hindi sila naghihintay ng mga skills. They just spam them to dish out the damage. And Aura-PH, they know na they're just waiting for the items here of JP on the carry. And honestly, they could have picked other marksmen here, no? The YSS, even the Clint, the Granger. It could have worked because the whole idea of the draft of Aura-PH just destroys what Work-Auster Force has. Having the Diggy and the Lunox, these guys wait for opportunities. They bait out skills on the enemy side. But look at Aura-PH. Every time they see a hero, they just go. They just commit. Unravel being damaged by the flame shot with a slow, Force steals the time's journey, and of course, hahabulin lang yan ng Aura-PH, easily securing kills after kills after kills after kills. 6-2 ang ating kill score pagdating ng 8 minutes 40 seconds in, and they just pushed in. After the Lord, napakaganda ng opportunity para isang nakagad yung game. Makikita natin dito yung napakagandang deadly catch ni Benny Cutie, and it was an easy victory here for Aura-PH, securing game number 2 against Work-Auster Force. And once again, the idea here of Aura-PH is just to dish out damage. Hindi natin wag na tayong magpabadri pa kay Diggy and kay Lunox. Wag na natin hintayin yung mga skills natin. Let's just use Grok and get vision, propel ourselves to victory, and get that game number 3. Ngayon, ang MVP ay kokoranahan natin dito sa ating game. Kanina nakita natin yung mga amazing performance ng mga players natin. And this time around, we will have Benny Cutie for the MVP. Brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Break through your own limits, rise above, and be free to game grade with free games for all. He did break through his own limits. Sabi niya kay Coach Arcade, kay Coach Dale, Coach, lang pakialam, kahit pangit game 1 ko, Bane pa rin tayo game 2. KDF 305, and look at the damage dealt here, 37,035. Kung iisipin nyo na medyo maliit yan, 37,000, that was a game under 15 minutes. So napakataas niyan for a Bane, and it was just the easy game here for Benny Cutie and the gang. Started from the early game, snowballed towards the late game, and deadly catch, and they caught off guard Work-Auster Force to force out game number 3. Now the question is, who will be the winner of the entire series? Will Work make the dream work, or will Aura-PH have this aura fire inside it? Casters, back to you.
I like how in the photo there that you can actually see Benny Cutie's pose was like this. And like how Midnight said, like, hey, even though we lost game number 1 and I was Bane, please let me play Bane. I think that's what Benny Cutie was like off camera. Reptar Aronobi still here. Once again, the MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart free games for all. Now, we're in a game 3.
Yeah.
We were talking about something earlier, and although we weren't able to see the bans, do you think that Cho ban, if it did happen, do you think the Cho... Okay, let's reframe the question. Do you think the Cho was banned out?
Yeah, first, I feel like the Cho was banned out. I honestly feel like 3 Martisi wasn't playing in his usual comfort in that game. I think the Lapu Lapu was a little bit lackluster compared to how he played with that MVP performance Cho. So I feel like that Cho was indeed banned. Again, comfort ban or target bans rather for comfort is quite good, especially in a 3-game series, because you're looking at a series that might just end in 2 games. So getting that target ban real quick was a good move coming in from the coaches of Aura.
Yes, that's true, but then at the same time, I also don't want to blame 3 Martisi too much on having a bad Lapu Lapu game because of his own abilities. I think it was a little bit more of
because
the fact that he was so disrupted.
True.
He was disrupted hard in his lane, especially the times where Felicia would actually be the one to cut that XP lane. And then when, I think we saw it twice or 3 times, or 3 Martisi would try to go one-on-one against the Grog, just couldn't handle it.
Yeah.
Like before hitting level 4, around that level 4 to 6 mark here. So yeah, that's something that 3 Martisi now has to watch out for, that he could be the main target for Aura, because he was the MVP in game number 1.
Yeah.
Now in game number 2, Aura decided to target 3 Martisi. What do you think Work will focus on for this game number 3 to turn it around and reverse it and actually walk away with a win?
Well, looking at how things went for game 1, or game 2 rather, it's quite obvious that the way they played game 1 is quite standard, or maybe this is the type of recipe that you can't change at all. It feels like it only worked for them in game 1 because it was the correct measurements, the correct ingredients. But you know that moment in baking where do you bake, Reptar?
Yes, I do actually.
Like when you bake with a little bit, let's say you put too much sugar, too much butter, the texture, the main product is basically different.
Yeah.
I feel like that's what happened in game 2. They changed it a little bit because of the bans. Again, let's say the butter wasn't available, the Cho wasn't available, and now they had to use margarine instead. Of course, the product will be quite different. And I feel like that's also because of the drafting of Aura-PH as well. So going back to your question, Reptar, I think for Work-Auster Force to come back in Game 3, they have to find an entirely new recipe to show to to Aura-PH rather, and maybe just prove that they're really not this one-trick pony team where they could just play one composition. Maybe 2 or 3 is already enough, and this again is their first series in MPL.
Yeah, weirdly enough, I feel like that Grok pick really worked well against going up against that Diggy tank, because he can pop off he didn't rock the sprint. I can't remember if it was the sprint or the petrify that he rocked. But anyways, the damage that the Grok can bring out, even if you catch him out, could punish you in return. Again, the Diggy is not like a traditional tank. It's a support pick that you adjusted to fill in the role of attack. So maybe that's something that Work has to do now for their next draft. We've seen them in the past run a very textbook kind of lineup for themselves. Now we've seen them try something new. Now for this game, try to find that balance. Inject something new with the type of heroes, type of lineups that you used to run. What I'm trying to say is, maybe go for a traditional tank pick this time.
Yeah, and traditional tank picks, especially the ones with hard crowd control, would prove to be useful in several occasions. I don't even have to pinpoint occasions where hard CC is used. It's always useful at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Having hard CC is always useful, especially if you want to stop certain mages or certain carries and just taking over the game. And looking at how they didn't have enough CC, Greed had free reign in that game. He was literally going in and out and just safely walking away. And apart from the free Purify inside the kit of the Kagura, it was still quite obvious that Greed could definitely just walk in and out, not even use a dash to just go in, take one out, or maybe just deal enough damage. Even the tanks were suffering, and the flame shots were accurate. Again, Greed played like he really hated game 1. You could feel it across the screen. Like, you could feel it like Greed didn't like game 1. Me no play Eve anymore. Me play Kagura, and me enter, fight, kill 5 people, and leave. Something like that.
Why does your Greed impression sound like a caveman?
No, it's not a caveman, it's Hulk. Because he was just insanely smashing out everyone there.
That makes sense. And one thing that I realized is that now for MPL Season 7, if we're counting the open qualifiers and the main qualifiers as part of Season 7, Chu's Claude is no longer undefeated.
Oh
Chu
no.
was rocking the Claude
no.
in that last game. So that perfect streak of games is now gone. Now the question is, who will make the smart choices in the draft? Catch it next, brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Feel free to game great with Smart, free games for all. The draft is about to start, and this is going to be a big one for these two teams. Will Coach Arcadia and Coach Dale start off the season hot and prove that we are one of the best coaching staffs in this season, in this league? Or will Work-Auster Force continue their hot run from the qualifiers to beat the former two-time defending champions as Paquito gets banned out?
Alright, it's going to be a Paquito ban for the side of Work-PH. This is quite the mirrored ban for the past games. And for the past games, we actually didn't see Game 2. Then Game 1, Work-PH banned Paquito as well. So we wouldn't be surprised if we would see similar bans coming in from Game 1 as well. Might see the Alice, the Selena, the Benedetta, and the Brody as well. But let's see on how Work-PH will approach this, considering that they would want to respect certain picks coming in from Work-Auster Force, including that 3 Martese Cho. And as I said earlier, Alice will be the next ban. Meanwhile, for Work-Auster Force, I see a Natalia and a Jawhead for the side of Work.
So far, the draft is going really similar to game number 1.
Yeah.
Not just the series, but game number 1, like exactly this has been the order. But the Paquito and the Alice getting taken out by Aura. Now they take out the Selena. If we're going to be following the order of game number 1 banning, Work-Auster Force might actually decide to ban out the Matilda here.
Yeah, and are you gonna pull off the
Oh!
the Mind Reader Reptar? Goes in with a Matilda ban, and we're looking at very similar bans coming in from Game 1. The question is, are they gonna have similar picks from Game 1 as well? For reference, Game 1, Aura first pick the Sylvana, so let's see if they're gonna get a Sylvana as well. But let's take note, this was the game, actually, Game 1 did not work out for them, but looks like they will get the Thams instead. This is quite weird for me. I honestly don't see a lot of good reasons to secure the Thams early. But again, who am I to question Coach Dale? How about you, Reptar?
I have seen Coach Dale and even other teams try to pull this off before, where they pick off an off-kilter pick such as this in a way to sort of throw off Work-Auster Force, because now they have to... You'd want to, if you're going to pick out the Thams, you're either going to pick that out in the next ban phase, most likely, or one of your last 2 picks. So now that Work-PH picked that out as 1, Work-Auster Force has a lot of work cut out for them as to who they're going to pick for their first 2 picks. They're still going to go for the Cho and Esmeralda, same as they did in game number 1.
Yeah, Cho Esmeralda, I like it coming in from Work-Auster Force. They immediately lock in the thing that worked for them in Game 1, which is the Cho. And the Esmeralda was quite standard in Game 1. If I remember, they did play that Esmeralda, or did they actually didn't. Oh wait, they did. They played Esmeralda, 1, yeah. Cho, Diggy, Kagura, and the Bruno in Game 1. So for Work-Auster Force, they're sticking to what worked in Game 1. But looks like Work-PH will be bringing out the things that worked out in Game 2. So they're actually going in for at least for this series, the heroes that performed well throughout the last 2 games. So we're looking at Rafflesia going back to that Grok, and Greed might be going back to that Kagura. Let's see on how Work-Auster Force will respond to those last 2 picks.
Now Work-Auster Force actually have the option to change up to a traditional tank pick or more of a regular tank, which, yeah, they go for the Sylvana. So instead of putting that Cho into the tank, they decide to put that Cho onto the side. So it's going to be Esmeralda and Cho into side lanes. Meanwhile, Sylvana is going to be handled up there by Unravel. I like the adjustment there by Work-Auster Force to decide to go for the more usual tank pick that we see.
Yeah, I really like that adjustment, as you said as well. This was way overdue of them already. Yes, the Diggy worked in Game 1, but you can't expect Work-PH to not do anything about
Your
it.
team
So
is
finally they do pick up that Sylvana, and that provides them the opportunity to get that Kagura or maybe stun up a lot of individuals with that Comedic Lance. So I really like this Sylvana, but let's move on towards the second banning phase of this draft. Let's see on how Aura-PH would respond to this Benny Cutie ban, with that Bane being the fourth ban of Work-Auster Force.
That's a good ban there by Work. Finally deciding to respect that. Despite it being 1-for-1 in this series, you couldn't really take the risk to
Your
get caught
team
out by a
is
surprise
banning.
pick with surprise plays yet again. Or a PH smartly banning out the Valier, because that Valier, if it was picked out by Work, could have given a really tough time for that Toms and that Grok.
And Valier, we did see Valier in our first series today, but sadly it didn't work out. So I feel like this Valier is more of a we don't want him in this game ban, rather than he's strong in the meta type of ban. And looking at Work-Auster Force, I think they're banning with the mentality of the latter point that I gave you earlier. By banning out the Bane and the Benedetta, they are definitely still strong in this patch, especially that Bane, with Benecutie already stealing one away from Work-Auster Force. It looks like they're not gonna stick with the Claude, and they're not gonna get the Bruno. They're hovering over this carry instead.
Yeah, absolutely. They locked that in. So, unique pick there by Work-Auster Force, bringing out the carry. Chu also had a really good record with the Isan Shin in the qualifiers. So I think this is more of Work-Auster Force feeling as if maybe the nerfs on YSS were a bit too much. I mean, it's not too damaging, but it was just like the enhanced basic attack that changed for him. So the carry still makes sense.
Yeah, and carry, I feel like it gives them late game insurance as well, but looks like we will be seeing the first of Lancelot in this series. They lock it in with the Khalid, and things are looking great for the, let's say, melee matchups for Aura here. They have a lot of damage, a lot of CC. Survivability is not a question mark as well, and I'm really liking on how they played or capped off their draft here in Game 3. This could be the mini sweep that we're looking at, but for Work-Auster Force, they finally finish their draft with this Kadita that I think will serve to be quite lethal if he finds the targets with the rough waves.
RTZ has a record of playing Kadita in the qualifier, so that was a good pickup. In my head, I was thinking that what else could they pick? I mean, Lo Yi was one of the best options. I thought maybe they could have gone for a surprise Aurora pick, someone who got buffed recently, but they needed someone with mobility, someone who could get away from danger. That Kadita pick was perfect by Work-Auster Force. The Lancelot and Kalido are surprising for Aura-PH. This is a game, weirdly enough, the lineup of Work-Auster Force scales better because of the fact that they have carry and Kadita does really crazy burst damage in the late game. What do you feel about the draft of Aura?
Well, for Aura-PH, I really think that they have the mid-game power spike here with the Lancelot. And not just the mid-game power spike, but majority of the early game as well. They do have the tools to be quite aggressive, so I'm quite sure that they will be using this to secure the win early on. Because if this takes a while for them to finish, I feel like Work-Auster Force with this carry has the late game insurance in that marksman.
Game number 3 in the second series of MPL-PH Season 7. Bit of aggressive skirmish in the bottom lane. If you weren't able to see it earlier, Toms and Esmeralda going one-on-one. Work just doing everything they can to keep Chu protected. That carry needs as much buffs as possible, but Kilowatt might need help here. Rafish is there. Kilowatt and Rafish. Look at the damage coming out from the Khalid, from the Grok, bursting down 3 Martizi, and Cho just respawn, but that's gonna be first blood going to Aura.
Yeah, Aura just giving out that damage early on. It was a perfect symphony. It's literally this. Let's just say that the skills were timed perfectly in a way that they couldn't react. But a 1v1 here in the bottom lane. Kosei will be running away safely, and Rafflesia once again trying to disrupt this purple take.
And that is not going to be stolen away by Greed's Flame Shot. Chu still gets to secure it, but Work, they're getting pressured right now. Rafflesia with a good minion wave clear, but Rafflesia got way too close there to Chu's carry. First kill of the carries goes to the carry of Work. Aura, JP still has not gotten on the board.
With Reptar's tongue twisters, with his tongue twisting in that 3v2, Work-Auster Force finds himself 1-1 with a 300 gold deficit against Aura-PH here. Aura-PH, I feel like they were too aggressive in that mid lane with Rafflesia giving out a kill. But Rafflesia is not stopping. He's actually going to enter this 2v1, trying to disrupt the turn. Wait, that's his team. If you had a tongue twister, mine was an eye twister.
Yeah, an eye twister, mind twister, everything got twisted, but Benny Cutie is getting twisted right there in the bottom lane. Look at that, Kosei jumping under the tower. Knows that he had a little bit of shield just available for himself to get the last hit there on Benny Cutie. Good call there by Kosei to decide to finish that play.
Yeah, and let's take note of how they played that tower dive really well. They actually exited that turret range quite early because they know that the more they stay there, the more damage they might take. And with the recent buffs to the turrets, or changes rather, they need to make sure that when they do make dives, it's fast, it's effective, and the turret is juggled quite safely. But a 1v1 here, the rough waves was just impeccable in that fight, but it continues in the purple side.
As the falling star move goes in, but there, the wild charge by Rafflesia knocking up the members of Work, but he just did that to buy time for the members of Aura-PH to get away. That's going to be 2 down for the side of Aura. Work getting 2 kills there now, leading the kill board 4-1 with a small 500 gold lead here just before the 4-minute mark. Great play there by Work.
Yeah, and Work-Auster Force, things are looking great for them considering that Aura-PH has the early aggression. It should be working for them. They have the early game power spike, they have the mid game power spike, but Work-Auster Force has been finding opportunities that Aura-PH did not account for. Considering that rough waves was quite surprising, but the ult is executed there.
Doesn't land though. The Chromatic lands, stops Greed for just a bit. Both teams are gonna back off using the abilities just to poke each other out there. 3 Martizi is gonna force back Killwatch to go into lane. He might help out the rest of Work to open a play there. Unravel spots out Rafflesia.
Yeah,
both teams right now are just trying to find control in the map.
Yeah, and they need to make sure that if they do find control, it's near the mid lane or the top lane because the turtle will be spawning soon. Actually, it's already spawned, and it's already started by Aura-PH. The damage unravel.
Oh, it's unraveling yet again as he goes really low, and Killwatch cuts off his escape. But 3 Martizi going down as well. 2 down for Work. Double kill there for Killwatch. The turtle is still getting contested by RTZ, but that's going to be secured by JP. JP, the ocean, the knockup, the rough waves. RTZ might be able to turn this around, and he does, securing the kill there. He goes down, but that is what they needed to do. JP secured the turtle. You can't let him walk around with that turtle buff on that Lancelot. RTZ said, if I'm gonna go down, I'm taking you down with me.
Yeah, 1-for-2 trade in the favor of Work-Auster Force, but the turtle will be stolen away by JP rather, with that retribution as well. So for Aura-PH, that's an overall win considering that they got 1 kill plus the turtle, but Work-Auster Force, they didn't lose out entirely by getting 1 kill. Blade of Heptasy is already secured by 3 Martizi here. That means that's gonna be a big damage boost for this show if he finds someone alone with that high and dry.
Yeah, he'll want to try to just pick out Chu. Chu is his best target here. Maybe possibly Kosei if Aura has the right burst and the right positioning for them. Chu is enemy number 1 here for Aura. Look at that, the knock of the wild charge. Rafflesia not able to get away their killing spree. Bit of a back and forth there, push and pull as 3 Martizi trying to keep himself alive with the Continent Inferno. Misses the Phantom Execution, but that is going to be a kill there still for JP. Finally getting into the kill board as a flame shot from Greed misses. Aura-PH with a counter to Work.
Yeah, another 1-for-1, and now the game is almost dead even here with just roughly 1k in the favor of Aura-PH, and still no turrets are going down, but it might change now. They are trying to get this bottom lane turret, and they will. Aura-PH secures the first turret of the game, and that boosts the goal lead into a flat 1k. Still, anyone's game at this point, and we're already at the 6-minute mark. Earlier on in the first few games, 6-minute mark was full of bloodshed, and this seems to be quite the quiet game so far.
3 Martezi with a knock there onto Raflesia, who's trying to disrupt the purple buff take there of Work, but Chu is able to get it without a problem. Turtle has spawned yet again. Aura, a bit of a sandwich here, but the Khalid positioning is going to be crucial here for Aura PH. Work have to watch out for Kilowash.
Yeah, Kosei though.
Who's going to get it? Still taken away there by Aura PH, or Flesha with a knock-up on Ravel, forced to go back. Another Turtle goes to Aura. Back to back now.
Back-to-back turtles for Aura PH, and they do have 1 turret advantage, and looks like they would want to change that. RTZ trying to make something happen, but he was quickly telegraphed considering that he wasn't coming in, or coming out rather, of the fog of war. But for now, looking at Aura PH, they really know when to rotate, and it's slowly creeping up on Work-Auster Force. It feels like they can't handle the macro game of Aura in this game in general. They do find themselves lacking turret pushes or even waves pushing in their favor 7 minutes in.
RTZ with a knock up there, though. Look at that, rough waves. JP gets bursted down by RTZ. Work able to follow through there. It's a small win, but a win nonetheless here for Work, who might just be able to get a bit more control, but RTZ gets caught out. Breath of the Ocean for the knockup, but Greed has the last laugh. 2-0-1 right now. Chu's going after him, but the damage from that turret hurts way too much. Will not be able to catch out for Greed, but Kilowash is behind. He might go for the Raging Sandstorm if he wants to, but he has the information as to where the members of Work are. He spots out Unravel, and he's going to know him. Look at the damage from the Khalid. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Benny Cutie could be up next. Conrad Inferno, not enough to keep himself alive. Kosei getting chased down here. The knockup by Raflesia, but now the members of Aura are too far to follow through there. Aura still, after all those scattered trades, scattered encounters around the map, it's Benny Cutie who goes down in the top lane at the hands of 3 Martezi.
Well, for Aura PH, I feel like their aggression has been their downfall as well in this game. Sometimes they commit too much and they end up losing out instead. And for Work-Auster Force, props to them for finding that opportunity, but they need to create their own. Because so far, they have been dancing to the tempo of Aura PH, and they've only been capitalizing on mistakes. But this might be just their time as the turtle gets started by Work.
Raflesia already used that wild charge, so he won't be able to use it. Good Guardian's barrier block. Work can't get close enough, and Aura completely zoned out Work thanks to Raflesia's Guardian's barrier, keeping away the members of Work who are now scattered, or actually staying under that middle lane to try and defend it, but they actually got to get a tower back in return in the top side here, so they trade turtle for tower there. 3 Martezi, good split push.
Yeah, and 3 Martezi, I feel like he's already in that, let's say, the Cho zone, where you just want to split push safely and try to survive, because team fights would obviously not work well towards your favor. This is the mid-game power spike that we're talking about, and that's an immediate kill on Sylvana as Greed finds the kill. Work-Auster Force loses 1, but the kill score is still 7-8 and 1k. It's still 1k, the gold lead going to Aura PH.
Crucial item pickup here for Benny Cutie, picking up the Brute Force breastplate. Look at that Greed coming in there with the ultimate going in. 3 members of Work gone just like that. Actually, 2 went down, but Greed went down himself. He says, you know what, worth it. We got 2 towers down, we got 2 kills, we got RTZ, we got Chu. Those 2 were just completely surprised by the entry of Greed.
Yeah, and apart from the entry from Greed, the plays coming in from Raflesia, this Grok will be going down in the bottom side, but I feel like he won't. And going back to that mid lane, Raflesia is playing great in this game. He's really the one playing the boss music against Work-Auster Force in this game, and you would see that Work-Auster Force, this is where the veterans shine. After losing game 1, winning game 2 and 3, you know that their minds are made of steel, and not just steel, it's quality inside those brains.
Kilowash, good positioning here, has info where Unravel is. He might get caught out though, but no, the members of Aura are there to help him out. And look at that, the damage coming out from this Khalid is just absolutely insane. 4 kills, no deaths. He has to execute on him as well. So now Unravel has to be really careful here. Benny Cutie forcing out the ultimate of 3 Martezi after he popped up his own Conrad Inferno. But this could be bad for Work. Look at that, Rafflesia and Greed. This tandem has
Hold
been
on.
absolute mint since game 2. Greed is still hiding in the bushes there. JP nearby. Not yet level 15, but he's really close. Kosei gets spotted out there in the top lane. Look at that. Oh, flame shot doesn't connect to Unravel, but they still have the info. Kosei, though, trying to fight it out. Unstoppable. Great positioning there by Rafflesia and Greed. Just stopping Work from even thinking about helping out Kosei.
Right now, Work, I feel like they're shell-shocked on what's happening. It's like Aura-PH came out of nowhere in this game. They really didn't expect that the mid-game power spike would come in by 12 minutes, and suddenly they can't fight the fights that they could have fought early on in this game. Rafflesia trapping RTZ here, and that's going to be an easy kill for the Ka lead. And now that the Kadita is gone, this is going to be a free turret in the top side as well. Suddenly Aura has full control of this game.
Yeah, and that's a lot of damage gone from Work. Most of the damage, I believe, has been coming out of RTZ. Although Chu is already really farmed up, has had a great game with the carry so far. But one of the problems here for Work is that they don't have a lot of frontline hold. Unravel is getting bursted down. 3 Martizi gets bursted down. That's a kill there for the Lancelot. And this is bad. Within the minute, this could be over as the Lord marches in. Guardian's Barrier already popped. Bottom tower already down. That mid lane tower is still holding on. But Aura says we're going to focus the side lane turrets first. Unravel taking a lot of damage. Just staying holding on. Arteezy is back. Actually securing a kill there onto JP. Kosei holding on for the damage. But Greed comes in. Greed with the damage, Greed with a double kill, and Aura-PH with a Game 3 series win.
Reverse sweep as Work-Auster Force crumbles to the veterans. Aura-PH proves to the young bloods that they're not to be taken lightly. Game 1 was a freebie, but Game 2 and 3 was a different story.
Work-Auster Force with an awakening, and this winning moment is brought to you by Head & Shoulders. Put your game face on and finally say goodbye to those really awkward #ItchaGG moments thanks to Head & Shoulders. 100% dandruff-free and itch-free, now mas mabango pa.
Yeah, and again, that winning moment was also brought to you by Master as well, and hindi sila na GG instead. And they brought their clay game with Master. Sikreto ng mga guwapo. And again, sikreto din natin yan, syempre.
Maybe just for you.
No, actually, sorry, this was the English broadcast, but yeah. To translate what I just said, it's basically our secret to as casters because you know what they say. MPL Philippines, not only the best region, but also has the best. You know what? They don't say that. They don't say that.
No one says that.
No one
just
says
you.
that.
But it's nice that you have the confidence there. But yeah, that's it for the series. Great series by these two teams, Work-Auster Force and Aura-PH. Let's hear what Midnight has to say. I'm pretty sure he's really excited to just really show us what happened in that game, explain it, lay down the details, and let us know just exactly how Work won that game. Reptar and Naomi here, we have been your casters. We'll see you in a bit, but Midnight is going to lay down the analysis.
Thank you so much, casters. Grabe, ang masasabi ko lang dito is si Rafflesia pinulis yung Work-Auster Force. And syempre, alongside his teammates, secured an easy victory on Game 3 and won the entire series. Once again, my name is Midnight, your analyst for today. And the following post-game stats na makikita natin dito is brought to us by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL. Free to game grade with Smart free games for all. And as I was saying earlier, si Grok dito, no, si Rafflesia, pinulis lang talaga yung Work-Auster Force. Sabi niya rito, oy, curfew na, papalalagyan ko ng pader, tapos pagagalitan lang ni Greed, no, papalalagyan ng payong, and easy pickups. Pero, pinaka-importanting aspect ng game dito ni Rafflesia is the early game. Kung makikita nyo, no, game 2, hindi natin nabanggit, pero very key, a very important factor, yung kanyang emblem. Naka-high and dry yung Grok natin. What he does on the early game is just continuously poke the heroes of Work-Auster Force. May makikita natin dito yung score niya dito, no? 0, 3, and 10. Considering na 14 kills lang ang Aura-PH, he has 10 out of 14. So medyo mataas yung kanyang kill participation dito. And again, ang trabaho lang naman ni Rafflesia is to tank damage and poke enemy heroes. And that propelled Aura-PH to the mid-game timing that they were looking for. Although may mga magaganda ring plays naman ang Work-Auster Force. Pero syempre, iba pa rin talaga yung nila ni Rafflesia for Aura-PH. Once again, these stats were brought to us by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL. Free to game great with Smart free games for all. Ang ganda ng mga movements dito ng mga players, no? Gwapong-gwapo and napaka-pogi. Mukhang kailangan natin alamin yung sikreto ni Rafflesia. Pero makikita natin in a few moments yung highlights dito ng ating game. Of course, brought to us by Head and Shoulders. Put your game face on and finally say goodbye to those awkward #itchagg moments thanks to the Head and Shoulders. 100% dander free and itch free. Now, mas mabango pa. Tingnan natin yung mga mababangong moments dito ng Aura-PH. It started with an overfarm on the top lane or yung pagcut ng minion wave directly going inside the enemy jungle para makapag-invade ng jungle boss. Makikita nyo naman dito yung gameplay ng Aura-PH, no? Ang ginagawa nila is naghihiwa-hiwalay sila. There's one hero on the other side of the map and there's 3 or 4 heroes on the opposite side of the map. Pero syempre, hindi rin naman nagkulang ng poking moments dito si RTZ, one of the most consistent players dito on the side of Work-Auster Force with a beautiful catch on the Lancelot. Actually, maraming pang moments yan dito rin si RTZ, no? He was able to bait out Rafflesia and JP and got the kill on the Lancelot. Unfortunately, that wasn't enough. Greed was there to secure the kill and paulit-ulit natin makikita si Rafflesia na nang mamamalang. Trim RTZ had his moments with a very beautiful kick there onto the Grok. Napakabilis ng kanyang daliri. Sticker na lang ang kulang. And Aura-PH really didn't stop there. Okay, sabi nila, kailangan natin mag-reset, no? Paulit-ulit na tayo na pick off ni Kadita, pati na rin ni Cho. Let's just group up. Iwan natin again si Very Cutie on the bottom lane and let's move as 4 heroes onto the top lane. Rafflesia again just checking all those checkpoints that needs to be checked. Dahil nga checkpoint yun, kailangan mo i-check yun. And ito yung sinasabi ng mga casts natin kanina. Just go in with the ultimate of the Grok and secure the victory here for Aura-PH. And Work-Auster Force, they didn't have enough solution against that, and Aura-PH just easily got the victory against Work-Auster Force here on the back of a Grok on Rafflesia. Of course, MVP of that game brought to us by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL. Break through your own limits, rise above, and be free to game great with free games for all. One of the greatest Grok players in MPL-PH history, Rafflesia, propelled Aura-PH into the victory here for game number 3. KDA niya 0-3-10, net worth of 7,662, damage dealt 25,000. Very important yan, 25,000 damage dealt on a Grok. Really does show that Rafflesia knew what he was doing. Poke lang talaga and control the fights. Just allow the early game to cook up for your team, and Aura-PH easily got the victory here against Work-Auster Force. That's the last game of the day. Once again, guys, my name is Midnight. Thank you for tuning into the analyst portion, and I'll throw you back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Midnight. What a day we've had here. The first 2 series for MPL-PH Season 7, a 2-0 win for Execration earlier against Omega. Now a 2-1 win for Aura-PH against Work-Auster Force. Once again, this is MPL Philippines Season 7, and it is under the supervision and regulation of the Games and Amusement Board, and as well as the Season 7 is brought to you by Smart. Feel free to game great with Smart free games for all, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Womi, before we pass it on over to our panelists, anything else you want to say about this day?
Well, I just want to imagine how Work-Auster Force will be taking in that loss against Aura, considering that they already won Game 1. I feel like it's already time to play the acoustic version of Unravel instead, as they try to crack their fingers and just try to absorb what happened in this series. But on a more technical standpoint, I feel like Work-Auster Force, they need to work on a lot of things. But Reptar, I feel like we need to look at the game at the bigger lens for now.
Yeah, and the panelists, when they come on, are going to be the ones to discuss that. You're going to be joined by Manjean, Leo, and of course, Mara is going to be there. If you're thinking about turning to a different page or turning off the broadcast, don't, because you're about to win some really awesome prizes, potentially, if you were the lucky ones to get picked out there. But this has been it for the games. My name is Reptar. This is Omi. Thank you so much for joining us here on the first day of MPL Philippines Season 7. Again, we're going to throw you on over to your panel. Thank you so much. We'll see you in a bit.
Ngayon, oras naman para imbitahan natin ang ating mga manonood na sumali sa ating mythical raffle draw. Aba, may chance kayong subukan ng inyong galing sa inyong knowledge when it comes to Mobile Legends, heroes, and teams. Kung sa tingin nyo kaya nyong sagutin yung mga napakasimpleng tanong at makakuha ng mga puntos, scan lang ang QR code na makikita nyo sa inyong mga screens para manalo ng mga papremyo. Pwede kayong manalo ng skins or diamonds. Now, this MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL. Free to game great games with Smart, free games for all. Ayan na! Yung mythical raffle draw, iscan nyo lang yan. Mapupunta kayo sa 4 na tanong at kung kayo ay ang isa sa 10 na mapipili, wow, pwede kayong manalo ng great prizes. Again, skin, diamonds, maraming pwedeng gawin dyan. Hindi lang yan, kung swerte kayo, meron din tayong lucky draw. Tignan nyo yung ID number nyo sa Mobile Legends. Pagtugmayan dito sa number nito, kung last 2 digits nyo, 09, 04, or 00, pwede kayong isa sa 3,000 na pwedeng manalo ng mga in-game gifts. Iscan lamang yan. Fill up the form for your chance to win. Alright. Nasaksihan natin ang mga matitinik na labanan ngayon. Tingnan natin ang ating match results for today. Ang Exit 2-0, nasungkit nila ang panalo. Grabe yung pinakita nila sa susunod na laban naman. Etong Aura 2-1. Natalo sila nung first game pero bumawi sa game 2 and 3. Ngayon gusto ko munang tanungin ang ating mga mahuhusay na casters dito, Manjin, Faldas, and Leo. Ano ba yung mga pinakang magandang ginawa ng dalawang koponan kung paano nila nakuha ang first win nila for this season? Manjin.
Para sa akin sa game number 1, Kelra and Kiel. Tapos dito sa game number 2, Bane ni Cutie.
Bane ni Cutie.
Ako
gusto ko dun sa Aura-PH matchup versus Work-Auster Force, yung up and down ni Raflesia. Game 1, parang hindi niya kapa yung Sylvana, pero nung nag-grock na siya, yung bully grock na naka-high and dry, big fan. And of course, series number 1, the king is here, bow down to KLVJ na kahit na medyo may nangyaring hindi ganun kaganda nung kagabihan last night, it's fine.
Actually, nag-status na yung isang mga member nila, si Zapno. Nagsabi na si Zapno, no offense to the people pero nag-status na Zapno, sabi niya, bibili na ako ng marami pang double deck. Nag-joke na. Nag-joke na sila.
Tama. So okay na yun.
Oo, okay na yun.
Ngayon, silipin natin ang updated team standing so far. So, 4 na koponan naglaban-laban ngayon. Ang nangunguna ngayon, Exe. Kasi ang gandang pinakita nila, 2-0. Meron pa rin tayong mga 6 na koponan yet to be seen. Kaya dapat subaybayan natin ang mga susunod na araw para makita natin kung sino nga ba ang mga magpapakitang gilas ngayon. And alam ko, excited kayo makita yung mga 6 na teams to see how they will start this season. Subukan natin yan. Ngayon naman, para sa ating mga manonood, alam ko marami tayong nasaksihan ng magagandang plays, kaya oras na to take a look at the top 5 plays of the day.
For top 5, nandito of course ang team ng Execration versus Omega. I think ito ata yung game number 1 na nagpo-push na dito, na nakapag-late game. Actually, si KLBJ, kung titignan mo siya sa mid.
Game number 2 yata ito, wherein, ayan, napakaganda ng mga huli ni Chakno, di ba? Circling, Eagle, tapos nakapukusin ng Tempest of Blades ni KLBJ. Ling is back.
Ling is back para naman sa game 3. Nako, eto na yung Bane ni Cutie. Nakakambak sana ang side ng team ng Aura. Pero I think ang nanalo dito was Work.
Yep, nabura ng isang deadly catch. Now, here we go. Nagpapakitang gila si Raflesia. Almost survives, but this is actually from game number 3. Na naka-chew. Na naka-carry si Chew.
Carry si Chew. Actually, naka-outplay pa nga si Benny Cutie dyan.
Yep. Yeah. And I think for the rest of this matchup, medyo tagilid na ang Work-Auster Force. Because again, the lack of catch dun sa Grok, sobrang laking factor nun.
Laking factor. At saka I think na-outwit sila eh. Dito na pumapasok, sinabi mo pre, na lamang sa experience ang Aura.
Again, napakalakas ng Work-Auster Force, but in one single series, nakaramdam sila ng una nilang pagkatalo sa MPL. Ang ganda ng pagka-welcome ng Aura-PH. Tough love.
Tough love talaga. I mean, yung work, at least nakakuha sila ng isa. I think it's not bad for a debut. Lalo na alam nyo na bago kayo sa liga. Tapos nakaisa kayo sa two-time champions.
Yeah, it's a good statement wherein, di ba ang dami nagsabi, maliit ang hero pool ng Work-Auster Force. Kasi labas sila ng Digi. And then, game number 2 and 3, they had their moments. Pero nga, dun lumabas talaga na, ops, Aura-PH kami, baka nakakalimutan ninyo.
Baka nakalimutan nyo, two-time champion, Raflesia, and Greed, man. Nagpakilala muli. I think Trimar was outstanding. Sorry, RTZ was outstanding. Pero parang ang nangyari na out-grid Na-outgrid siya ni Grid eh.
Oo, kahit tanggalin mo pa yung Natalia, tanggalin mo yung Selena na nag-aagawan sila ni Grid, di ba? Si RTZ si Grid. But when it comes down to it, talagang baloy yata yan.
Baloy talaga yan. Ang pinaka nagustuhan ko dito yung sinabi ni na Butters and Wolf na nakilala natin paunti-unti yung apat na teams. Magkakaiba yung playstyle, man.
Yup. And day 1 pa lang yun.
Day 1 pa lang.
Day 1 pa lang yun.
Day 1 pa lang. Excited ako dito sa banter sa social media.
Oo.
Nagsisimula na actually. Actually, mali pala ako nang nabasa. Ang nabasa ko si Coach Ducky. Siya yung nag-joke. Para daw kay Flap TZ. Doon na daw siya matutulog. Oo. Pero nag-reply na si KLBJ. Sabi naman ni KLBJ, si Flap TZ daw, hihiga pa lang siya sa deck, mawawarak na.
Ganun na. Nasa ilalim.
Nasa ilalim, oo.
Ito ang dapat abangan natin tomorrow, NXP versus LPE. Para sa ating first game, sa susunod naman, meron tayong Onyx kontra sa Bren. How exciting is this matchup for tomorrow?
Oof. Hindi ko masabi. 50-50 sa akin lahat, Mara. Yun lang.
Ako, kung malakas yung mga matches today, tapos may makikilala pa lalong bago bukas, lalo na LPE. Can't wait.
Unang araw pa lang ito, kailangan natin abangan kung sino pa nga ba ang magpapakitang gilas para bukas. Excited na tayo dyan. Ako po si Mara Aquino, sa ngalan ni Manjin Faldas Leong, ating mga caster analyst, at sa buong production team, maraming salamat po sa pagtutok. You've been watching MPL Philippines Season 7 presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. Kita-kits tayo bukas, mga ka-ML.
Welcome to the Giga Life. Your passions, your stories, your life. Simplified with just one app. This is the future. The Giga Life in just one pack. Experience more Giga moments when you make the smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data network. How do I know it's T1? Simple, smart ako.
Moment na sana, pero hassle ang kate. Yung kati na yan, dahil sa dandruff yan. You need Head & Shoulders. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kate. No more hassle sa moment. Goodbye na sa kate dahil 100% dandruff.
When you look inside a JanSport backpack, you see a story that started in 1967. Since then, our mission has expanded to helping protect our environment for future generations to enjoy. It's a work in progress, but just this season, we've used the equivalent of 13 million bottles worth of recycled polyester in our most popular backpacks. When you look inside a JanSport pack, you see our commitment to this brilliant blue planet we call home. And we're just getting started.
Hi everyone, this is Catherine Bernardo.
At ako naman po si Daniel Padilla. Guys, may PayMaya na ba kayo?
Kung wala pa, dapat mag-download na kayo sa Google Play or App Store dahil ito na ang usong pangbayad ngayon.
Ang PayMaya is isang mobile payment app using only your cell phone and you can pay practically anything, kahit online transactions pa yan.
With PayMaya, hindi mo na kailangan magdala ng cash for your day-to-day expenses. Pwede kang magbayad ng bills, bumili ng prepaid load, mag-online shopping, mag-send money, magbayad gamit ng QR code at marami pang iba.
Pero ang the best part dito ay may balik-bayad ka pa.
Each time you use PayMaya, may balik sa'yo na cashback at rewards. Kaya sulit ang oras mo dahil hindi mo na kailangan pumila. And you can just pay using your app anytime, anywhere.
Kaya guys, huwag kakalimutan. Pag may babayaran ka, don't pay cash, pay Maya.
Hey guys, I'm here with Kate and Bea.
Bad timing ang kate. Baka dandruff yan? Use Head and Shoulders every day. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kate. Para di pa balik-balik, katigan for good na. Dahil 100% dandruff-free ka.
Hi guys, I'm here with Kate.
Para araw-araw, close na close. Max pinabango pa.
What do you do when what you desire is beyond reach?
You use power that breaks barriers. The Giga Life.
Now in 5G.
Do you believe this is possible?
I do.
How do you know?
Simple, smart, ako.
Express your online business. Express your online business.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Welcome to the Giga Life. Your passions, your stories, your life. Simplified with just one app. This is the future. The Giga Life in just one tap. Experience more Giga moments when you make the smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data network. How do I know it's T1? Simple, smart, ako.
Moment na sana, pero hassle ang kate. Yung kati na yan, dahil sa dandruff yan. You need Head and Shoulders. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kate. No more hassle sa moment. Goodbye na sa kate dahil 100% dandruff.
When you look inside a JanSport backpack, you see a story that started in 1967. Since then,